Hello everyone, my name is Dave Casuto, instructor for Learn It, and welcome to our Intro to Illustrator class. I'm so excited to be teaching you all of the amazing tools that Illustrator has to offer. Now, what will you learn, you ask? Well, being an intro class, we're going to just start from the basics, understanding the tools, panels, and Illustrator Workspace, how to create a new document. Then we're going to move on to how to use all of the fancy selection tools, including the elusive direct selection tool. We'll also cover vector illustration using shapes, the pen and pencil tool, applying brush strokes and saving swatches and gradients. We'll also do a deep dive into type and typography and show you all the tips, shortcuts, and tricks to make you more proficient and more creative using Illustrator. Now, this course is designed to be an interactive hands-on course. So occasionally, you'll hear me say, hey, pause the video and practice on your own. So make sure you download the class files from the link below to do so. This will ensure you get the most out of the course and learn the program in a more experiential, hands-on manner. Now, I'm looking forward to teaching you all the cool things that Illustrator has to offer, so stay tuned and get ready to learn. So where should we begin? Let's imagine that this is our first day of medical school and we need to know where all the body parts are. We need to know our anatomy. So when we are doing an examination, when we're doing some kind of surgery, we need to know where things are. In Illustrator and a lot of Adobe programs, we have something called our Workspace. This current workspace is called the Essentials Workspace. And that essentially is giving us our tools over here on the left-hand side as one column. And you can see over here on the right-hand side, I have my properties, I have my layers panel, and I have my libraries panel. Now, if you click over here in the far upper right, you're going to see this little dude right there. When you click on that, you're going to see all of these different individual workspace types. So depending on what you're doing, you may have a variety of different preset workspaces. These are things that Illustrator just gives to us. So if I were to change this, let's just say to typography, everything's going to change dramatically to look very different. Let's try another one. I click on this. Let's go over here to painting. And look at that, a lot of very, very different stuff. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go right back to Essentials. And I'm going to click on that again. I'm going to say Reset Essentials. In case I've made some modifications to that, it is all set back to where the default is. Okay, now what we're going to learn how to do is pretty much just customize these things. So in the upper left-hand side, you're going to see that little double arrow right there. That is essentially going to allow me to make this go from one column to two columns, because I really like that. I like that how that's set up a little better, easy for me to navigate through all of these little icons here. And notice how it kind of groups it together. Don't got to go up and down. So I really like that. And we're going to be going through all these things in subsequent lessons. On the right-hand side, you'll see again, I have my properties panel, I have my layers panel, and I have my libraries panel. Okay, that's great, fantastic. Now, I like those there, but there's other ones that I might want to see that are not here. So how do I bring up other panels for me to work with? Up on top here, you will see I have this little menu here called the window menu, and that is essentially the factory for where all of our panels live. All right, so you'll see that there's a lot of panels for me to work with. I want to essentially bring some of these in so I can work with them over and over and over again, right? Have easy access to them. So let's, for example, bring up the appearance panel, a very important panel in Illustrator. I want that. And then notice it comes smack there in the middle. I can just drag this from the top, move it wherever I want. That's great. Go over to here. Let's go to Window. Let's bring up Artboard. Absolutely another very, very important one. I love that. All right. And now let's maybe bring up, let's just say Color, and let's bring up Swatches. Great. And this is just many that's available, as you can see. Now, you will notice that a lot of these come with their own little sort of brothers and cousins and uncles that like, okay, swatches, like, hey, if you want me, you got to get brushes too. You got to get symbols too. Okay, well, do I want those right now? I'm not really sure if I do. So for example, there's symbols. I don't even really know what a symbol is. Am I planning on using symbols? I don't know, maybe later on, but right now I know I don't need it. So very simply right click on the tab and choose close, and that goes away. Do I need brushes right now? I don't think so. I'm going to say close. Okay, very good. Now I'm going to keep that as is. And now, do I need something else like color guide? I'm going to get rid of that. But I noticed that these two, color and swatches, should kind of be together. So very easily, I can then just join these right there just by clicking and dragging, waiting for my little blue halo, and then bam, now these are one and the same, all perfect, just like that. Love that. That makes me very happy. Now, let's see what else we can do with some of these other ones, right? So let's just say, for example, my asset export, I don't want that. So I'm going to right click on that and say close. But notice when you right click, you get a lot of other options, right? To close it, to close the whole tab group, like we have a tab group here that would close everything. You can minimize it. Oh, that's kind of cool. Or I can double click to then expand it out again. I can right click and I can say collapse to icons. And that makes it nice and small. So it's just kind of even smaller so it doesn't take up as much room. Okay, that's kind of neat. So I'm going to keep that there just for future reasons. Okay, and then I'm going to go over to here to appearance, and then you'll see I have a few other options here in the upper right. You can see I can click on this, which also collapses to icons. Click on this, it brings it back, and then click on my X, and then notice that goes away. Like, oops, what happens when you accidentally or even intentionally remove one of your panels? Guess what? We go right back to where we started, go to window, and what was it that I let go of? Was it appearance? Yep, bam, there it is, and it's back again. Okay, now let's go ahead and bring back another one. You can see here, I have a bunch of other options here I can work with. So let's just bring up, for example, info. That's a nice one. All right, have that there. All right, now let's start customizing this a little bit more. Let's say I want to bring these guys into their own little kind of panel areas, for example. So let's just say, for example, I wanted to have swatches and colors on their own kind of section over here. These guys have their own section. Why can't these guys? So you'll notice that when I drag this over here into this little area, you'll notice I get this like blue halo here. Come way down to the bottom, right? I'm gonna get a blue halo down there. Come over to here, I'm gonna get another blue halo. So this is going to give me some choices in terms of where I want to place these things potentially. Okay, you'll notice if I do it with this one, I'm just going to go and simply click and drag. I can move this over here if I want to, but because this is an icon, I want you to notice something kind of neat. If I move this right here in the center and I let go, notice how it creates a very different looking panel compared to how these are. So if I want to have like access to all of these guys here, but smaller versions, rather than having to take up all this space, I can then just move this, wait for my little blue halo, and then bam, I can do that, I can do that, and then I can also move these guys here just the same. And you see, very nice, nice and neat. I love that. I love it so much that I want to save this. So right now, this workspace is just called Essential Workspace. I want to make a new workspace for myself. Just say new workspace. I'm going to call this Dave's Faves and click OK. And now when I click on this, you will see there it is, Dave's Faves. Now, when is that going to come and benefit for me? How am I going to find an advantage for this at some point? Let's say I go crazy with all this here, right? Like I move properties over here, I got layers over here, I accidentally delete libraries. Oh my God, things are just insanity. Not at all how I wanted things to be when I started off so idealistic in the beginning. What could I do? Very simply, I go back to where I was before over here to my workspace, and guess what? I still have Dave's Faves selected. So what I need to do is reset whatever workspace you have here. I like to think about this as the Mary Poppins effect, right? Where it puts all your toys, everything in its place, everything in place for everything in place for everything in its place, or something more articulate than that. So I click on that and then watch what happens. Everything goes exactly back to where it was. Awesome. Love that. Okay, now let's do one other thing. I'm going to go over here to Window, and this time I'm going to bring up something called my control bar. So I click on that, and you'll notice that this little guy now appears way up on top. We did not have that before. So I say to myself, like, okay, well, I just added on something really critical, and I want that to be part of Dave's Faves. So what do? I go back over to here, and then guess what I'm going to do? I have to say new workspace, and then literally type it in again, exactly word for word. It's kind of like a save as, but you see a name already exists. Click OK to overwrite. You don't know if you can see that, right? So you can see, all right, good. So it recognized that. That's exactly what I want. And then it overrides it. So then if I'm going to do any kind of reset or something like that, then it's going to always remember that I have this new option there as well. All right. So please pause the video, get your workspace all set up. Again, go to Essentials at first, reset Essentials, and then try to have yours look like mine as much as possible. All right, and then when we come back, we're going to do a little bit more overview of what's what on the screen, and then very soon you'll be illustrating in no time. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had some good luck and experience working with your new workspace, and yours looks like mine. So let's get a little deeper into what some of these panels do and how they can make our lives easier and more creative. So let's start off over here on the left-hand side where we have our Tools panel. And you'll notice here our Tools panel has a number of different individual icons that accomplish a number of different things, right? Just think about the Tools panel as like a toolbox. Each tool has its own different purpose. So if you're going to hammer something, you're going to use the hammer. But then when you're done hammering, you put it back and you grab the screwdriver. So each of these little individual icons have a different purpose, and then therefore you have to change when you want to change something else. So let's just start off over here. You'll see this is the Move tool. This is our Direct Selection tool. Notice you get a little tooltip for each of these. That's great. Some things you might recognize like the Rectangle tool, right? And just all these things you can move your mouse over and you can see exactly what they do. You'll also notice that when you move your mouse over it, they all have little letters next to them. These are the keyboard shortcut that you use in order to access them. So for example, this is V. So if I literally just type V, not Control V, not Command V, notice that will access the Move tool. If I hit A, which is right next to it, that selects the Direct Selection tool. If I hit T, guess where that's going to take me? It's going to take me to the Type tool. So you'll want to start to kind of memorize these things as you go along. Okay, so very important. Now over here on the bottom, you're going to see there's some other options for color. We're going to get into those in a lot more detail later on. Now, one of the more important panels that you have in Illustrator is the Properties panel. Okay, so coming all the way over here, okay, this is invaluable. And this is going to come up in so many different capacities depending on what you're doing. So for an example, like I'm doing nothing right now, and I have properties of my entire document. Like what's happening here? Really? Wow, so this is actually telling me a whole bunch of different things. What's my unit of measure right now? Okay, that's cool. Okay, what artboard am I working with here? I can go from these 3 different artboards I have here. We'll talk about artboards in more detail later on. I can very easily add on rulers and grids just by simply clicking, and then look at that. My ruler now just appeared, and now I'll be able to see, oh, well, you know what? I don't really want to work in these units of measure, so I can go ahead and go over here to inches. Notice how that changes. Let's change this to pixels. Okay, great, fantastic. So now I'm able to see how I can work with my Properties panel on a much larger scale. And as we go through the program, as we go through more exercises, we'll be coming back to this within this perspective. Now let's just say, for example, I'm working on this bottle. Notice when I click on the bottle, my Properties panel now changes. Okay, it is based on the context of what you click on, then your Properties panel will change based off of the context of what you've actually clicked on. Okay, now if I double click on this, you'll see I'm now inside of this bottle, and you'll start to see even more stuff within this object that I can see the properties of, like the color of it, if there's a stroke, if there's any opacity, all this kind of stuff out here. I'm going to double click in this white area again, and now I'm back to my main canvas. All right, so the Properties panel is incredibly valuable. You'll also see that we have our Layers panel. I have 3 layers here. Let me go ahead and click on my little eyeball there. Like, okay, that makes my avocado go away. That makes my bottle go away, and this makes my pepper go away, okay? And we're gonna, again, do a lot more on these individual ones, all right? As we go through the program, we're gonna be exploring all these individual panels in much larger degree, okay? Now, another thing we'll wanna understand here is our what we called earlier our control. Remember, this is the control. We brought that in last minute in the last exercise. And you're going to see the control overlaps a little bit with what we see over here in our properties panel. So let me go ahead and go to my avocado. I'm going to double click on that to get into my green. And then notice it shows me this green fill color. And it also gives me some other options for making my stroke a certain size, just essentially stroke as your outline. And then you can do all kinds of other things with the stroke style and blah, 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 alignment, etc. But notice how there's some overlap. Some people like to work with our control panel. Some people like to work with our properties panel, all right? Totally up to you. I just want you to know that both of those options are there for you. All right, now some other basic interface things is we want to understand how we can zoom in and zoom out. Now, I like to use the keyboard shortcut, but I do want you to notice that way down below here, you're going to see is the option of how I'm zoomed in currently. Okay, that's great. So you can see, fantastic, I can zoom in this way to go in, let's just say 300. Like, oh man, okay, where am I now? I don't even really know. So let me just come right back to where I was before. That was a little bit disorienting. And I come right back to that. That's why I like to either use the keyboard shortcut or a combination of my mouse and keyboard shortcut. So if I use the keyboard shortcut of just Control or Command plus plus, that allows me to go in, and then minus minus allows me to go out. But if you hold down the Alt or Option key and you have a little mouse wheel, or even your trackpad, you can zoom in exactly where you want. So I'm going to come right to the center of the avocado pit. And look how much I'm going. I'm like 200, 400, 800% in there, right? Amazing. So I have that. I'm all set up, ready to go. All right. So use all these different, tools that whatever you find comfortable for you. All right. Now you'll also notice to the right of this, right, way down again on the bottom, you can see here it says this says selection. What does that mean? Okay, it means whatever kind of tool you're working with, it's going to show you what tool you're in. So I changed that. Now I'm in the selection tool, direct selection tool. Click on that. So that's kind of nice. You kind of know, like, what am I looking at again? In case you kind of forget, or maybe you're working on two monitors, something like that. You can always look down there to see where you're at. And then you'll see down here, you will see all my different artboards as well. So we're going to be talking about artboards, but you can see avocado, bottle, and pepper. 1, 2, 3. Those are my 3 different artboards that I'm currently working with. Just think about them as pages, but we're going to be talking about artboards in a very large degree momentarily. All right, so this will get you going for some just like basic things in terms of our zooming, in terms of our moving in with our artboards, etc. I'm going to show you one last thing as you're moving in. Let me just move in real close. One really critical keyboard shortcut, I'm going to go ahead and type this out for you here, is to simply just hold down the space bar, and then you're going to click and drag, right, as you do that. Why? That essentially allows you to pan across the canvas, right? So watch as I do that. If I hold down the space bar, notice how my hand now appears, and I click and drag, still holding down to the space bar. I let go, and it takes me back to the tool that I was just in. Okay, see that? Hold on the space bar, temporary access to this little hand tool, or I like to call it the pan tool. And you can see I can go ahead this way. Notice I can go in a very non-linear way to go wherever I want. All right. Now, the last thing I'm going to show you is how we get out of this. How do we get out of this to go back to our basically like our main sort of best fit window? And that is going to be Control plus 0. Think about that as like ground zero. Okay, if you're on the Mac, that's going to be Command plus 0. So what does that look like? Let me just try that. So Control plus 0, and look at that. I'm now best fit on the current artboard that I'm in right now. Okay, so watch as I zoom in again. Control or Command 0 takes me right back. All right, so you're going to want to write a few of these ones down. Some of these keyboard shortcuts you may have seen over here that are going to be very valuable for you. How to actually zoom in, how to zoom out, how to pan, and also how to come right back to a best fit, because these things are going to serve you immeasurably as you get more and more deep into the program, and if you want to be more efficient and a little more expert, I highly, highly recommend you do that. If not now, at some point in the very near future, start to incorporate like 1 or 2 or 3 of these keyboard shortcuts, a day, and just really only do those, like really perfect it until you get it, until you feel more comfortable with it. All right, so pause the video, practice this, and we'll see you in the next exercise. Now, before we begin creating our new documents in Illustrator, let's get some things out of the way about what Illustrator is even used for and how it's different than other programs within the Adobe suite. Adobe makes a number of different kind of main programs like Photoshop and InDesign and Illustrator and other ones, of course, like Premiere and After Effects. But now the ones that kind of work together for the most part, you will see are going to be Illustrator, InDesign, and Photoshop. Now, Photoshop, as the name implies, works very well with photos, right? Also known as bitmap or raster images, whereas Illustrator works well with vector images and also creating vector images. Now, InDesign is a layout program and it works well with actually all 3 of those things, or all 2 of those things, and all 3 programs can kind of come together. Now, that said, there is an abundance of overlap between all 3 of them. Okay, more than ever, you will see that you can actually create vector images in all 3 programs. You can manipulate bitmap images in all 3 programs. Okay, so it's actually really nice that Adobe has done that for us. So we have access to be able to do that. Now, what is the difference between a bitmap and a vector, you ask? I can hear you thousands of miles away asking that same question. On the right-hand side, we have what is known as a bitmap image. Okay, this is basically pixel-based. All right, so this has millions and millions and millions of pixels, but it's finite. So if I were to make this super, super big, it would start to get a little bit grainy or pixelated, as opposed to a vector image, right, which is, if I double click on this, a little bit more of a smooth type of graphic, right? If I were to actually make this bigger and bigger and bigger, because of the vector technology, it essentially has a mathematical program built into it that it resets itself, so therefore it does not lose any of its graphic quality. All right, so when you are creating graphics inside of Illustrator, you are essentially creating them as vector graphics. Now you can bring in these bitmap images, certainly, and you can have them work together side by side. But when you're drawing graphics like this and this and this, you will see how nice and smooth they are. And watch how nice it is when I get really, really close up. You don't really see any pixelation. If I go over to these guys here and I come in there, you can see how it starts to get a little bit kind of grainy. See that? I'm like literally looking at what? A pixel. All of these little squares are pixels. Pixel is just a contraction for picture elements, right? That's what we're looking at here. So you see that? We're kind of just really looking at a molecular level of these images. Whereas with vector images, vector graphics, we don't have that. All right, so we're going to be learning how to create vector images from scratch using a variety of different tools, but I want to just kind of get that out of the way just so you understand what Illustrator primarily does, how it can potentially work together with the other Adobe programs, and what maybe some of the limitations you might see when you are working with bitmap images versus vector. Now, you will see that the vector also has just like 1 color, 3 colors, or whatever it is. You can have certainly like millions of colors as well, but it's not going to get the same detail as a bitmap. So you wouldn't necessarily make a photograph out of a vector. All right, so just understanding there's pros and cons, but really you want to think about it not really as pros and cons, but sort of like usage and application for both of them. All right, so just want to get that out of the way, digest that, and we'll see you in the next video. Let's now discuss how we create a brand new document. Now, when you're working with Illustrator, it's going to be very similar to other programs potentially, where we're going to ask you how big you want the document to be, potentially what's the color profile, but it's also going to ask you things like, well, what artboard do you want to use? And maybe what kind of bleed do you want? Things like that, and possibly even, our units of measure, that kind of thing. So we want to kind of think about these things ahead of time. And looking at my document here, you'll notice I have 3 artboards. And you'll also notice that here's the size of each individual one by pixels, right? You can see this, my unit of measure is measured in pixels, etc. So what we want to do now is create our own new document, knowing what we know now, and let's just see what that dialog box looks like. So many times when you just start Illustrator, it's going to come up, give me the option to do a new document. We're going to do it directly from this interface by going to File and New, but also notice the keyboard shortcut. Big fan of keyboard shortcuts, so you'll hear me talk about that a lot. Control N or Command N takes you now to something that might potentially look like this. Now, I want you to just not get distracted by anything down below. I want you to get distracted by this. You can see here I have a number of different tabs here, saved, mobile, web, etc. And they're giving me some nice little sort of presets. So if I go over here to mobile, you'll see there's some nice little presets based off of the different phone sizes, and you'll also see the different units of measure there. You go to web, different kind of presets, right? So maybe I'm doing a mock-up for a website. Great, it's all set up for me, ready to go. Go to print. Notice how it's a different unit of measure this time. It's in points. Okay, and then film and video, art and illustration, etc. You'll also notice that Illustrator is very generous enough to give you a whole bunch of different templates to work with, so definitely check those out if you're feeling comfortable with that. All right, now you'll also see here is saved. So you may actually have some that you've been saving, so you can use them over and over and over again. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to create a new one, and then we're going to go ahead and actually save it, so I don't have to actually create it all over again. So I'm going to go over to here, just choose print, and again, here are my presets. I'm going to go over to this side and now make my custom changes on all these different things here that I have available to me. So for example, I want to make this in inches. Notice how it now changes. That's great. And I want to change the orientation from portrait to landscape. That's great. Love that. And then here is the thing I was talking about before, is working with artboards. Okay, how many artboards do you want? Okay, so for right now, I'm just going to say 2, so you can see how you do it. We're going to have a whole discussion on artboards in a little bit. All right, then we also have our bleed. Okay, so you might have something that looks like, let me come down to one of these templates, like this right here, how you want it to bleed off the edge here. So if you're going to do that, you typically are not going to say 0. You do want to go a little more than 0, so it goes off the edge. So when you are printing it, you don't accidentally get a little sort of like white sliver there or whatever the color of the paper is. Okay, so just keeping that in mind. Then you also want to think about your color mode. All right, notice here I have just 2 choices. RGB is if you're going to be doing something on the web or print, if it's going to be on a screen, and then CMYK is for when you're going to be printing it. Okay, because on the screen, our screen, the screen that you're looking at right now, is broken up as red, green, blue. That's like the magic that it's doing from the screen. And the magic that the printer itself is doing is through cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. Maybe some of you have changed your printer cartridges before, and you say, why is this weird colors I've never used before? Wow, interesting. So that's how it's made up. Okay, now it's very important to establish this ahead of time. What is going to be the goal for your project? Is it going to be printed, or is it going to be on the web? And then you're going to want to choose your color profile accordingly. All right. And then also notice here is raster effects. That's the word we just used earlier with our with when we talked about Illustrator vector versus raster objects or bitmap. So you want to decide how high quality is that going to be. For vector, it doesn't really matter, but essentially how high quality it's going to be. And typically this is going to be for print. You want to be pretty high like this. And if it's going to be for screen, notice here's 72 ppi. So really up to you. You'll know what your projects are. All right, now I'm just going to go ahead and click on create. And now you see here I have 2 artboards all ready to go. You can see it's set up in inches. I love that. That's great. And then guess what? I can do all kinds of other things here. Like I can turn my ruler on here. I can turn my grids on. Okay, I can do all kinds of really, really good stuff here. All right, so that's just the basics of creating something. In a little bit, we're going to learn how we can actually create something, but also learn some basic selection techniques. We have a lot more to go. Just want to get this out of the way so everybody's super comfortable with how to even get started. All right, so pause the video, practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Now, before we actually start creating some things, let's get some of the basics out of the way. And one of the most basic fundamental skills you're going to have in Illustrator is selection. And I know it sounds very, very rudimentary, but it is very important because in order to affect it, you have to select it. So we really want to understand that when you want to manipulate something, edit something, it has to be selected. And there's a lot of different ways to select things. And there's some other nice little chips and tools that we're going to be getting into as well in terms of selection. That's kind of more than meets the eye. So let's see what our basic selection tools are here. You can see here is my regular selection tool. This is my direct selection tool. And again, if you go between the V and the T, they just switch up. Okay, so you can go ahead and switch these back and forth by the mouse or not. Okay, or you can use your keyboard shortcut. It just appears right there with the tooltip. Now, you will also notice that as I change, you will notice also my properties panel changes. Now, just again, keeping that in mind, understanding how the properties panel works. Now, I haven't even selected anything, and we haven't even talked about what's the difference between these two. Now, this regular selection tool will select an entire object, right? Pretty much like what you expect a selection tool to do in any other program you've worked with. That's essentially what selection does. And that's going to allow me to now just simply click and drag, move it around. It's also going to allow me to resize it. So if I hold down the Shift key while dragging on the corners here, I can then resize it. Why did I hold down the Shift key? Because I wanted to constrain their proportions, right? Just like that. See that if I don't, then it gets all wide. Maybe I want that, but again, up to you. And I'm just going to do Command or Control Z to undo, or just go to Edit and Undo. Okay, so very basic to be able to do that. Now, I also might want to rotate. So I'm still in the same tool. Now, watch what happens now when I move my mouse to the corner here. Notice I get this kind of little button hook. If I click and drag, now I can now change the direction and rotate this little shape. Okay, so it's kind of squiggly to get there. Now, another nice little tool is if you hold down the Shift key as you're doing this, watch what happens is it locks in place like every 45 degrees, right? And that's pretty cool. So if I know I want it to be exactly like that, I can do that. Or let's go 90 degrees, cool. All right, so that's holding down the Shift key as I am rotating. All right, so pretty neat. Now let's take a look at some of our other options here. This is your direct selection tool, and this is going to be one that you'll be using just as much, if not more, than our regular selection tool, because we are working with these vector images. All of these are vector images. All of these are individual shapes, you might hear them called. And if you are working with the regular selection tool, you can't manipulate these individual parts of it to really get a custom shape, but you can with the direct selection tool. So watch what happens now when I choose this right here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I get these like individual little path points, right? These individual path points, or maybe you hear them called vector points. Let's go to this one. This one has a lot of path points. Wow. Let's go to this one. Okay, just a handful here. So notice whenever there's kind of a curve or whatever, that's where you're going to see these little path points. And you'll see here, if I move my mouse over it, see it kind of lights up a little bit. That's great. All right, cool. So that's how we can select our individual shapes. We're going to get into in a little bit how we can work a little bit more fluidly with our direct selection tool. At this point, you kind of want to get that out of the way. Now, if you right click on this, you'll see there's a few other options here. Like you have a group selection. Things could be grouped. So you can then just go ahead and it just works on the whole group right there. So bam, that's going to kind of overlap between this. In future exercises, we're going to see how this is really going to help us. Then you also have the lasso tool. This is another selection to be able to do, right? So if I choose this now, watch what happens when I just kind of like lasso through. I'm just going to basically just touch this. Notice how that's now selected, okay? But I want you to notice that what isn't selected is this part down here, okay? So you'll notice that there is this little area right there that's hollow, where this area is filled, right? Essentially telling me that this is selected, this is not. So let's just do that again, but this time I'm going to lasso over the entire thing, and now everything is now filled. Okay, so just kind of keep that in mind, that the lasso tool can be really helpful, but many times if you accidentally don't select or you don't touch a certain part of it, if you don't go like through where those anchor points are, then you may not actually be selecting what you think. But notice how I don't even really have to touch anything. As soon as I now close up my loop, everything now gets selected. If I would just hit delete right now, everything then gets deleted. I'm just going to undo that and then come right back there. All right, so those are your nice little basic selection techniques. All right, and we're going to come back. We're going to do a few more, but just practice that and we'll come back in the next lesson. Let's now discuss another tool called the Magic Wand tool, which is going to help us with a different type of selection that's going to make things potentially a little more efficient for us. So in this document, we have a lot of different colors and a lot of different strokes. And sometimes we want to just select sort of like things, like similar things that are on the page here for us. So if I want to choose like all my blue right now and all the shapes that are blue, I'd have to like go over to here. I remember we learned about the lasso tool, and I can just kind of just go through. Oh, man, that is a big pain. I got to go through all that. I guess, you know, you can also use the shift tool. I heard about that. You can hold on the shift key. You can do that. All right, and that or maybe even the command or control. Does that work? You know, it's not really as good as I'd like it to be. So what we're going to learn about is this guy here, the Magic Wand tool, the Magic Wand tool. So before we even do it, before we even execute what it can do, we're going to learn about something within Illustrator that's going to be very important to do for all these tools, which is simply that you can double click on one of these icons to then see all of these options that are hiding there. A lot of other Adobe programs don't have that ability. When you double click on a lot of these icons, you actually get a whole bunch of options that pop up that are reflective of that tool. So the Magic Wand tool is going to allow me to select similar things, but I have to choose, what am I actually choosing? In this case, notice fill color is chosen. So when I choose the Magic Wand tool and I choose this fill color, guess what? Every shape that has that blue fill color will then get chosen. Isn't that amazing? So cool. Let's do this now. I'm going to choose just stroke color. And let's just choose all the ones that have white. So I just simply click, and then look at that. All of the white shapes get chosen. It's the coolest thing. Maybe it's all the ones that have stroke weight, etc. Now, why is this important? Because let's say my client comes in and says, hey Dave, we're not doing white strokes anymore. You know, that's so 2020. We're not doing that anymore. So let's just change it to black. Oh, cool. Now I can do that for every single one of them because every single one of them is chosen. Same thing for fill color. All right. And then, you know, some of these other maybe potentially more complex ones that you're working with in terms of stroke weight, opacity, and blend mode. All right. We're going to be getting into those in subsequent lessons, but I want you to understand how amazing the Magic Wand tool is for doing selections. Okay, so now that I see that all these are selected, let's just say I hit delete, they're all gone. Okay, so you have to select it to affect it. That's the way that I wanted to affect it, right? So very, very cool. All right, so again, we learned that you can double click on one of these icons to get more options, and then we actually executed it based off of what we chose, and then we did whatever we wanted to do to affect it. So go ahead and pause the video, practice that maybe with some other tools that you have available, other projects you're working on, or certainly use this one. Okay, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, well, ready or not, we are now going to learn how to do some basic illustration. And we're going to start off just by using some of the shape tools that Illustrator gives us. All right, so you will see on the left-hand side where our tools are, we have this little box right there, and you'll notice that tiny little triangle right there, which is indicating to me that when I right-click, I have a whole bunch of options here to draw out in terms of what shapes I want to work with. Now, you'll also notice that Illustrator gives this nice little arrow here that's going to allow us to do, guess what? Click on that and then tear that tool away. So therefore, I don't have to keep going back here to then go ahead and draw out what shapes I want. Okay, so I don't have to actually keep going here and then, oh, I want to choose a polygon this time. I can just go right to here and work with that. All right, now let's start drawing out some shapes. So if I just simply click on that right now, I'm going to draw out a rectangle. Now you will see I'm going to just click and drag here, and then I have a white rectangle. Okay, that's great. Now why did that come out white? Let me go ahead and delete that. Let's discuss what's actually happening before I even start going crazy with all this and waste my time. This is coming in white because if you notice here, I have a white box right there, and you also notice I have a white box right there telling me essentially what the fill color is going to be. So do you want that to be the fill color? Maybe not. You'll also notice that there's another option here, which is telling me what my stroke color is going to be. What is the stroke? Stroke is essentially just the outline of that shape. So I don't like to do white in this case because white is going to be on top of white, so I'm not going to choose white. I want to choose a different color. So I'm going to simply just double click on this, and then it pops right up to my color picker. And you'll notice here I can choose from any number of color hues over here on the left-hand side. And on the left-hand side, I'm going to choose my different shading of that set of hues. Okay, we're going to get into more detail on colors, but just while we're here, let's just understand how we can work with this. Here is all of our different hues, and then here is going to be the shading. And then you can also change all of the little brightness options of what that's going to be. Now you'll also notice that there's going to be these options over here on the right-hand side for, is it going to be RGB or is it going to be CMYK? Or is it going to be our hexadecimal values? Now, you will need to know what those things are. Your design team or whoever is going to tell you what that's going to be. And you're going to say, hey, what's the CMYK value? And they'll give you those 4 numbers. Hey, what's the RGB value? And they'll give you those 3 numbers. Or they're going to give you the hexadecimal number and you will put that in. Okay, so totally up to you, but I want you to just notice here how that changes on all levels for all of these. Okay, so let's just choose this nice pretty purple color. I'm going to click OK. Now notice what's going to happen. I'm going to have a purple fill and a black stroke, and I'm just going to simply hold down the Shift key so I can have a perfect square. Great, wonderful. Okay, love that. Now one thing to understand is that if I click right now, notice what pops right up, right? And that's the thing that's going to make you go nuts. Like oh, it's asking me to draw a rectangle. I don't want to do that. So what I want to do is just either come back to my move tool. You notice here is selection, right? And that's going to kind of give me sort of like a neutral place to be. And you'll also notice that under select, there's the option to deselect if you want to, and notice the keyboard shortcut. And that's the same thing. So essentially it takes you to kind of like a nice neutral place as you're doing this. All right. So therefore you don't accidentally keep getting that dialog box to pop up. I can guarantee you it's going to happen like a million times to all of you the first week or two. All right. Now let's try a different one. Right click. Actually, I don't even need to do that because guess what? This is sitting here waiting for me. Fantastic. And this time I'm going to choose a different color. Click OK and hold down the Shift key and beautiful. Wonderful. Fantastic. I can move this however I want. I can resize it coming from the corners. That's great. Lovely. So cool. Let's check out some other things here. Let's go over here to the polygon tool. And then watch what happens now when I just click and drag. It's going to give me kind of like a, well, is that what I want? I don't know. Is that how many sides I want? So maybe, I don't know. So let me actually delete that. Let's see what we can do now to get different sides. Watch what happens now when I click and drag and I start tapping on my keyboard where you find the arrow keys. It's going to allow me to add or subtract sizes of the variety of different polygons I can work with. Okay, let me do that one more time so you can see that in action. Click and drag, and then watch this. Up arrow is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, down, 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 all the way back to 3. So as I'm clicking and dragging, I'm just tapping on the keyboard. You see that? Just tapping on my arrow keys. Okay, so that's great. Love that. And here we are. Okay, so nice little set of features there for us to work with in a really cool way as you're clicking and dragging on this. All right, now, if you do have the polygon tool and you don't like to use that, you could then just simply click and it's going to ask you, hey, how many sides do you want? And I could say, okay, you know what? I want 8 sides, 9 sides. Okay, I click OK, and then it just draws it out for me. So you have all those options, however you want to do it. I like the first way because I think it's pretty slick and I can see it on the fly, but again, up to you. Now, you'll also see here that if I wanted to change the color, like I don't want all of them to be the same color, so if I want to change my triangle to be a different color, I can then go back to here and then choose a different color, different hue, different shading. Okay, that's great. And you'll also notice that I could choose from here as well. Notice this one takes me to what's called my swatches, which we're going to get to in a little bit, but these are all basically just like saved colors. All right, I click on, let's say that one. Great, fantastic. And also you'll notice one more option here is in my appearance panel, which you should all have up right now. And you'll see it's another way of getting to your swatches panel. Just make that orange. You can see how easy that is. All right, now the last thing we're going to talk about in our shapes is this beautiful star menu. All right, so this time I'm going to access the star menu from here, so you can see what that does. And guess what? I can click and drag on the star, and while I'm doing that, I'm going to hit plus, plus, plus. How cool is that? To then have the first bit of my Lisa Simpson haircut. All right, that's awesome, fantastic. Of course, I can rotate this, resize it, and do whatever I want to do with that. Okay. Now the star is slightly interesting because I might not want my star to look exactly like this. I know how many sides I want, but there's something called the radius that I can play around with. So when I choose this, and then I do my alternative by just simply clicking, you're going to notice that I now have a bunch of different options here for my different radii. Okay, so I have my 9 points, but let's just go ahead and just make this go maybe about 10 inches. All right, I'm going to click OK. And now, whoa, look what that did. Okay, that's my radius going outward just like that. Let's do another one. All right, let's bring that back down to 3. And then this one, let's make that 5 inches. Okay, and you can see, oh, okay. And that's the radii going in from the center. Okay, so we're going to learn how we can customize each individual point if you want to, right? If you want to kind of really customize this. But I just want you to see how you can really kind of go crazy with the different stars, right? So you don't just keep the ones that they give you. You can, again, play around with the different radii and explore what's going to be best for you. All right, and let me just bring this over to here so it's not sharing the artboard with the other one. Let's just show you one more because this might be coming up with just a line. And line's pretty simple. Let me just go ahead and just hold in the shift key. That gives me a perfectly straight line. And I can change the color of that, which is a stroke. And I can also change the width and do all that stuff. So now that we understand also a little bit how the line works, how you can actually use this, because this is essentially as a stroke, you should understand that these all have strokes on them too. You can barely see them. You can't really see the color, but each of them has strokes on them. And later on, we're going to get into much more detail on it, but I want you to notice, in case you missed it, that there are some strokes here. So if you go over here in the upper left, you'll see here's the option to change your stroke. You'll also notice over here on the far right in my appearance and properties panel, you'll see here it is to be able to change the width of our strokes. So let's just do that again for my circle, and I'll do it this time. I'll bring this up, up, up. And this time I'm going to change the color of my stroke to something very different. Let's make that yellow and click OK, and pretty cool. Now I'm able to see, oh, okay, cool. I can manipulate shapes in a variety of different ways. I can draw my shapes, I can choose my fill color, I can choose my stroke, then I can manipulate it afterwards, and then I can manipulate the stroke width and the stroke color. All right, so we learned about how to draw a number of different shapes. Now, why is this important for when you're working in Illustrator? For many people, working with shapes is the building block for just basically creating your characters, right? It could be an icon. It could be so many different things, like looking at our avocado. Like this started off as a circle, and our pit started off as a circle. And you see we just kind of built around that. And notice how there is this label as a square. This bottle started off as a certain way, and we're going to learn how we can do some of these things, even make rounded corners and do all kinds of other things in just a little bit. So these are the basics of our shapes. Pause the video, practice up, and we'll see you in the next lesson. So as we've seen so far, shapes are definitely a necessary part of your design, of any kind of project you're working on, documents big or small, just for a variety of different reasons, just to maybe frame things, for visual interest, for decoration, whatever it is. Okay. Now, drawing out your shapes, there is more nuance than just simply clicking and dragging. And Illustrator gives you a lot of pretty neat shortcuts to be able to accomplish a variety of different goals. And they're a little bit hidden, as are a lot of the shapes that we have access to. So we can see here, of course, we have all of our basic shapes, and we also have some other ones, right, that you may not have noticed before, like our spiral tool, our grid tool, our polar grid tool. So let's now discuss some of these little nuances. So for example, let's say I want to draw out a perfect circle going concentrically from the middle. So I'm going to go over to here to my ellipse tool, and I want to draw this out concentrically from the center of this circle, of this shape. So we're going to add on another modifier, which is the Alt or Option key, while holding down the Shift key. So I'm going to move my mouse right here to the center, and then I'm just going to hold down the Alt, Option key, and then bam, look at that. See how it grows out from the center. I let go, and you can see perfect. Okay, and of course I'd want to fill that in so I can really see it. Okay, lovely, amazing. Okay, we're going to learn how to work with guides and grids and stuff in future lessons to really make that where we start off in a perfect place. But for right now, just understand that's pretty neat. Let me do that one more time, and I'm going to just this time do it with a square. And what am I doing? Again, it's a perfect square because I'm holding on the Shift key, and it grows out from the center because I'm holding on the Alt or Option key. Okay, so I'll do that again. Bam, bam, and let's just see, watch it grow. Amazing. Love that. That is so cool. All right, now let's go ahead and explore some other features. So let's go over here to my star tool. Watch what happens now when I click and drag out from here, and then notice how I'm getting a certain number of spikes. So watch what happens when I hit the up arrow. Whoa, that's so cool. The down arrow, very cool, right? So what are you trying to get? So the arrow key is allowing me to now manipulate how many spikes I'm getting on my star, right? Really, really easy to do, but incredibly valuable for being efficient and also being a little more creative. Okay, so try those little nuances. Okay, so in that same vein, using our keyboard shortcuts, our up, down, and arrows, let's go ahead and just explore some other ones here. Like the spiral tool, relatively basic, right? So watch what happens now as I click and drag. Actually, before I do that, let's make sure that I have some kind of thing to work with. Let's make this a little bit bigger. I'm going to make it so it has no fill right there. Thank you very much. Okay, now if I click and drag now, notice I can just click and drag to get my spiral in such a certain way. But now if I hit the up arrow, see that? I can actually make it much, much more spirally. Okay, and I can make it go further out like that or come in like that. Whatever you're trying to do, pretty neat. And there you go. Okay, and then of course you can play around with brush strokes on this. You can play around with your strokes in general. You can do all kinds of different things we're going to learn about in future lessons. But you'll see how neat that is with some modifiers. Let's try some other ones. Let's go over here to our rectangular grid tool. Really good for organizing your content in a very structured way. But as the name implies, it's going to create sort of like a table, if you will. But how does it create a certain number of rows and columns is really up to us. If I click and drag now, notice what I'm doing here. With my keyboard, I'm going to go up, up, up. And what is that doing? Adding on more rows, taking away rows. Go to the right, adding on more columns. Okay, so wow, pretty cool, pretty quickly and easily. And you can see, very nice. Now I can just structure my content however I please that way. All right, and then let's now just talk about the polar grid. And that is going to be right underneath here. And then this one is a little more kind of detailed, if you will, but still pretty cool nonetheless. Okay, so let me go ahead and draw out my polar grid. And you'll see, as I go up, 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 see that? How it adds on kind of more sort of latitude lines. I go down, 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 just like that. Or look at my little pie segments now. More or less. See that? So what are you trying to create? And now I can kind of make it just very simple to do whatever I like. Okay, so you have all the creativity in the world to be able to do something very, very detailed. Okay, and then of course I can fill this in. Maybe I'm going to add on a stroke, maybe a thicker stroke. And you can see how it sees every single one of these lines and the shape and everything like that as one unit. Okay, so it's pretty extraordinary, like how we can execute something so complex so easily. All right, so you want to practice all these, right? So just know that there's a lot of tips and tricks sort of under the hood by adding on little modifiers like our Alt key or Option key on the Mac, our Shift key. But then also try to put it out there where you're going to then use the up arrow key and the down arrow key just to explore and see what happens. All right, but then the last thing I want you to do, and again, this is going to be just sort of like a cultural thing, if you will, is always remember just to double click on an icon within Illustrator to see what options sort of like live underneath there that may give you more options than you realize and also help you execute a little faster. So for example, if I go ahead and double click on the polar grid here, you'll see, oh, this is giving me a number of different options. If you know exactly how many concentric dividers you want, how many radial dividers you want, you can play around with that here however you want. If you want to fill in the grid, right, yes or no. So you want to play around with all of these because many of these options, including our rectangular grid, and we saw from our star earlier, they all have other options kind of like living underneath there. Okay, so highly, highly encourage you to experiment, have fun, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to discuss the direct selection tool in a little bit more detail and just see what it can do for us in terms of just being able to manipulate our shapes in a little more kind of like nuanced way. Right? We've discussed a little bit about how we comparing our regular selection tool and our direct selection tool. Now let's really see it in action. So we have this nice little beautiful shape here, and I'm just going to simply click on my shape. And you'll notice here, okay, great. These little anchor points now appear. See that? Anchor point, anchor point. There's another anchor point there. Okay, that's great. Now, what do they do for us? I want you to notice that when I click on this little anchor point right here, I'm going to get these little handles that appear here. Click on that one, handles that appear here. Click on this one, no handles. Huh, interesting. How about this one? What about this one way down below? No handles. What is the difference between all these ones that I've just selected? One is a curve and one is not, right? It's just a corner. So Illustrator will treat each of these a little bit differently depending on the type of line or the type of shape that it in fact is. So let's go with something very easy and obvious to work with. Here is a very, very obvious just little corner that I can work with, right? So if I wanted to now manipulate this and just that point right there, if I click on this, I want you to notice how this becomes dark blue, just like that. Do you see that? That is now showing me that that point is now selected. And because I have the direct selection tool chosen, I can now manipulate this, right? So I click and drag, and then wow, look at that. How cool. Let's try this one. I'm just going to marquee over that. Sometimes that's easier. And then bam, I can make this go crazy just like that. Awesome. Fantastic. I love that. So cool. Just kind of treat it like taffy. Now, you'll notice that the one down here right below it is not a corner. So it has a little curve. So therefore, when I click on it, I'm going to get these little handles here. Okay. So again, taking a look at these little handles here, you will see that they're going to give us some power over these individual curves. These handles are known as Bezier handles, and they're going to allow you to control the direction and the magnitude and the degree of the curve as you click on these, right? So if I click and drag on this little guy right here, you'll notice how my curve can go out like that or in like this if you want to. Pretty cool. Come into here, and this time I'm actually going to bring this inward. I'm not just going to click and drag in a circle. I'm just actually going to bring it in so it's a little shorter. So that actually affects how my curve goes, right? So you'll notice that as I'm moving in, my curve then reflects that, right? You see that? How my curve now reflects that. Now it does it on both sides. We're going to explore how we can kind of manipulate that a little bit more. But at this point, it's really about controlling how these guys work as you move them around. So let's just now do another one. Let's come over here to our heart, and let's just see one more where I'm just going to drag this up or drag this back up. Okay, and you'll see also how these lines, how they compare with each other, makes this more symmetrical. Now, these guys also have something in the middle. And when you see the one in the middle, the little path point, it's very similar to how it works when you're working with just a regular corner, is that it's a lot more intuitive where you can just kind of move it up and down. Okay, but it stays with the curve, and then you can also make it more concave or more convex, however you want to do that. You can go to the left, you can go to the right. Okay, you have all that kind of control to manipulate the shape, and because this is a vector shape, guess what? It doesn't get pixelated at all. So I can make this just go totally crazy. Go in this direction and just drag that, Just make sure you have the actual anchor point chosen and just click and drag outwards like that. Great, and now I can just go nuts. All right, so this is a nice basic overview of how we work with the direct selection tool. Now if we come back to our shapes here, maybe something a little bit easier to work with. Let me go over to my star, and let's say I want to manipulate this little point to go up. Very simply, select that. Come over to here, select that. Come over to here. Maybe I want to make this come inward. Come in like that. Okay, that's great. Okay, have this come in again, select it, make sure it is solid blue. And make this go out. And I'm really starting to kind of come together. Maybe this is going to go in like this. So you can really just start to customize this however you like. But it's really important that you are selecting your individual anchor point using the direct selection tool to then be able to manipulate it accordingly, however you like. Now we're only now working with what? With our corner points. But let's say, for example, I'm working with this shape right here, and I want to manipulate this to like start making a face. So I click on that. All I got to do now is click and drag this down, and there I am. Okay, so now I've got an alien, right? Or maybe I got a guitar pick, so it's just like, okay, it started off as a circle, and now it's something completely different. Okay, and these shapes are obviously very basic, and the shapes that we're working with here, relatively basic. And we come over here to these, you'll see that sometimes they're going to be a little bit more complex. So if I go back to my direct selection tool, I choose this and you say, okay, wow, there's a lot of anchor points here. So I might want to manipulate these in such a way. And I have the option to, because I have all these little individual anchor points to work with. All right, so as we start moving forward and start drawing things out in a more complex way, we're going to learn about how anchor points really work for us, how we can add anchor points, how we can remove anchor points, etc. Okay, at this point, I really want you to just understand how we can work with the selection tool to be able to manipulate it. Then once we start drawing it out, then you're going to use a combination of shapes, our direct selection tool, and guess what? The pen tool and the pencil tool. All right, so pause the video, practice this, get incredibly comfortable with the direct selection tool because it is something you're going to be using a lot. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how we can work with scaling in maybe a little bit more sort of precise way. All right, so you've probably already seen how I can just select an object and I can scale this, right? So if I just hold down my shift key and click and drag from the corners, great, I can do that. Fantastic, I can do that same thing. And notice how they're all individual layers. I can select them and my bounding box comes up. Wonderful. Now, you do have some other scaling tools that you can work with. So if I right click over here, you're going to see that there is rotate, scale, reflect, etc. We're just going to work with scale for right now. Notice the keyboard shortcut is simply just S. So that's pretty cool. So I'm just right there. So if I just hit V, it takes me back to my move tool. If I hit S, that takes me right to my scaling tool. Now what's nice about this is that I could be anywhere on the screen here, and then watch what happens when I hold down my shift key and just click and drag. I don't actually have to like touch it. I'm just like automatically inside there. Okay, it's great. Actually, I'm not holding down the shift key in this case, right? Because it's automatically set to do that. And bam, there you are. I can go ahead and resize this however I want, not even touching the graphic. Pretty cool. Let's now do this guy here. And this time, so I don't leave the scale tool, I just held down the control key for a split second, or the command key on the Mac, to be able to activate this. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense, right? Because now I'll look at this. I'm back in my scale tool without having to do anything at all. And then I'm going to now just click and drag, and then he is now bigger, he is now smaller. See that? Bam, bam, just like that. Let's do the same thing with this one. Hold down the command or control key to then release selection of this, and then simply click on a new object. And now I can just do my thing, clicking and dragging just like that. Okay, so pretty cool. Now I've created kind of some scale and some vantage points. Okay, some perspective. This guy looks like he's way in the back. All right, very nice. All right, so that's kind of your basics of scaling. I mean, it's really, really kind of easy to work with, right? And then it's an easy one to remember as far as your keyboard shortcuts. Now, you will also see, like we've seen in some of the other tools, including the eyedropper and the magic wand, is that if you double click on this, you're going to get a whole bunch of options here in case you wanted to work with these, right? So if you wanted to actually know your exact amount that you're going to actually like make it bigger, this is 135% bigger than it was before, or maybe your vertical and your horizontal are going to be a bit different, you can do that. If things are not coming in the way that you want to, in terms of your scale and your strokes, you can say, hey, don't scale in this way, or do scale in this way. Because sometimes if you got scales, those are going to get, sometimes if you have strokes, those are going to get too big. But you still want it to be as one. You can say, hey, don't do that. So therefore, you'll be fine. Okay, so therefore, you won't lose that. And then you can always preview it based off of what you have here. Okay, based off of what you've chosen. Now, there's another really cool thing, and we get into this a little bit more in my advanced class, is the ability to copy. So maybe you don't want to make any changes to this particular one, but you want a copy of this. Pretty neat that you can do this. So if I just say uniform, and this time this is going to be, let's just say 80%, and then I say copy, notice what that does. I now have a new one that's separated out from my other guy there. Okay, so pretty cool. So it's not just a basic scaling thing. It gives me the option to, guess what? I can duplicate it and also resize it all the same. Okay, so a lot more nuance than you might realize. So remember, use the scale tool, use your keyboard shortcuts, and then go where you need to go accordingly as far as resizing it, and then double click on it to go a little bit deeper if you like. All right, so pause the video, practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Now, we just talked about the scaling tool. Within this same little family is also the rotate tool. And we've seen how we can rotate very easily just by simply clicking on it. And I can come to my corners here and I can rotate this. No problem. So maybe that's all you like. Okay, that's great. But now let's go ahead and see if we can do it in a slightly different way. I right click on this. Notice here is the rotate tool. Notice also the letter R if I want to activate that. So again, if I just hit R, that will switch over to rotate. And I can be anywhere I want. Right on here. I don't have to touch it, right? I can just be right over here. And then now, look at that, upside down donkey. All right, go that way. All right, great, wonderful, fantastic. Let me go ahead and do the same thing with this little guy here. Hold down the control key to deselect this. At the same time, select this one. Then at the same time, still stay in my rotate tool. And then bam, there I go. All right, so love that. That's pretty cool. But let's say I don't want it to rotate exactly how it's been rotating. Like, because you notice here, it's rotating right from that center sort of fulcrum, right? So I don't necessarily want that. Okay, so I might want to do it a little bit of a different way. So what I'm going to do is hold down the Option or Alt key and just simply click in the corner of where I want it to be. And two things happen. Number one, that little center point of where it's going to rotate around then moves over here. And then it gives me the option to now even rotate it if I want to be able to see what that's going to do. Okay, It's pretty cool. So maybe I want his feet to always remain the same right where they are. I want to do that. All right. And then also notice here I can copy it, right? So then therefore I can have like several of these. In a future lesson in my advanced class, we're going to learn how to build a mandala or a flower or whatever you want it to be. And we're going to learn how we can actually rotate and copy at the same time. So it's pretty neat. So let me cancel this. And you'll notice that my little fulcrum there is still there. And I can still do that manually. I don't need to actually have that dialog box up. And now, bam, there it is. And his feet remain the same. Okay, so again, a lot more than meets the eye when you go into your rotate tool and also your scale tool. And of course, if you double click, same thing as what we just saw earlier, it pops right up. Okay, so that double clicking is kind of unusual within Illustrator that you don't see it in other programs. So you want to just kind of experiment, just say, hey, what would happen if I double clicked here? What would happen if I double click? And then bam, you'll be very surprised pleasantly to see all the options you have there. All right, pause the video, practice that either on this document or anything else that you have available. Okay, see you in the next lesson. In the next few lessons, we're going to learn how to draw this avocado. But now, before we start getting our hands dirty with that, let's have a nice little overview of how we work with layers to help us better organize our content. Now, if you don't have the layers panel up already, go over here to Window and then bring up Layers. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring layers out here so we can all see it together. And this particular document has 1, 2, 3 main layers because I have my 3 little artboards there. All right, we'll talk more about artboards in a little bit, but I want you to see, okay, that's very good. So I have these here. Now, if I click on this little flyout menu here, it's going to open this up to what the content is of that particular layer. Now, this is just known as layer 4. Now, understand how Illustrator works is that when you start creating new things in a particular layer, it just creates new content within that layer. Essentially, like little sub-layers get automatically created. So many people, when they create something, they never actually add on an additional official layer, what Illustrator calls a layer, but new content that gets generated. So for many of you, you may only be looking at things that just have like one layer just like this, and you have a lot of stuff inside of it. Okay, and it's still called layer 1, but there's a lot of content inside of there. Okay, up to you how you want to organize things. I like to be nice and structured with things. I want to name these. I also want to maybe group them potentially, and you want to separate things out that might be type, you know, maybe bitmaps, maybe your logo images, whatever it's going to be, you're going to give it some context and some structure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this by double clicking on it. And I'm just going to say avocado. All right. Very good. Fantastic. And then I have a nice little grouping here. Okay. Everything is grouped together as one. And by the way, grouping is pretty easy. I'll just kind of give you a nice little quick overview of grouping while we're here. Let's say I want to group these together. I'm just going to go ahead and just hold down my shift key, select this. And if you just right click on it, you'll see I can group these together, and then therefore these are now grouped. You can also just simply select 2 items and then just do Command or Control G on your keyboard. Okay, so G for group. All right, so just a little sidebar there. All right, and then they will become grouped in your layers panel as well. All right, now I want you to understand about when you're working with layers, I want you to notice this little area right there. Okay, that's telling me what in fact is selected. You may think that something is selected just by virtue of you clicking on the actual layer itself, but in fact this is not selected. But when I click on this little guy right there, notice this gets selected. See how I have this little circle there? That will actually select the objects on that layer. So watch what happens. Again, I click on the avocado. Is that selected? No. It looks like it is, but when I click on the circle, watch this. See that? All the content gets selected in that layer itself or whatever we have going on there. Notice how that's all selected. Okay, it's all group, so that makes it easier. All right, so just understand that because that can be a little bit confusing for folks. All right, so notice also how they all have different colors associated with them. So if I go over here and I double click on this next to where it says avocado, this is going to give me a whole bunch of layer options. Okay, you'll see how this is a nice pretty color blue. This is also blue, my bounding box, because that is in fact my layering color. So it tells me the bounding box is the same color as this layer. Cool, so I know what I've just selected. All right, and of course you can change these to lots and lots of other colors. All right, of course you can change the name of it as well. Down below, you're going to have a whole bunch of options here that you can now control of, okay, this is the layer I just created. Is this going to be a template layer? Oh my God, look what happens. When I make something a template layer, it actually makes it so the image becomes dimmed, it becomes locked, it is showed, it is previewed, but it's not going to be printed. Oh, let me just unclick that. And then, okay, that's pretty cool because it's going to automatically do a whole bunch of things. When would I make something into a template layer? Let's say I want to trace this, which we're going to do in a little bit. And I want to be able to say, hey, listen, let's make this look exactly like what's underneath here because it's a bitmap image. I got it from someplace else. Maybe you drew it yourself and you want to be able to trace it and then make it vector. You can easily do that by making something a template and then that will dim it to whatever. So it's kind of hiding in the background. Then you have all these other options here in terms of, do you want to show it? Do you want it to be previewed, right, inside of the layer itself? Do you want it to be locked? And when you do print it, do you want it to be printed? Okay, so just know what your options here. I'm going to click OK. I'm going to keep it as it was before. So I want you to notice that within my layers panel, I have the option to actually turn off the visibility. That's essentially the same thing as when you said show, and that's going to make it disappear just because maybe it's getting in the way. I just want it to go away. This is going to, guess what? Lock it. If I wanted to lock it right here from within the layers panel, I can do that. And then when I try to click it, can't do it, can't do it, can't do it. Now, when I unlock it, now absolutely I can do that. All right, so you might want to do that with other things again that are competing with whatever objects you are working with. All right, now you'll also notice that here's another option down below that you may want to create a new layer altogether for yourself, right? So I'm going to create one just called type. So I click on that and now I double click on this. I'm just going to say type. That's great. And then I double click again to change the color because I don't want it to be any of these other colors here. So far I got blue and I got green and I got red. Let's now make one that's just kind of pink. Okay, unclick OK. And now that's going to be pink whenever I select it. Fantastic, that's great. And now whatever I do now, while this layer is selected, is going to end up on this layer. Okay, pretty straightforward, right? That's pretty cool. So if I typed, let's just go to do a quick little type here. All right, I'm going to say yummy. All right, and that's obviously way too small. Okay, there we go. All right, and I'm just using a keyboard shortcut that I'll teach you later on to be able to make that nice and big. But you can see there it is, my little color there. That's come there, and then notice it's going to be right there. Fantastic, it's inside of there. Love that, pretty cool. Starting my layer management, right? Now, sometimes you want to move things around from layer to layer. So, and you're going to want to do that for a number of reasons. Number one is for organization purposes because it just belongs someplace else, right? It's like, okay, you know what? I accidentally drew it inside of the text layer and it needs to be in the avocado layer. Oops, what do I do? Okay, or it actually went into the template layer. I didn't want to do that. It needs to be on its own layer. So it's really easy to get these things out. So let me just show you. Let's say I wanted to bring this type or this yummy inside of avocado. Very simply, I click and drag on this circle and just bring it down below. There you go. And now here it is inside of the avocado. Let's bring that back, select it, bring this back up, and now it's inside of type. Okay, so really nice, really straightforward, super important to do. The other time you might want to do this is when you have a what we call a range, or for our layering, if we don't want things to be above or below something, we would actually work with how things are arranged on here, right? So let's just say, for example, I wanted yummy to be behind this. I could now move this entire layer below, and now you can see it's actually below my avocado. All right, so Definitely important stuff. Not the most glamorous of all things in Illustrator, but it is an absolute must to really understand how layers work, layer management, why we work with layers, etc. All right, so the last thing I'm going to do here is just simply get rid of this layer. I don't need it right now. So guess what? There is my little trash can. I click on that. Are you sure you want to? I'm going to say yes. Great. And it is gone. All right, so practice that. Really get to know your layers. Stay organized with your content. Practice. Pause the video, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Now, this avocado has certain colors associated with it. So before I even start drawing my shapes, I would like to have these colors readily available and saved. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work with my swatches to save my colors. Okay, so if you bring up your swatches panel under Window and then you go over here to swatches, you'll see I have a number of different saved colors preset from Illustrator. Okay, great. But what I want to do is I want to actually save these colors so I can easily access them when I draw it myself. So very simple process. What we're going to do now is simply go over to here to a new tool that we have not worked with yet. It's called the Eyedropper tool. Okay, notice the Eyedropper tool. What does an eyedropper do? It basically just sucks things up. So with that chosen, I'm going to go over here to this little color, and you'll notice that my swatches panel now has that color available for me. And very simply, I'm just going to drag that down here into my swatches, and it's good to go. How cool is that? Now I can also move this other places. We're going to talk about how we can get organized in just a little bit, but let me just start grabbing some other colors as well. So eyedropper, let's grab that guy, and wonderful. Let's go ahead and grab this guy. How easy is that? So let me just drag that down. Very cool. And now let's get this color and then just drag that down. Love that. And let's get this color and drag that down. Wait for my plus sign. And okay, and that should be enough for us, because what we're going to do is we're going to have some of these guys overlap, and you're going to see how the colors are going to come together accordingly. All right, now, like I said, I'd like to organize all of my avocado colors into kind of their own thing. So if you select one, and then you hold down the Shift key, and come over to here, you see where it says New Color Group? Click on that. I'm just going to call this Avo Colors, and now bam, there that is, ready to go. And when I'm ready to draw something out, you'll notice, I'm just going to close this out. Let's just say I'm ready to draw out a shape of sorts. Let's go back to my shape options. Where are you, shape? And you'll see here when I click on the drop down, you can see all my avocado colors are right there, ready to go. All right, so pause the video, use this file, and then save some of your colors that you want to use for your swatches, and then also make a group out of it. We've talked about colors so far, where we have created our colors from the color picker, and we've also saved some swatches where we saved all of our swatches for our individual avocado colors. But now let's go a little bit deeper where we're going to work with global colors, right? So global colors are going to allow us to make kind of a universal change that's going to link up to those colors. Okay, so let's just see what I mean by that. So let's just say, for example, I wanted this color to be, let's just make it up here. I'm just going to come over to here, and that's great. That's wonderful. And now I'm going to bring this into my swatches panel. Let's go there. That's fantastic. But now when I move my mouse over it, you'll see, number one, it doesn't have a name. And number two, it is not what we call a global color. So if I double click on this now, you're going to see here, there's no name for it. Okay. And also the color mode was not accurate. So I'm going to first change the color mode to CMYK before it was an RGB. And I'm also going to call this something what I want to call it, crimson red. And then I'm going to choose global. You're going to see what that means in just a few seconds. So I'm going to click OK. That's great. And now I'm going to go over to here and then choose that. And this time I'm going to hold down the Shift key, choose that one and that one. Great. Love that. Looks very cool. But then
somebody comes along and says, oh, you know what? We're not using that one anymore. We're doing a totally different color. And sorry, you just got to change everything. It's like, man. Well, guess what? Because I have made this into a global color, and you'll notice actually, if you zoom in a little bit, you'll see that little triangle there. As a result of me working with the global color, I'm able to do, guess what? I'm going to change this, and notice this is crimson red. Okay, and then let's go back to my CMYK, still crimson red. And then watch this as I change this to be something completely different. I can click preview to see it. I'll say, oh, that's pretty cool. But I'm going to turn that off again and watch this. Click OK. That is so cool. Because I said global, okay, that allowed it. Okay, it likes to switch back, so just be aware of that. Because usually it's the color space that you start with, right? So I was not inside of RGB. I'm in CMYK now. Okay, so just keep in mind, keep an eye on that. But the key thing here is the fact that I chose global and I create my color. It's going to make it so everything that had this crimson red associated with it will then be changed. All right, now if I come back over to here, and then I'm just going to change this to Army Green. All right, and again, come back over to here. Make sure that's global. Good, wonderful. And let's do that one more time because it's so fun. Let me just change that now to this. Click OK. And just like that, very cool. Keep in mind, there's a lot we can do with our colors. Choosing our colors from the color picker, making them into swatches so we can use them again and again. They're saved. Then we can also group them like we did with our avocado. And then you can name them and then also make them into global colors. So that way they're linked up. When you want to make a change, you can change it on a global level across the board so everything's linked up. All right, so pause the video, practice that, and we'll come back in our next lesson. We're going to learn about how to make patterns. So working with colors can definitely give us a little bit of texture, right? Where we can see just adding on colors and different types of colors is super important. We're going to talk about gradients in a little bit. But working with patterns can be something that can really give you a lot of flavor, especially if you're a clothing designer or any kind of real designer that you want to have something a little bit unique. Now, I'm going to make a pattern based off of something I already have here. Illustrator gives you the ability to make patterns that are custom based off of something that you've already created, and you can blend them all together to be able to do this. So you'll notice here I have all of these little vector images, right, that I can now select. Okay, that's great, fantastic. And I'm going to make a pattern out of these. Okay, so you'll also notice that I can just do this, and that's great. They're all selected. Okay, that's just with my regular selection tool. Now, how do I make this into a pattern? Very simply, we're going to go over here to Object. We're going to come way down to Pattern, and we're going to say Make. I know, strange language, but I do that. And as soon as I click on that, you're going to see it says the new pattern has been added to the swatches panel. Very cool. Any changes while in the pattern editing mode will be applied to the swatch upon exit. Okay, that's great. What does that mean? Oh, that's what they're referring to. That just came out of nowhere. So I click OK. And now, whoa, my screen just goes nuts on me. So first thing I'm going to do before I even explain anything is let me just make a name for this. Okay, so I'm just going to call this flower. That's great. And you'll see essentially what this craziness is showing me is what my pattern is going to look like. So just imagine this big page I had here. This is giving me a nice little preview of it. This is where I started from. This is my original, but I'm able to see, okay, this is what it might look like on this blank document. Okay. You'll also notice that this is the beginning of my pattern. This is where it's going to be saved inside of my swatches panel right there. So that's pretty cool. So I can access that anytime I want. Now, let's just check out some of the options that I have here to be able to play around with what I have here, what I've selected, because maybe I like what I did, but I also want to kind of manipulate it a little bit. So it's maybe just not as, linear, I want it to be a little more random, a little more dynamic. So when I click on this area here for tile type, you can see here, you can now manipulate them so they're going to be a slightly different layout and structure. So keep your eye on some of the shapes when I do this. You'll see, oh, okay, things just kind of shifted around a little bit, didn't they? Let's try a different one. Okay, oh, okay, interesting. So as you're doing that, things are just kind of getting offset more or less kind of from the center, all right? Now, we can take a look at some of these options here. You'll notice here I can now make this, let's just say 2 inches, okay? And then notice how the width is getting a little bit wider, some of these. Let's just make this 1.5, okay? And you'll notice, okay, they're kind of a little bit further away from each other. Let's actually go a little even smaller. Do that, oh, that's interesting. A little bit of a different shape, right? So you'll see here how it's now becoming from landscape to portrait. So really depending on what you want. So let me just do again 3, and then let's do 2, and then let me say size tile to art, and then, oh, okay, you know what? Maybe I want to bring that back to where it was, okay? Now I'm going to uncheck that and see what other options I can do to give me a little more control on this. So let me just make this again a little bit wider. I'm going to say 2.2. And you say, okay, that makes it kind of go that way. But now I could now move this over here if I want to. And just notice how everything kind of shifts. I can actually manipulate the individual parts if I want to. See that? That goes over there. And then if I want to, I could then say size tile to art, and then it expands out that much more, okay? Then you also have here your H spacing, your horizontal spacing, and your vertical spacing. Let's see what that does. Let's just bring this up like 1/2 inch. You can see, okay, great. That's my H spacing. It's making things a little bit wider, making things kind of split apart a bit. Let's make this my B spacing also. Same thing. All right, maybe you want to have a little less crowded. You can absolutely do that as you apply your pattern. All right, so let me come back to this, bring that in here, and let's just maybe overlap these a little bit, see what that does. Let's bring this back to 0 and 0. And then, okay, now you can see, all right, kind of interesting. Play around with things however you like. Now, this last part is going to be about your overlapping, right? So you can see how these guys overlap with each other a little bit. If you don't want this to overlap with that, you can actually change that a little bit by kind of making different ones overlap, whatever's going to be in front or back, right, depending on where the layering is, right, in your patterns already. Okay, so you'll watch how kind of some of these will then go above or below. So just kind of move this around and just watch how everything changes. And it's going to give me the opportunity to then play around with however I want, how everything's going to go accordingly. I can even make this bigger. And watch again how everything changes. And of course, if I wanted to, I can even change the color of this if I like. All right, so now I'm going to close this out. Go over here. I'm going to say done. I'm going to go over here in the far, far, far upper left. I'm going to say done. And now, what's happened now? Not a whole lot, except for the fact I now have a new pattern. Right, if you move your mouse over it, but you're going to see here, it's going to be right over here. If you move your mouse over it, it should tell you this is my flower. Okay, so now when I click on this, I'm going to click on flower, and now, amazing. Now I have this great pattern that I created that I could easily also recreate in a very different way. Okay, but you can see how amazing that is, right? How cool that I just created this, and now it's applying it across the board here. Now, how do I manipulate this? It's very simply, just come back over here, double click it. Oh my God, and I'm right back to where I was, and then I can very easily now, okay, let's just try something else again. All right, cool, and that changes. Click done, and now everything that was on there before has now shifted as a result, okay, because it's all linked up to this. Okay, so you'll want to choose your own patterns, whatever you got creating on there, and just go to town and just see what you can do. But making the pattern is quite simple. Manipulating it, it's really kind of a trial and error thing. And then bring it in. If you don't like it, you can always change it after the fact. Okay, so pause the video, practice that, and then find the files inside of our courseware, and we'll see you in the next video. I'd like to explain something very briefly called the expand option that you're going to see in Illustrator quite a bit. Right now, what we're looking at here is just a very simple stroke. Now, this stroke happens to have a 200-point stroke on here. Like, what? Oh my God, I can see that. There's that line. We've done something like this before. And you'll say, okay, that's great. And I can make this smaller. I can make it bigger. And you can see it just makes it bigger or smaller. Let's bring this down to just like 18. Okay, great. I'm going to undo that, bring it back to where I was. Great. So you can see no tricks up our sleeve. This is just a very simple stroke. But now what if I want to do some things to this? Like I wanted to actually like fill this and actually put another stroke around this and do all kinds of different things. Maybe I want to put a gradient inside of this. I can't really do that when it's a stroke. I don't really have the kind of flexibility and functionality as much as I would if this were a shape. Okay, so I want to convert this to a shape, and that's essentially what expanding the appearance is going to allow us to do. So how do we do that? When I click on Object, way up on top here, you're going to see there's this option to expand. So essentially, what it's going to do is going to convert this, which is now a stroke, into a fill. So I click OK, and now very simply, you'll notice I get all of these little anchor points here because this is now one big shape, no longer a stroke. Okay, then I'm going to have the ability to actually put a stroke around this and do all kinds of wonderful things. That's going to give me, a little more creativity and a little more functionality, a little more options to work with. Okay, because now it's a shape. So many times things are starting off as one type of object using one type of element, but you want to expand it out so that it becomes a shape to give you a lot more functionality. All right, so we're going to use this exact same shape to discuss gradients. So if you haven't gotten to do this yet, pause the video, take this shape that we have here inside of our gradient strokes image, and then make it into, expand it into a shape, and then we'll come back and do gradients. Now, as promised, we are going to discuss gradients. This is going to be the first of two discussions on gradients. Now, what is a gradient? Gradient is just one color that blends into another color, and then it puts a whole bunch of colors in between. Okay, so you can see over here in the far upper right of my window here, if you zoom in, you're going to see I've got a few different kind of default gradients that I can apply from my swatches panel. We're not going to do that because I want to be able to create it from scratch and show you how that works. So you will see over here in the lower left of my tools panel, let's go way over here, you're going to see there's this option to apply a gradient. You'll see to the left of that is just my apply color, here's apply gradient, and here is apply no color at all. So let's choose the shape that we just created, and I'm going to simply just click on this gradient. And you'll see just like that, a few things happen. It now applies its default gradient, which is just essentially black to white, which essentially just fills it in black to gray to white. That's what a gradient is. Okay. Another thing that happens is my gradient panel now automatically opens up, which is pretty cool. I kind of like that. Now, if you don't see the gradient panel for whatever reason, if it doesn't show up, you can always go to Window and choose Gradient, and then bam, that pops right up. Fantastic. Now, let's see what we can do to get the gradient that we want. So you'll see that there are a few different types of gradients we can work with. There is the linear gradient, there is the radial gradient, and there's also the freeform gradient, which we're going to do in another lesson. Now you can see if I click on the drop down, they've got some preset gradients for me that I can work with. I can simply click on that. Oh, that's pretty neat. Go to there. All right, that's pretty cool. Great. So, if you're working on something like that, where you're just like, hey, I want to have a gradient that's going to be like a nice blue sky or an ocean, something like that, you can see the settings are already there for you. I'm going to go back to my white and black. And you'll also see that down below, I can now change the angle of my gradient to say that. You'll see how that changes. Let's go to 180, see how that changes. Okay, pretty neat. And then you'll also see how I can change these two options here, which are my different colors. So if I want to change the colors of this, if I double click now, you're going to see this little window pops up. And because this is just white, I don't get a whole lot of options here except for black and white. So what I have to do is click on my little flyout menu here, and then I'm going to go to CMYK. Then all my colors now appear. And I'm going to make this, let's just go over here to red. That's great. And then I'm going to go over to here, again, double click, and then let's make that go to green. All right. And you can see I'm going from red to red to red to red to less red to more green. Okay, great. Or if I want to choose my color exactly, maybe I want to do like bright red to dark red. Okay, kind of interesting. But I'm going to play around with this a little bit more by using this little diamond here to say, hey, listen, I want a little more of this kind of like darker red, or maybe you want a little bit of that. Okay, so you have a little bit of texture, so you can see what the gradient is doing for me. Let's now apply a slightly different kind of gradient, which is going to be a radial gradient. I choose that, and then I'm going to go ahead and just maybe have some different colors here. So I'm going to come over to here, and I'm going to choose, let's just say a lighter blue here, and then I'm going to choose a darker blue. So let's go to here, and we'll see, oh, that's kind of interesting. So now I'm starting to see what the difference is. What is the difference? Linear gradient, it just does like a line, right? Very simple line, and depending on the angle you choose, that is going to make it go where it goes, right? So it's going to go 45 degrees, the line's going to be 45 degrees. A radial gradient is just a rounded thing. You can see how it's starting from the middle and it's going outward just like that, okay? Now, let's say I kind of like this, but it's not exactly what I want, all right? I want to have more control over my gradient. How can I do that? There is this really awesome tool called the gradient tool. Just like that, it looks like a little black to white gradient. So what I'm going to do now is now manipulate this simply by clicking on the gradient tool. And guess what? All I need to do is just start clicking and dragging where I want it to begin and end. See that? I'm going to start over here this time. And I have a little more subtle thing here. Maybe I'm going to go over to here. Okay, or maybe I'm going to start in the middle here. And then kind of just have like a little blast off thing. All right, that's kind of interesting, right? Let me try that now with my linear gradient. And you'll see I can do the same exact thing. Let's just have it go from here to here. Oh, I kind of like that. Maybe I'll just do it from here to there. Okay, interesting. But again, I'm still not satisfied because what I'm trying to do maybe is have something a little bit more kind of complex. So I can actually add on more gradient colors to this if I want to. So I can literally just click anywhere on here to add on what we call gradient stops, if you like. So I'm just going to click, click, click. Okay, that's great. And let's just play around, see what we can do, adding on some more things here. So let's go from a very, very light blue, just bring that down to maybe a little bit less light. All right, so just kind of inch that down. Okay, and then maybe just for fun, I'll just kind of throw in a little bit of a hue, see what that does. Okay, and now let's go a little bit more of that. Okay, interesting. Kind of liking this. All right, and now kind of like that. All right, let's just see what that does now. After I experiment with my gradient tool, let's go from top all the way to the bottom. And now you can see I've created this cool little sky. I like that. And now it's kind of coming right into like the ocean, for example. If I go the opposite direction, notice what that does, right? Very different. Maybe if I stop right here, I'm still going to get a little bit of that dark blue. And you can see they're good enough to show me, let me just back out a little bit. They're good enough to show me what these individual colors are, right, that I'm working with here. So if you wanted to change those, you can simply click on them and then notice there we are, and then you can change that to something completely different. Okay, so there's really, really a lot you can do with this. Okay, but with gradients, you can be super creative. Of course, you don't want to go over the top, but gradients, a lot of times they have a purpose. You can be like illustrating with it, but many times you might have a gradient that's going to be just sort of like a background for something. You might just want to have like just a gradient as a shape. Let me just find my shapes. So let's just do something like this. And I'm just going to put it as a nice little background. So I'll be able to see it underneath my avocado base here. Okay, let me just bring that down into this layer. And let me go ahead and just unlock these, unlock that, and then bring that all the way down so I can see it inside of here. Let's bring that way down below. Great. Now that looks pretty cool, but let's just have a little bit of texture here so I can just make this shape here into a nice little gradient. So making sure nothing is selected, of course, except for my backdrop there, and just making sure that only this is selected. Very good, very important. And I click on that. And all right, on my way, but not exactly what I want. So I go over to here to my radial gradient, and you can see how it's now starting to kind of form a little bit of a sort of a halo around it to kind of really draw the eyes of my user right into it. So I can choose different colors if I want to. And I'm going to go over to here to my CMYK. And then maybe I have these saved someplace, but let's just do a little bit of dark green. And then over here, I'll make this a little bit more on the whiter side. All right, and guess what I can do next is I can reverse it. So I'm going to reverse it just by going over to here. And now, oh, okay, kind of like that. Again, that's a nice little halo effect. And maybe I want a little bit more of that halo. I can do that. So I click on this and go to my gradient tool and then just give a little bit more light or a little less light. Just playing around however you like. Okay, and then making sure when you make your selection that only the object you like is selected. So therefore I don't accidentally get everything else here. So I can now just manipulate this just a tiny bit. You can see that, pretty cool. It's just like shining a little bit of light on that. So just think about if you had a model, if you had a logo, if you had, you know, a product that you're selling, that working with a gradient that's a radial can actually just draw some attention to that object, you know, but very subtle. It's like a little halo. Okay, so practice that a little bit. And when we come back, we're going to work with a freeform gradient. So far we've talked about two different types of gradients, both our linear gradient and also our radial gradient. Okay, so the linear is just going to go in a straight line, but all kinds of different angles if you want. And the radial gradient is going to be rounded, right? So you can see how we can go from the center and outward, and also you can reverse it. And again, you can play around with it using the actual gradient tool to just manipulate the direction and the magnitude of where it's going to go. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the amazing freeform gradient. And that's going to give you all kinds of different control over where you want your gradient to be and to the certain extent of where you want it to be. All right, now I'm looking at this ocean where there's a map there, and I want to be able to manipulate this so it's going to really look like a map would look, where there's going to be kind of maybe darker waters around here, lighter waters out here, whatever it is. So let's see how I do that. Making sure that my gradients panel is up. Go over here to window, go over here to gradient, bring that up, fantastic. And remember earlier we talked about these first two, and I promise you we talk about this third one, which is the freeform gradient. So as soon as I click on that, you'll see everything on this background now turns into something that I didn't really ask for, okay? Let's not worry about that because we're gonna be able to change that, no problem. So I'm gonna now just start clicking on all these different places of where I think I want the different kind of colors to be. Don't worry about getting it perfect for right now. Okay, great. Now you'll notice also, if I decide I don't want these anymore, I could just go ahead and select them and then hit delete. You got some extra ones there, just hit delete and they're gone. You can also move these around, move this one closer, okay, and you'll notice as I'm doing that, the color also changes of whatever that gradient is. Now, these are not my favorite colors. This is not what the ocean looks like. Let's hope not. The ocean doesn't look like where you live. So what I'm going to do is now actually change this to what I want. So if you double click on this now, you're going to see it's going to take me to my color picker essentially. So I can now choose this color. Ooh, I love that. That is fantastic. Okay, great. And you'll notice what it does. You'll see that I go from this kind of whatever blue outwards out like that. So you can say, oh, okay, pretty neat. So let's go ahead and double click on that again. Say, all right, very cool. I can change that if I like. So let's go ahead and do one more time. Let's now choose that same-ish kind of color, but let's maybe come in a little bit closer to here, and we'll see what that does. And you'll see as these kind of move around, they're kind of blending in with each other. So the gradient goes from one color and it pays attention to the other colors near it. So let's just watch this. Okay, all right, nice. I can see what you're doing there. Okay, let's go back to this one. And let's try some more. Maybe do it a slightly different way, just to really kind of get the feel for like what the tool does. And then maybe I'll move this one a little bit closer, and this one's going to be darker than the rest of them. Because maybe when it's by land, it's going to be different. Okay. Wow, that is really cool. Adding on some pretty cool texture. So let's go over to here, and this might be a little bit lighter, but I still want it to be blue. And I want it to blend in with whatever's next to it. Again, free form. So I'll just finish this off. Let's come over to here, and then simply double click on it. And just find the color you like, just picking and choosing whatever's going to work for you. Don't worry about it if it's not perfect. All right, and let's do a little bit more, simply double click. All right, now sometimes you might want these to kind of be spread out a little more sort of diffuse. So if you'll notice here on the outside of this is the option for me to now spread this out or bring it in. See how it changes? So you can see how it becomes a little bit more kind of spread out. So let me bring this over here. We'll see what that does. Bring that over there, see what that does. Maybe come out, we'll go in. Let's do some more. Notice how they're all talking to each other. And let's do one more. And then guess what? I can also choose it from my swatches if I have a save swatch. All right, and this one probably doesn't belong. It's kind of manipulating things a little bit. Get rid of that one. All right, and look at what we did. Look at where we started compared to where we are right now. Really gives you all kinds of control. And this could really be on anything. This is just a map that we've chosen here, but this could be just like, you know, an animal. It could be a flag. It could be just a logo, whatever kind of creativity you want to do, right? So, I mean, just really start to think about this. You know, this is just a lot of the similar colors, but you can just go as crazy as you want with like lots and lots of other colors and just see how they blend in together when you kind of move them closer to each other and what kind of things can be created. So I'm going to go ahead and undo that, bring it back to where we just created that, and you're good to go. So gradients are an incredible tool. You'll see them in pretty much everything. And maybe it's you're just making a logo, maybe you're just making an icon for an app or something like that. You'll see gradients everywhere, from the more simple to the more complex. All right, so experiment, play around, have fun, and we'll see you in the next video. Now, a key part of working with Illustrator and being very organized is understanding artboards. Now, I've alluded to artboards when I gave my initial overview and tour of the program. Now we're going to get a little bit deeper into artboards. Now, why do we create artboards? Could be for a number of different reasons. Maybe you're going to mock up a number of different versions, different prototypes for your projects. Could be that you're printing multiple pages. You know, you just want to stay organized in a particular way. Now, for me, I have 3 artboards here, and you'll see that I have this avocado, I've got this little bottle here, and I also have this little pepper here. These are 3 individual artboards, right? To the naked eye, they look like just 3 pages, right? And that's kind of essentially what they are. Now, how do I know that I'm even working with artboards? How can you even tell that these are artboards? Number one, you'll see that way down lower left, you'll see way down there, you're going to see right now that says 1. When I click on that, you can see 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. There are these individual artboards that I can very easily go to. right? So just like going from one page to the other. Let me zoom out a little bit so we can see all three of them. Okay, now another thing you might want to do is actually bring up the Artboards panel. That's not open for you right now. So go over to Window, we'll open up to Artboards, and we're going to see, oh, very good. Now I can actually see each of these. I can go directly to them. I can rename them, right? So all that stuff there. Great, great. Let's don't do that. Show you that in just a second. Okay, click on that, click on that. And if you were really zoomed in, this could be a really good way to just navigate from one to the other. Okay, see, great. So just going right in there. So it's kind of a good one to have. You'll also notice in the Artboard panel, I have the option to create a new artboard if I want to, and also to delete an artboard if I want to. All right, so let's just again zoom back out. The next thing I want to show you is the Artboard tool, the Artboard tool. So if you look over here in our tools, you'll see that there is this little guy right here. It's supposed to look like an artboard. When you click on that, you'll see all of your artboards that are currently labeled now show up with little bounding boxes here. And this is actually really critical because a lot of times people get kind of confused and they're like, well, I have the Artboards panel up, but how do I understand where my artboards are? How do I deal with them? How do I move them around? How do I rename them? How can I now manipulate this? And how can I really understand it? And that is making sure the Artboards tool is then selected. All right, now I may want to now manipulate these to kind of change the order of things a little bit. So notice my Artboard tool is selected, and I might want to have this down here. That's a better structure for me. Great. And now this is going to go over to here. Okay, good. Oh, I like that much better because this is just the way I want to show it. And now let me go ahead and create a new artboard, come over to here. And now I want to move that down here. Wonderful. That's great. Now, of course, I'm going to change the name of this, but I want you to notice that as a result of me now being in the Artboard tool, I can now do a number of different things to the artboard, right? You'll see that I can manipulate the size of it. So this little transform bounding box now appears, and I can actually just cinch that in because maybe I don't really need it to be so big at all. All right, just printing out more than it needs to. So I can just manipulate it however I like. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that, but just know how easy that is. And again, very important because I'm working with the Artboard tool to be able to do that. Now I have this Artboard 189. I'm just going to very simply change that to some nachos. Simply double click on that. And then that's ultimately going to be nachos. Very cool. It's really very, very simple. Then I would start putting my content inside of that artboard, and then therefore it's going to stay in there. And then when I print it out, you're going to see everything will be part of that page, if you will. Okay, now if you want to get a little more advanced with your artboards, you can see that there's this little icon here to the far right. If you just double click on those, they're going to give you some good options. One way to rename it, you can go through here, change the width and the height, very similar to what I just showed you earlier, and then also your orientation. And then do you want to show some of these things here? Do you care about showing the center mark, the crosshair, all that stuff here? You can definitely do that if you like. Just turn these things on if you want to. Click OK. And you can see, all right, good. Maybe that's a little more organized of how you want to work. Okay, and when I'm ready to export, I can go over here to File, Export, and you're going to see there's this option way up on top here for Artboards. So maybe when I'm ready to export, I don't want to export all of these, right? So I can just uncheck this and uncheck this, and I'm only ready to export just this artboard if I want to. Great, and it's going to export it to a particular folder, whatever I want to do. Great, and I'm good to go. So they do really give you that option to be able to do that, giving you that control over what I want to save and what I don't want to save. Okay, so kind of valuable to just know how we can really master all of our organization, understanding the value of artboards to be able to, again, really structure your content where you want it, in addition to everything we've done with layers, but you might want to put individual pieces of art in one artboard because maybe it's going to be a different size, different page size, you know, what have you. It's going to have kind of different properties altogether. Maybe you're experimenting with different prototype, different comps. you might want to play around with it accordingly. All right, so having all those different artboards can help you with that. Okay, so remember, it can be a little bit confusing because you have to actually access your artboard tool to see all these here, as well as seeing your artboard panel to be able to access them individually. And if you want to go a little extra, you can just click on this area here. And if you want to get rid of artboards altogether, you can just go ahead and click on that. And also you can move them around however you like. While it's selected, just bring that over and great. And I can move this over here. Okay, so go ahead and pause the video, practice that, have fun with it, and hopefully you see the value in this for all your projects. And we'll see you in the next lesson. Now, there might be times that you'd like to just export or save one particular image that's living within your file. So for example, if I wanted to just have this little pepper here, I can then export that as its own individual file, PNG or whatever that file format is. So if I simply just right click on there, you're going to notice there's this option to export selection. When I choose that, you'll see this nice little dialog box pops up, and similar to what we've seen before when we looked at our artboards, what do you want to export? I'm just going to click on assets, and then notice what I just right clicked on there is right there. Fantastic, that's great. It's going to ask me where do I want to save it to. Fantastic, wonderful. Super happy with that. And it's also going to ask me what type of file type do I want to save this as. So notice I can do PNG, I can do SVG, I can do PDF, right? I can do JPEG, all kinds of different things. And also notice with JPEG, you can ratchet it down in terms of your compression levels. Now, just in terms of what these things mean, PNG is good for transparency. And if you have a JPEG around it, it means that that transparency is going to be gone, meaning that this outside is going to be saved as white. Okay, and then SVG is a scalable vector graphic. Okay, very important stuff to be able to make your image come in nice and smooth, especially if you're going to put it onto the web and you think people are going to look at it in mobile devices. So it does work well on the web. Okay, it might be a little bit bigger, it might be a little bit harder to work with. So just understand before you do that, just make sure you get how to work with it. Okay, and then PDFs are just PDFs. So however you want to do that, totally up to you. All right, so I could just click on export and it's going to save it to that particular folder, right? I save that there and then bam, I'm good to go. Now, let's now see how we can do it in maybe a different way to go a little more complex. So with this selected, I'm going to go over here to Window, and this time I'm going to choose Asset Exports, and you'll see that there is now a new tab called Asset Export. And then I could simply use the same one if I want to. All right, so just going to be right there. Okay, that's great. And the other thing I could do is, guess what? I can add on to this. So if I want us to start collecting things, I can now collect this and add it onto here as well. All right, now I want you to notice that in the lower right over here, I have a few different options. This is just, hey, generate a single asset from the selection. That's great. But you also may want to generate multiple assets from the selection. So I have this here, and I'm just going to click on that. And now, oh, look at that. Now my avocado comes in, and now I have both of these. So maybe I just want to have these individual ones. Maybe they're on the same artboard, and I just want to be able to collect them all, be good to go, and then ultimately save it, export it as whatever kind of file type you want. Okay, so lots of options for you to work with. Pause the video, practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to create this avocado, and we're going to be using some basic shapes. We're going to be using some of our swatches we created, but more importantly, we're going to learn a new tool called the Shape Builder tool to be able to create all of these really kind of like perfect little edge kind of shadows around all of this. Okay, now if you look inside of my current layer, you'll notice here I have all of these like little individual layers that are basically kind of creating that illusion of depth within all of this, right? So all of these are their own individual shapes. You can see them just double clicking in there to get into them, right? Because they're all kind of grouped. So you can see here, I'm going to create that. Now let's see how we create that. First thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this. So if I create a new layer down here, and I'm going to duplicate this entire layer by holding down the Alt or Option key and simply clicking up and putting that in there. That's great. I now have a duplicate of this layer, and I'm just going to call this Avo Trace. making sure this is selected, go to my move tool, and then I'm just going to bump that over with my arrow keys, also holding down the shift key. And now that's there for me to actually trace. Okay, that's great. Now I'm keeping 2 on here because I don't really want to mess up this first one that I did. Okay, so I'm going to keep that there, but this is going to be designed to be traced. So what I'm going to do now is just lock this and also lock this so I don't mess with it at all. All right, so very cool. Now I'm going to create another layer, and this is going to be Avo New. Okay, so just imagine this is something that, it's just a bitmap that you got someplace, but you want to make it into, guess what? You want to make it into a vector image. So how do we do it? All right, so you're going to learn not only about that shape builder tool, but you're also going to learn maybe some techniques that you may not have thought about how to actually create shapes in kind of a nice way. Now, before we start building, let me just go ahead and choose my color. I'm only going to use 3 of the colors for now, not including the pit. And let me just simply draw out a circle to start off this little back part here. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of eyeball it for right now, holding down my shift key and my alt or option key on the Mac, and try to get it as kind of center to that bottom part as possible. And do your best. Okay, not bad. Let me just undo that. Alt, shift, and maybe try again. All right, that's pretty good. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. And happy with that. But now I need to move this part up here so it looks a little more avocado-y. So again, I go over here to my direct selection tool. I'm going to select this guy, making sure that this is isolated. Again, using my arrow keys with my shift key, it's going to go farther faster, goes about 10 pixels. And we're doing pretty good right till you get to the tip. Not bad at all. Now these guys need to go up as well. So what I can do is I can click on each of these collectively, right? Holding down my shift key. And again, with my move tool selected, just go ahead and bump that up. Okay, and then I'm just going to make this guy go out a little bit. Now you see that, it's coming together. And then this guy, same thing. Just using my arrow keys. Very good. Looking for a little bit of precision if possible. And then finally down here, I can then make this guy go out a little bit wider using my Bezier. Come over to here using my Bezier. Not too bad. Okay, and by the way, to keep it straight as you use your Bezier, also hold down the shift key. All right, now of course I could kind of maybe perfect this a tiny bit more if you're kind of following along there. Okay, not bad. Again, holding down my shift key. Nice, that fills it in. Do one more. Again, really kind of understand how the tools work, why they're doing what they're doing. Great. I love that. That is fantastic. It's good to go. So notice where I am, what layer I'm on. So now what I'm going to do in order to set myself up for the next steps with my stencil is I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to clone it by holding down the Alt or Option key and just bring this over here. Okay. And I'm just going to call this guy here my stencil. All right. So I don't get it confused with the other ones. And it doesn't even really matter what color it is. You can change the color because we're really just going to use it to act as the stencil. Now let's come back to here and then we can just call this like base or something like that, so we kind of know what it is. Good idea just to always work with your layer management and name things. So this is now set up, ready to go. And now I need to make this little inner part here. Okay, so what do I do? How do I do that? Super simple. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. You can go here to edit and copy. Great. And now next thing I do is just say edit, and I'm going to say paste in front. And now there's this here again as base. I'm not sure if I want that. So I'm just going to say second level. Okay, so that's very clear what that is. Now let's choose a color for this. And I'll just choose there. That's great. And now I'm going to bring this in concentrically. So when I do that, it's going to kind of fit the perfect shape of where it started from. So earlier we did Shift and Alt to work concentrically. We're going to do the same thing. Watch this. Click and drag in, and nice. We're on our way. All right. So that's all you do. Okay, notice how it came in from the corners and the center stayed in place. All right, if you want to go a little bit more outward, you can absolutely do that. Play around with whatever you need to do. Okay, so that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Now, let's do our first little kind of sliver here. And we're not going to do the entire thing. I just want you to learn the tool so you can see how this works. We'll do one little level on the back part of the avocado, and then we'll do this little pit, and then you can practice as well. I'm going to give you another thing that you can practice on. I'm going to give you another tool that you can try to create based off of another exercise, and I'm going to provide for you, okay? Because the best way for us to learn this is to practice, okay? All these exercise files. So now let's now say I want to have another one that's just like this, right? Whatever, that's going to be another one, just like that on top of that. So I'm going to copy this, and again, going to paste in front, and now there's another one right here. And why did I do that? I did that so I can then sliver right through that particular one. All right, so okay, kind of hear you what you're talking about, but let's see what's going to happen now. I'm going to introduce you to this little guy right here. This is my, move your mouse over, it'll tell you, your shape builder tool. It's incredible. It allows you to kind of use little stencils to either combine things or also take things away. I'm going to again use this as a little stencil, say, hey, listen, I don't want all this part here, right? Because I want to kind of just, kind of move away from that part. So with this now selected, I'm just going to move this to kind of like create the shape of the element that essentially I'm going to sort of, keep, and also what I'm going to remove. So they're kind of covering each other here. All right, and let's do that. It's great. And both of these now need to be selected. So I'm going to hold down the Shift key, select this guy, and now go over here to my Shape Builder tool, and you'll notice I have a little plus sign here next to it, and I move my mouse over it, things get kind of like gray and all that. I actually want to remove it. I don't want to add to it. So I hold down the Alt key. Notice I get the minus sign, click, and then click, and now I have that little thing there. But what I need to do with that is change the color of that, so then it becomes reflective of what I am now trying to do. Okay, so let's click away so we can really see that. Nice. That is pretty cool. Now think about when you might want to do this. Think about shadows, right, of like on a person, on a vehicle, on a product, right, on just anything. Anytime you want to add on a little dimensionality, but you also want to conform it perfectly to something that already exists, notice how nicely that just goes around that. We're going to do something similar with this avocado pit. Okay, so this time, let's do that one more time, see how that's going to go. And I'm going to choose this. I'm going to choose my color this time, which is this brown guy that I created. All right, and then I will just now draw it out, and I'm just going to do the same thing with my little circle, and then just make it kind of overlap a little bit. And now let's just come to here with my direct selection tool. You can always hit the A key if you like, and just bump that up a little bit. It's not be super perfect here. And just a lot of times I like to count how many I do, so I do it on both sides. So I'm just going to go ahead and just say 1, 2, 1, 2. Great. And then this guy, let's bring that down as well. And that does not need to be perfect, really, because, hey, you know what? This is nature. Nature's not entirely perfect. Okay. So again, this doesn't have to be exactly like this, but I might want to create something like this to be able to kind of just sliver this in. So it's going to be a very similar process for me. Okay. Where I'm going to just copy, paste in place, and I'm going to use this as my little stencil. So let me just get that there, right? So I just clone that guy, and then I clone this again by copying and pasting in front. And again, that new guy is only there so I can then just remove it. All right, that's really the only reason. It seems excessive, but that's essentially what's happening here. So let's now move this right on top of here, and then get whatever kind of like shadowy thing you need. And then I'm going to click on this, so I have both. And now use my shape builder tool, hold down the Alt key, bam, bam, and now there's that sliver that now needs to be made a little bit darker. So I'm going to double click on that, and then let's just bring our brightness down a little bit darker for that element. Click OK, and now, cool, nice. And you see how perfectly that fits in with my pit. Okay, so we're really making some progress here. It's starting to look very cool. It's starting to look like it really has some dimensionality. It's very smooth and everything. Now, you have another exercise that I want you to try to emulate in addition to what we've done here, which is this potted plant set here. Now, there's a lot to work with here, and it's pretty much just basic shapes, and we've now just put other shapes on top of other shapes, and we've just changed the color of them, and we've removed certain parts of it. That's all we've done. Really, it's not as complicated as this may seem. Like some of these shadows here, right? You can see that's just a shadow, but notice how it fits perfectly underneath the pot. Another one here, right? So you can see this fits perfectly inside of here as well. Okay, and then look at these guys. See this? This element right there, that's because of what we've done in terms of to make it fit right on top of it, inside of itself. Okay, and even like the creation of this pot down below was the effect of working with the shape builder tool. All right, I want you to really practice the tools and the fundamentals of what we just did working with our avocado, and then apply it to the potted plant and see if you can create this on your own. Okay, so pause the video, really practice this, because these tools are invaluable. They will help you in almost every capacity. Take a look at vector images all over the place. They're not just basic shapes, but they're also little shadows to create the illusion of dimensionality and depth. Okay, so have fun, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Now, in this exercise, we are going to discuss the pen tool. And I'm going to make this as painless as possible. This is something that really stresses a lot of people out. So let's make it so it's not super stressful for you, and just kind of really make it so it's understandable and kind of logical for you to work with. Now, the pen tool does not necessarily work the way a pen actually does in real life. The pencil tool does, and you'll see that in another exercise. But the pen tool is a little bit more sort of unique in its style. So let's bring up the pen tool first of all, and you'll see there it is. And I can right click on it. You can see, bam, there's the pen tool. So I now have this activated. And we're going to now create some basic shapes using the pen tool. But before I do anything at all, I want to establish, well, what's my fill and what's my stroke? So I'm going to say I don't want any fill at all. So I click on the fill, and then I'm going to choose this guy right here where it says none. I don't want to have a fill because I'm going to keep it nice and simple where I just have a black stroke. So let's just say I want to just do a shape with some corners. It's super, super easy. You simply just click on where the corners are going to go. So click once, go to here, go to here, go to here, go to there, and then wait for my little circle to close out my loop. And bam, I now have a shape that I can now select, and I can move this around and do whatever I want with it. Okay, and I can rotate it. I can come back. I can even add a fill color to this if I like. Okay, great. So now it's as easy as that. Okay, so just about the corners in this case. Now let's discuss how we do something with curves. All right, so with curves, it's a little bit more nuanced, okay? Because earlier, remember how I just clicked? Now, instead of just clicking, I'm going to click and drag. So watch what happens now when I click and drag. And then I come over to here. Watch what happens now. It's like, oh, it kind of gives birth to this nice little curve here. So now I'm going to click and drag again. I'm going to come over to here, click and drag again. Notice I'm going straight down, and then click and drag again, and then come meet it, finish it, click and drag again. Okay, and you'll notice because I am working with curves, it gives birth to all those little Bezier handles that we've talked about before. Okay, so it's a pretty relatively simple thing once you sort of like master it. I mean, I don't want to minimize, kind of the frustration and the oddness around the pen tool, but it really is a matter of just simplifying it, just click, or click and drag as you're working with things. All right. Now, there might be some times when you want to add on anchor points, and we're going to do that in the next exercise, but I really want you to just at this point, really just practice working with just click and then click and drag, click and drag, and just kind of move it around, and you will get that muscle memory as you move things around in a nice, kind of fluid, quick way. And again, remembering, am I actually putting a fill in there? Or am I just doing a stroke? Am I doing both? Right? Totally up to you. All right. And then if you didn't get it right, don't worry about it, because guess what? You can always go back to your direct selection tool and then manipulate it however you want to. It's like, oh man, I should have done that. Great. Oh, this is a little bit too far over to the right. Okay, great. So I can now select this and then I'll just do that. Oh, okay, great. That's super easy. So don't worry about it. When you're working with the pen tool, it's not about perfection. A lot of times people just kind of trace around it and they do a very rough little sketch around it. And then they just fix it later on in the direct selection tool. All right, so practice that. Maybe you want to have something that's underneath it that you're going to trace, but practice that and we'll see you in the next exercise. We talked about the pen tool. Now we should talk about the pencil tool. Where does the pencil tool live? How do we work with that? So you'll see kind of buried inside of one of these guys here, you'll see, oh, there it is. It's inside with my brushes. Sometimes you got to kind of fish around for these, but I like to actually use some of these keyboard shortcuts. Notice here is N for pencil, or maybe you want to kind of fly this out like I showed you earlier and just kind of have that ready to go. Now, I'm going to use the pencil tool. Pencil tool, as I said earlier, is going to be a little bit more intuitive to what you want to do. Some of you may just decide to use the pencil tool, right? Now, because again, it's just a matter of like clicking and dragging to kind of draw something out. So again, let's make it so I do not have a fill. And this time I'm going to go up to here to my control bar, and I'm just going to say no fill. That's great. And this time, you know what? Let's make that a little bit thicker. That's great. And choose my pencil tool. And watch this. Just, I'm going to make a nice little wavy line. Cool. See how easy that was? Nice. How about I make a little circle? Come over to there. Nice. Okay, actually that wasn't very nice because I need to close my loop. Okay, did you see the first time I did that? I did not close my loop. Let me try that one more time. Let me just show you here. Look at the little circle that happens as soon as I meet it. See that? Illustrator is like, okay, that's where you started from. Let's close the loop. If you don't close the loop, then you can't fill it in with a color because it doesn't recognize it as a finished shape. Okay. Now, as I do that, you'll notice, okay, pretty cool. I have all of these individual path points. Okay, that's great. Love that. And I'm pretty much good to go. And I can now fill this in with whatever I want. And that's really kind of all I want you to take away for right now, because this is sometimes all you will need to do when you're just drawing something out. Maybe you're tracing something. You just start with this. Okay, don't stress about it. Don't worry too much about how to get the perfection, understand the Bezier handles and all the anchor points. Just use the tools that are comfortable for you, understanding your strokes, understanding your fills, and more importantly, understanding how we can use our direct selection tool to then make changes to these according to what we want on these little path points. See that? So I can now control this however I want. See that? Click and drag, and that's going to go there. Oh, that's cool. Okay, and I can use my little Bezier handles. All right, I can just manipulate that however I want. Sometimes it's a little hard to click on. Great. There you go. Fantastic. All right, so now this was the pencil tool, but I was able to do something very simple, but actually, or similar as what I did with my pen tool, but just by clicking and dragging. All right, so pause the video, practice that, and we'll come back with more stuff. Now, I would be remiss if I did not talk about how to be a little more structured, a little more organized with how you actually draw some of these things out to have some perfection with your drawing. So this is going to go the same for whether it's the pen tool or the pencil tool. What I currently have here is this little grid system set up here. You guys just turn that on. So you can turn that on, turn that off. And I'm doing this here so I can now just kind of snap to my grid options, right? Whether it's a shape that's on there or I'm just going to go ahead and draw some things out. So if you know you're going to draw out like either a shape or a square or something like that, you can use these little grid options, right? So whether it's pen, whether it's pencil, whether it's a shape, anything else, these little grid options are going to really, really help us. So let's just do a very simple, just basic drawing. And I'm just going to simply click, and then notice how it's going to allow me just to go right there and then go, there you go. It snaps into place. I want that. Good. Thank you very much. And you can see how now I'm able to be a little perfectionist about it. Okay, this guy's in the way, so I need to just move him out of the way. Are you waiting for me patiently? Love that. Okay, so you can see, all right, that's pretty cool. All right, so I'm just going to hit enter. And now, notice how nice and even that is. Okay, because I'm using these little guys right here, right, our grids to be able to now be structured with all that. If I were to be drawing out a shape of some kind, let's now just click and drag, and then bam, that's going to go there. Now you want to make sure before you even like set out to do all these things to make sure that your snapping is in fact an option here. So if you look over here on the right hand side, way over here, you have these snap options to work with. And you'll see here is snap to points, snap to grid, okay, and then snap to pixels if you want things to snap to each other. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to simply click, and look at that, how it just kind of now does that. Okay, first time, not so much. I was kind of eyeballing it. They were acting as what they were doing, but now it's really doing it. Before, I had to kind of just really eyeball it. Now, whatever I draw, look at that. It's snapping to all those squares as a result of that. Okay, so very, very cool. The next thing you might want to do is work with guides. You might want to work with guides to make sure that, hey, when I draw something out, I want everything to be sort of in line with each other, and they can actually snap to the guides. So in order to actually work with guides, we need to make sure that our ruler is visible. So in order to bring up the ruler, just click in kind of the pasteboard, the sort of the neutral area up here, and then come over to here and then choose the ruler. So I choose that. There's my ruler. That's great. And very simply, in order to create a guide, all we do is click on the ruler and drag down, and then notice how you can actually lock that also to any one of these grids, and then got to make sure that it is now visible. Okay, so you'll notice how mine was not visible, so I had to make sure that this is in fact visible. So you can see here my guides were hidden. Sometimes they're not. So we want to make sure that they are in fact visible. Okay, because that could make you go crazy. Let's bring this over here. And again, it just say, all right, I am now going to make stuff go here, here, and here. So let's just do for every one of my peaks, I now have this all set up to be now all aligned of how I want to do this. Now, let's say, oops, you know what? Our valley is going to be right here. So I can very simply move this up. Oh, no, but no, I can't. Weird. Why can't I do that? Because guess what? My guide is locked. See that? By default, it will be locked. So I unlock that, come over to here, and now I can drag that up. And now that is a perfectly nicely set up set of structure and organization for me to work with all of my content there. All right, so before you go any further with all your drawing, make sure that you've mastered your guides and your grids, making sure that you're snapping, make sure you unlock them, make sure that, or if you want to unlock them, that is, and also make sure that they are visible as well. Now, some people like to go so far as to put their guides on a completely different layer. Okay, so that might be something that you like to do. So I might want to just do this and say guides, because then they're not going to be interfering with anything else that I'm working with. And then you can see also when I select them, now they turn red. So it also stands out. So it's a little bit different from my other elements on the page, which are now blue. See, these are highlighted in blue. These are now highlighted in red. See that? It's all about making this a more fluid process for you. Okay, so make sure before you move forward that you're all set up and you're comfortable with grids and guides. See you in the next lesson. So far, we have drawn out our shapes using the pen tool, the pencil tool, and even the shape tool. But now sometimes when you use some of these tools, in particular the pencil tool, you're going to see that you maybe sometimes get more anchor points than you want to. Meaning it can just be like a little bit sloppy and a little bit sort of like bumpy, etc. So as an example, let me go over here to my pencil tool, and I'm just gonna kind of draw here, you know, just like I'm just kind of really trying to like trace something here, and I'm just kind of doing whatever, and I'm just not having a great time doing it, but I'm doing my best. I don't have like the steadiest hand. All right, now no need to worry, because there is an option within your pencil tool called the smooth tool. Does everybody want the smooth tool? What the smooth tool is going to do is smoothen these out so you don't have so many anchor points. So I click on that, and I'm just going to simply just click and drag, and notice I get a little smoother, right? So less of these. Now I might have to do a little more than that. Okay, great. All right, fantastic. Maybe some more over here. But now, before I go further with my smooth tool, let's see how I can see my options for my smooth tool. If you double click on the smooth tool, guess what? Hey, how much fidelity do you want in terms of your accuracy versus the smoothness? It's like, you know what? I want real smoothness, right? Because my accuracy is not going to really get me anywhere in this case. I just really want a smooth line here. So, oh, great. So let's make that really smooth. So then we've changed basically the kind of like properties of my smooth tool. So I click OK. And now when I do it, click and drag. See that? That is way more powerful. Oh my God, that's so much better. Let's do some more here. Nice. Okay, how about this one? Oh man, that's a fun. Oh, look at that. And it's got a big curve there. Nice. I'm going to keep going with that. Smooth that out. Oh, nice. So you can see what I'm doing here. Maybe I want to go even further. Cool. You can see how that looks so much better since when I started. Okay, so use the smooth tool, pause the video, practice that. We'll see you in the next video. Now at this point, we have talked about strokes to a minor degree, and we're going to have a few lessons on strokes and even more detail in a little bit, but I want you to just see kind of how we can work with strokes a little bit more kind of nuanced. So of course, you know how we can increase our strokes. That's great. But I guess bet you didn't know, say that again. But I bet you didn't know we can even have more nuances over here by changing different elements of the stroke. Notice how it now made it, how it's just a little more kind of a different widths kind of going this way, different widths going that way. Okay, kind of cool, kind of interesting. Let me come back to this. And guess what? You can also go a step further by now doing something like that. So it looks more like kind of a charcoal situation. And guess what? You can even do something like that or do something like that. These are all known as strokes, right? Or brush strokes. Okay, so there's a lot you can do. We're going to get into these just a little bit deeper in just a minute. Okay, but I want you to notice, at least at the basic level, what you can do with these. Okay, so notice I can now even manipulate the two of these kind of coming together, where I have a combination of not only this particular denim seam stroke and the variable width around that stroke. All right, so now let's see what we can do to be a little bit more, I don't know, a little more controlling over it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you to this really amazing tool called the width tool. The width tool. So let's just do that on this shape right here. And I'm going to make that a little bit bigger, just like that. That's great. Fantastic. Love it. And when I use the width tool, let's just see what it does. I'm going to click on that. And you're going to see it's going to allow me to then control the width. Rather than actually using the variable width profiles that I have up here, I can actually do it here. And notice when I move my mouse over these individual parts, let's say I want it to be a little wider right there. Oh my God, that's so cool. Oh, you know what? I went a little bit too far. All right, let's just bring that again and then wait for that little guy to come up. And then let's just do that. Okay, and let's bring it out one more time. Let's bring on another one. I click there and that's going to go a little more in. All right, let's get a little more creative. Okay, and then, oh, interesting. So I have that kind of control to do this. So now I go to here and I'm going to make this go a little wider. See how it's kind of active to be able to do that. So you have that kind of control to change how you want your width to be. So if we go over to here, choose my variable width tool. Now let's see what I can do to make this part just maybe go a little bit wider out. Nice, that's much better. Or I'm going to come over to here and then just choose this to just kind of pinch a little bit over there. Let's do one more. Let's go over to this one where I have this nice little snake here. So I'm just going to make sure this is chosen and then go to my width tool, and then guess what? Even though this is just a very simple line, I can control how wide this is going to go. So wherever there's a curve, that's going to get a little wider. Nice. Okay, this one, maybe not so much, right? So I can kind of just snip that in. Ooh, that is very cool. Let's go ahead and make this go also a little wider. Just click and drag out. Nice. Okay, so now I've taken a very ordinary little wavy line and I'm able to actually make it into a different shape. Maybe you're making a mustache or a snake, or you're making a road, something like that, and just kind of curving out, giving it some perspective. And what did I do? I used the width tool to be able to control that. All right, so that's just a very basic introduction to working with the width tool. In a little bit, we're going to show you how you can actually work with individual brush strokes and go even further than what we saw here. All right, so pause the video, practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Now let's get a little bit deeper into our understanding of working with strokes. All right, so we talked a little bit about how you can work with our strokes as far as the width and the color, and then also our variable width, and also we talked about some of these guys here. All right, fantastic, that's great. Now sometimes what I like to do is, let me just dock this here. I like to make sure that my stroke panel is up, so I always have access to it. So go to Window, go to Stroke, that's going to be here. And then I don't see a whole lot of options until I click on my little panel menu, Show Options, and wow, there you go. So I might want to see that all the time. Now, these strokes are, yeah, sure, they're interesting, right? They're boxing something, kind of whatever they are, but I like to have some more interesting brush strokes for me. So where do I find more interesting brush strokes? When I clicked on this drop down, I showed you maybe about like 3 of these, but there are so many more than what's showing on here. Okay, so remember here, I just did that. All right, that's pretty cool. I can do that, do that. All right, yeah, maybe, maybe not. Go back to that one. All right, good, I'm bored. What can I do to get more brush strokes? You'll notice here in the lower left, this little guy right there, little library, is going to show me a whole bunch of different types of strokes that I can do. If you want to convert things to arrows, you have that, artistic, right? We have all these different things that we can work with, different categories and different subcategories. So for right now, let's just choose border and then border decorative, for example. And you'll notice it actually spits out a new panel called border decorative. I'm going to make that nice and tall, and you'll see, whoa, that's a lot. Holy cow, who knew you could do that? But what I want you to notice before we even execute anything at all is that I can now toggle throughout all of my brushes, my brush libraries, very, very easily. So watch this. Rather than having to go back to where I started from, I can now just go through all of the brushes available, and I am just like blown away. That is so cool. Look at that, little ants and coffee and film things and hearts and holy moly, and some calligraphy. Look at that, little banners. You know, and all of these, they are going to be linking up to any kind of stroke you create. It could be a very simple line that maybe you want to make a little banner heading like these guys right here, and you just want to do something like that, right? I'll show you how to do that in a second. But it's, again, it all starts with a stroke. So let's go back to where we started. Banner decorative, and I'm just going to put a decorative banner on this guy right here. I'll just choose that, and wow, amazing. Very, very different, very easy, very cool, very creative. Nice, I like that, pretty cool. And I can make that bigger. I can make that smaller. Of course, the size of the shape is going to determine, hey, is this something you want to do or not? Now, you'll also notice, because I brought out my strokes panel here, I have all kinds of options for that. So if I now choose what my corner options are going to be or my alignment options are going to be, it may allow me to then decide whether it's going to be on the outside or not. So you'll see some of these are going to be grayed out just depending on what the actual border is going to be. So if I click on this, notice it lights up, and then I can now put those on the outside, the middle, all that. Some of these won't allow you to do it because they're very kind of like beefy, decorative, and they just doesn't allow it. But if you play around with it, you'll notice that many of them, in fact, will have a lot of great potential. So maybe you want to choose one that's maybe a little bit more kind of subdued than that one. Okay, maybe this one isn't. Okay, see, okay, great, not so bad. And then just play around with it. I can just go ahead and bring my weight up and then bring that down. All right, so awesome. So easy to change this to so many. Now let's go back to just drawing out a basic line. All right, so I'm just going to do just a basic line, and we'll see what we can do. Even though it's not a shape, even though it doesn't have a border around it, we'll see how these little brush strokes are going to be able to be applied the same way. All right, so my line is going to be living inside where my rectangle and all my shapes are, and I'm just going to simply hold down the Shift key and click and drag, and go over to here, and guess what? Let's just find one of those little banners there. Okay, not too bad, good to go. And I click on that, and whoa, I just created something pretty incredible. And I'll just go ahead and make that a little bit bigger. And then I can go over to here to my regular move tool, and then make that a little longer. Let's minimize this, move that out of the way. And wow, look at that. Now you have a nice little banner that no one would ever know that you didn't draw that, right? I mean, it's really kind of incredible how easy it is to draw out these very cool individual shapes, okay? But they're not really shapes. All they are essentially just these individual strokes that have a brush stroke living on top of it, okay? So very, very cool, right? In a little bit, we're gonna learn about how you can then add on new anchor points to then even manipulate some of these things, okay, to go even further with it. Okay, even though this is just a straight line, we can learn how we can manipulate these things to really kind of take this home, and then maybe even want to change the color on this by doing what's called expanding the appearance of it. So it's like, oh my God, wow, so many options, but they're not necessarily obvious. So we're going to get into those in just a little bit. But at this point, I really want you just to take away the fact that we can bring in new brush strokes very easily, and we can very simply use our brush stroke library and then bring them in. You'll see that there are like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Really experiment with them. Love to hear and see what you've created, and hopefully you find this is as fun and as pretty straightforward now as I do, because you'll see that there really is a method to the madness. All right, so pause the video, have fun, and we will see you in the next lesson. Now, in the last few lessons, we've talked about working with shapes and the direct selection tool, and also working with all of our different anchor points and all that good stuff. But sometimes when we're working with these things, we might want to kind of manipulate things a little bit more. You want to kind of have them a little more nuanced. Maybe you want to make this straight line into a curve. Maybe this guy here, you want to add in some ridges, things like that. So what you can do with anchor points is essentially add on more anchor points. So you might have a shape and you want to make it a little more complex. So if you click on this shape here, you'll notice that there is literally just one line here, right? That's all this is, right? This is just one stroke we created. And of course, we put this little banner around there. And there's just two anchor points here, one on this side, one on that side. And with just two anchor points, I don't have a whole lot of flexibility to do things with this, okay? Because I can't like curve this. I can't really, do anything except for maybe resize it. But I might want to make this a little bit more complex. So when you think about anchor points, when you think about adding on anchor points, I'm going to give you this little analogy, which is your own human body. If you look at your arm right now, you'll see that from your shoulder all the way to your wrist, there is a little elbow right there in the middle. Okay, think about that elbow as like an extra anchor point. One anchor point is your shoulder. Another one all the way goes to the end of your arm, to your wrist. And then in the middle, you have something that gives you that kind of flexibility to bend your arm. Think about your wrists. You can bend your wrists as a result. Okay, look at your knee. Okay, it's like, think about it like a joint that's going to allow you to have a little more flexibility with what you're working with. Okay, so let's see how we can do that working with this little banner here. So what I'm going to do is add on a new anchor point. Okay, so if we go over to here where our pen lives, you're going to see here's this option to add an anchor point. Now, for some of you who don't have the option that I'm showing here and some of these other options that are missing, you'll need to go down here to Edit Toolbar, these three dots, and then come way up to the top when these options come up, and then you can simply either add on all of your advanced tools by clicking on this, or you can very simply just drag them up and bring them over to the toolbar if you don't see the options you want. In this case, some of you may not see the Add Anchor Point tool. Okay, so I'm going to click on that, and you'll notice now my cursor now turns into a pen with a little plus sign on it. And all I'm going to do now is add on an anchor point by simply clicking where I want that anchor point to be. And again, thinking about this as like a new joint for yourself. So I'm going to click on that and make sure you get it right there on the line, or else you get a little error message like that. So you got to go right, very precise to get it there. It's very intolerant. So you'll see sometimes you'll get that error message. Don't freak out. Just try again, or zooming in is really helpful. Okay. Now you'll see when I go back to my direct selection tool, I can simply just select that. I'm going to use my arrow keys just to nudge that up a little bit or to nudge it down a little bit. Okay, great. I'm going to come back up, keep that straight. And when I do that, you will notice that it is a corner when I do that. So you'll see if I zoom in a little bit that it's a corner like that, which isn't bad. Not exactly what I want. I want it to be curved. I want it to look like a nice little kind of curved banner. So what do? I'm going to convert this to a curved anchor point. Okay, I don't want it to be like a hard one. So there's a number of different ways I can do this. Number one, I'm going to bring this out here, and this time I'm going to just tear this out, just like I've shown you with other tools. And you'll see I have two options to do here. I can either choose this anchor point tool, which is kind of a strange name, but essentially what this is going to do is going to convert this, and I can just simply click and drag to make that into a curve. So now when I click on that, you'll see it's now a nice curve. You can see that. Let me go ahead and undo that. And some of you, maybe you don't want to do it that way. Maybe that's a little bit too challenging, or maybe not your cup of tea. So let me just undo, come back to where I was. And instead, I can use this option to convert way up on top here. Well, notice how you have the option to convert either the corner to a curve or a curve into a corner. So now what I'm going to do is just make this into my curve. And now, guess what? It is now a nice curve. So you have those two options you can do. So if I switch that back, watch this. It's no longer going to have those Bezier handles. So when I choose this, see, now it's a corner. I come over to here, and now it's curved. Just like that. See? Selected, easily done. So you have choices. All right, so now I can make this as curvy as I want to, and I can make this go out. You have all the control in the world. So let's now bring this down and bring that down. You'll see, pretty cool. You have, again, all the control in the world. All right, so next thing we're going to do is we're going to work with maybe a little bit of a different shape, which is going to be this little pretty graphic down here, which is a very complex graphic. So if we take a look at the layers, we'll see that there's actually quite a bit happening within these groups. Okay, wow, a lot of stuff happening here, and also a lot of stuff happening here. Now, what that's telling me is that I got to really drill down. So what this is known as coming into what's called isolation mode. So I want to make like the edge of this glass maybe a little bit kind of curvy. So I'm just going to very simply do the same thing as I just did with a simple shape on a more complex shape and make it even more complex than it is. Now, because this is a group, I need to actually double click to get deep into this, right? Double click. You'll notice that things change over here in the upper left. I'm now inside the group. Keep double clicking, keep double clicking, and now guess what? If you look here, I am now in what's called isolation mode, and I'm inside a group, inside of group, inside of group, finally getting to this path. And then I click on my direct selection tool, and you'll notice all of these individual path points that I can now work with, right? So when I click on this here, you can see that's one kind of path point. Here's another one that's a curve. Okay, here's another one that's just a hard angle, and then here's another one that's a curve. And I can play around with these just to see what I can get now that I know how to add on anchor points. Now, you will note that you can also delete anchor points just right next door to that. So let's just see what I can do now, just to make this a little bit more interesting. Notice I'm going to click. Oh, not close enough, right? It's very, very intolerant, right? So just be aware of that. Got to be right on top of it. Okay, not too bad. And now that I got these anchor points, guess what? I'm able to now manipulate this in maybe a slightly different way. I'm just going to kind of bring this out here, bring this out here. I'm just using my arrow keys. All right, let me hit the plus sign to then just say, hey, listen, let's add on one more anchor point, and then maybe even do another little kind of fun little jive there. Okay, and then come back to my direct selection tool. I'm going to hit the A key this time. And now let's see what I can do here. And now I can not only do that, but because this is a curve, I can now manipulate this even more so. So now I'm getting kind of a more interesting glass than before. I just had kind of a straight line. I'm able to really, really manipulate this to be something different. Okay? So you'll see how you have all the control in the world of how you work with your shapes. All right? So again, what did we do? We just added on anchor points. Okay? That's it. Sometimes we converted our anchor points because they were a hard angle, and sometimes they were a curve, and we made it into a hard angle, all right, into a corner. All right, so you really want to play around with this. We have some files for you to work with here, or find some files on your own, and really just get comfortable with it, because this is really the cornerstone of so much that you work with in Illustrator. Okay, now I'm going to come back to where I was. I'm going to simply click on this to go all the way back, and now I can see my beautiful image there. Okay, practice up. See you in the next exercise. Let's have a quick discussion about transparency or opacity. So transparency is basically what we can see through. Opacity is what we can't see through. Now, you'll see this great little illustration here has some nice little sort of translucence, right? It has the ability to kind of see through some of these shapes, so I can actually make this look like a glass. So transparency or opacity is very easily done. So when I select this, I want you to notice this is now selected, this little individual shape to create these little kind of striations right within the glass. I want you to notice over here inside of my properties panel, I have this thing called opacity. Now right now it is at 30%. Let's bring that up to 100% so you can see exactly what it does and what it doesn't do. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Didn't see that coming. Bring this over to here and oh wow, look at that, 30%. Oh, I see. So it was white and it was bringing through it whatever layer was underneath it because of the 30% opacity. Let's try this one. Let's go a little bit deeper. You'll see this one is also 30%. This one, see? So you can see how these guys work together to create this illusion of depth, to create the illusion that there is something behind it, so they can all kind of work together. So if you look at the layers themselves, you'll see that there's all kinds of stuff hiding underneath it. You can see all these layers here, and as a result of being able to see through this, through our lower opacity, we're able to create the illusion of glass. All right, so you want to play around with that. You can kind of create some, more creative things with it. My goal for you right now is just to understand how we actually apply transparency into our graphics, into our image. All right, so you can play around with this image or try it with something else. It works really nice to have a banner that maybe something is behind the banner and you want to be able to see through that banner. Maybe you have a seascape or a cityscape, something like that. And you can make that come through. All right, so we'll do one example like this. I'll bring this down And let's just say this guy here is above, right, what I'm working with here. Let's just go just like that. And if I bring down the opacity on this, which is now 100%, you'll be able to see a nice, cool effect as a result of me just simply bringing down the opacity. All right, so practice that, have fun, and we'll see you in the next exercise. We are now going to discuss the basics of type and typography and all of the elements that you can use within Illustrator to modify your type, format it, and really ultimately have control over the layout of your type. So very simply, I'm just going to go ahead and click on my little T over here, or I can just simply tap on the T on my keyboard and that gets activated. And very simply, I'm just going to draw out a text box. So I'm just going to draw out a text box right there. And automatically, you'll notice that some type automatically comes in there. Like, oh, wait a second, I didn't ask for that. Illustrator gives you this little placeholder type, right? Text, content, copy, right? So if I don't want that to do that anymore, I can go over to my preferences. So if you're on a Windows computer, if you go to Edit and you go over here to Preferences, you'll see there's an option for type. Now, if you're on a Mac, you can click on the Illustrator menu in the upper left, click on Preferences, and then go to Type. And if you don't want that to do that anymore, you can just say, hey, do not fill type objects with placeholders. So you would just not do that, and then you will not get that message anymore. You will not get that set of text anymore. All right, but I'm going to keep mine just because I don't want to type anything out. I'm good to go with what I have. So we just see more or less what this does, right? It puts in this little placeholder text, fills it in from beginning to end, and I want to change this. I obviously don't want it to be this color, so how do I deal with that? There is a number of different ways to work with type. You'll see, based off of the context of what I've selected, I'm going to see options for my type up on top here. Great, all that stuff there. Okay, amazing. Lots and lots of cool stuff right there. You'll also see within my properties panel, also more options down here, pretty much the same thing. And likewise, if you go to Window and come way down over here to Type, and I'm going to open up to, let's say, Character, you'll notice that Character has the paragraph panel as well with it. I'm just going to close down Open Type for now, and then you will see, fantastic, good. So maybe you want to just have this kind of floating there all the time. So I'm just going to do a nice little triple click. You see that? Triple click selects the entire box. It's kind of nice. Or you could simply just highlight it. And from here, I could then just choose whatever type I want to apply. Pretty cool. And then we're going to go over some of these things in just a little bit. But before we go any further, let's see how we can change the color so we can actually see it, what we're working with. And that's pretty much the same thing how you work with color and shapes. So we're going to find our little color picker over here, or go over here if you want to find a swatch, double click on that, and then I'm just going to choose white. Okay, go over to there and then go all the way over here. And then just notice you have your RGB values, you have your CMYK. Great, fantastic. Click OK, and then I click away. All right, pretty good, pretty happy with that. Now you will notice that because I made my type a little bit bigger, I now have this little plus sign telling me that, uh-oh, the text box is not big enough anymore. So I need to fix that. So very simply, just like we do with any kind of shape, I'll see, great, now I'm good to go. I could have also made that wider. I could have also decided to make my type a little bit smaller to make that fit in. Okay, now let's talk about just some of our basics of formatting. So we have our character formats and we also have our paragraph formats. So some of these you've probably seen before, just your font type. Notice also when I click on that, I have the option to select all kinds of different fonts, but also note that I can also favorite some of these as well, so that I can come back to them anytime I want. Okay, so for example, if I love this one right here, this minion variable, I can click on that to add to favorite. I can come down here, let's try another one of these. Let's go to that one. Okay, fantastic, good, good, good. Love all that. But now, when is that going to come into play? It's going to come into play when I actually just show my favorites. Essentially, I can filter this out to say, hey, listen, only show the ones that I've now just favorited. Okay, I can clear that out as well. And then to the left of that, you have all kinds of other filters depending on the classification, serif, sans serif, script, handwriting, all that good stuff there. So really up to you. You can choose
whatever you want, but it's really nice. It allows you to get to these very quickly. It also shows you, well, what's the history of the fonts you've worked with? Oh, great. Forgot all about that one. All right, I really like that one. Good. Now I can see that again and again and again. All right, so maybe just for now, I'll choose this kind of fun one, this Courier Prime. All right, and then, I have a problem here. Now, what can I do? Again, I'm going to do a little triple click. I can now either make my type a little smaller. You see that? Oh, but that's getting a little bit too small. I still want to make that readable. But then I could start working with other things like my leading. Right? What is my leading? Leading essentially is line spacing. So notice the space between these lines. So I'm just going to ratchet that down smaller. Okay, cool. It's still readable, but it now has just less space in between it. So therefore it fits inside the text box. Okay, so leading is essentially line spacing, right? So that's really kind of all we need to worry about for right now. But now let's check out some of these other guys here, right? Like our kerning and our tracking. What do those mean? All right, so I may actually have like some text that's a little bit too close to each other, right? That's actually making the text like not so readable, if you will. So it's like an I and an L that might be a little bit too close. This U and this M, you can see that there. Maybe I might want to make that so it's not so close together, and that is where kerning comes in, right? Where I'm going to be able to increase that space between the two of them. So now I'm going to increase the space just by going up to, let's just say 50. Okay, very good. And you see how that just added on a little bit more, 75. Okay, good. That's a little bit easier to read. It's hard to kind of mistake the word as other words. If you want to entertain yourself, go ahead and just type out kerning fails. And you're going to see some slightly R-rated stuff in there, but pretty humorous nonetheless, of how kerning can actually be really effective. And if you overlook it, it could also mess you up. So check out kerning fails if you want a good laugh. All right, now let's see what tracking does. And I'm going to just put in some big type here. And I'm just going to say, come see us Friday night. All right, and let's change all that to a different color altogether. Let's make that white, and let's choose a nice big blocky font. Let's go to here, and of course I can make that size nice and big. All right, great. But I want to make this kind of like spill straight across on my text box. So that's where my tracking is going to come in. So if I make this go like that, notice what it's doing. Okay, so oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, I really like that. So it gives me all the control that I need to be able to just have this look a little bit different, look a little more like a title, if you will. Okay, so let's now just see some other things we can do. Let's go over here to our paragraph panel, and we'll see that there are some other, again, possibly similar things that you can work with in terms of your alignment, left, center, and right. You'll also see some options in terms of indenting from the left, from the right. Maybe you want to have a first line indent. So let's just see what those things look like. So with this text box selected, I can just bump that in. Okay, I like that. Yeah, I'm just gonna, rather than moving the text box, I can actually just move the type inside of there. All right, let me just put that back. What if I want to have a first line indent? What does that look like? So maybe you want to do kind of old conservative way of how we used to do it. Great, that's the traditional way to indent. Maybe you want to do that. Or again, it's really about control, however you want to do it as well. All right, now let's bring that back down to 0. And now this part here is actually kind of nice when you have more than one paragraph. Okay, so let me just put in a new paragraph right here. And I want to have some space in between this paragraph and this paragraph. So I can do either paragraph spacing before or paragraph spacing after. So if I just bump this up a little bit, that gives me some nice control over how my stuff is spaced out between it. So rather than having to like put a hard return or do something a little bit more sort of manual, I can use my paragraph tools to be able to do it. Okay, so lots and lots of really good stuff here. All right, and then the last one we're going to do is this hyphenate, which I think is actually kind of important. I'm just going to go ahead and just
click anywhere in the paragraph and then just uncheck that. And then notice my hyphenations go away. Look at it before, now see it after. Look at these hyphenations. Nope, I don't like that. And get rid of it. Okay, so super easy. Working with type is really, really nice. So we're going to just do a couple of lessons on this. And then in some future lessons in the more advanced class, we get into working with styles. Okay, and if anybody has worked with InDesign before, you'll see that paragraph and character styles could be incredibly valuable as well in terms of saving time and then being very efficient. All right, and also being consistent across the board. All right, so pause the video, practice this up, get familiar with both your character and your panels of paragraph, and then all the other stuff on the right side, your properties, and everything on the top as well, and have fun. See you in the next video. So what we're going to do in this lesson is learn about type on a path. So right now you see that Bilbo watches you as you sleep is inside of this circle. Okay, do you see that? And this circle is a path. But what you don't know is that there's an actual official path that is inside of the circle that you can't see, but the type conforms to that path. Now remember what a path is. A path is pretty much just like any vector shape that you can kind of go around, right? So it could be just a simple line. It could be a triangle. It could be a circle like this. It could be anything. Like we could even do one around Bilbo's ears if we want to, around a mountaintop. Okay, so you can do it along his whiskers if you like. This is the path that we might be typing around. Okay, so how do we actually do that? I'm going to just blot this out. And I'm going to create a new layer, and I'm just going to call this type on a path. Great, fantastic. I'm there. I'm good to go. And I'm going to draw out a circle that's just going to be a path. That's just going to be right in the middle here and then come out. And then I'm going to type along that path. All right, so let's just choose our circle. I'm going to make it so I have no fill and a black stroke. Very good. And then my stroke doesn't even need to be that thick. It's no problem. But of course, it's not going to matter in a little bit. And then I'm going to just draw out from the center. And you may actually use a guide to do this. Maybe that's something you wanted to do ahead of time. Totally up to you. But I'm just going to just eyeball it for right now and just draw out my circle concentrically. We've done this in a few other exercises by holding down Shift and Alt or Option if you're on a Mac. And then notice that it's coming in. Nice little circle there. I'll just bump that up a tiny bit. Okay. Love that. And then maybe I'll just bring that tiny bit smaller, make some room for my type. And then great, good to go. Now let's actually do some typing along that path. So how do I do that? I'm going to go over here to my type tool, but I'm going to right click this time. You'll notice here is this type on a path tool. All right, very good. And watch what happens now when I simply move my mouse right over that line. I'm going to get this I bar with a little wavy doodad right there. Okay, I click on that and you'll see, pretty cool, but okay, brought in all that placeholder text, which is no problem because I wanted to see how big it was anyway. So then I can just take a look at that font. Okay, great, no problem. And now I can just simply type right over this. So Bilbo watches you as you sleep. Look at that. Look how cool it is, how it's conforming to my circle, right? The circle that I just drew. And then notice I can still select my text like I normally would with anything else. And then I'm going to use my keyboard shortcut, which is just Control Shift and then it's the period. And if you're on a Mac, it's Command Shift and the period. Or of course you can go up to here to do that. All right. And then maybe I want to change this to a different font altogether. All right. And then I'll make that nice and big. Okay. Pretty cool. All right. Now, this obviously is not how I want it. So I can use some of my tools like my tracking to make it spread out a little bit further. So let's do that. Let's get a little review on how we do that. So let's go over here to Window, Type, and I'll bring up my characters again. All right. And then watch this, how I can now just make this go a little bit more. Is that okay? Pretty cool. I like that. Now, it's still maybe not perfect for you. And this is maybe the trickiest part of working with type on a path. And that's being able to move it along the path how you like to move it. So I'm going to go to my direct selection tool. And I want you to notice these little guys right here. There are two little what I call bookends this is the beginning of your type in a path, and this is the end, believe it or not, right? And oh, that's weird. Oh, that's right, because I started off with a lot of type. So it's like, oh, it just brought that in. Now, the thing to notice, and this is incredibly important, is this, when I move my mouse right over here to the edge right there, notice how underneath my arrow, I get like a little line with a left pointing arrow. And when I move my mouse over to here, I get another one with a right facing arrow. I'm going to move this one just down a little bit because that's my end, and this is my beginning. So now if I go to here, wait for that, and then I can now move this along the path. So let's do that so you can actually see it. So you got to be sometimes actually pretty close to get to it. Try not to click on this because it'll ask you if you want to move it someplace else. Just wait for that. It's really important to wait for that, or else you get a little message. You're like, I don't want to do that at all. Okay, and now notice how I can just see where it's going to go. It's perfect. Love that, right? And awesome. Now let's go ahead and just shrink it in a little bit more. And watch, as I change the shape, the text comes with me. Okay, very, very cool. Right, and now just for fun, let's change the color to whatever. Okay, let's maybe just do it red. He's scary. All right, and then again, just for fun, let's put a nice little stroke around it. I'll just make that black, maybe a little bit thicker. Let's see. Zoom out a little bit. Get rid of this guy. Don't need it. All right. I'm pretty happy with that. You'll just play around with whatever you like in terms of your font and everything. The takeaway here is it is super easy to do type on a path and to be really creative with it. Okay. And then you don't need to actually see the shape. You just have it, you know, zigzagging and wavy, going around in a circle, you know, whatever kind of projects you're working on. All right. So pause the video, practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, I want to introduce you to the Appearance panel. Appearance panel is pretty incredible to give you lots of information, but also allow you to really make changes right there on the panel itself. So if I go over here to Window, you will see I have the Appearance panel, and you'll see it says No Selection. When I click on this right here, you'll notice now it has my characters that's selected, and it's telling me that I have a stroke of 2 points, and I also have a fill of a particular color. I can simply click on this, and then I can actually make a change to that thing that I have selected. Oh, great. So if I wanted to make this a little bit thinner, I can absolutely do that. If I wanted to change the color to one of my swatches, I can absolutely do that and actually find all my swatches right within there. I'm going to keep this as is. Okay, and the same thing with my fill. All right, so you'll want to kind of keep an eye on your Appearance panel, regardless of what you're actually doing, whether it's a stroke, something like that, but it could be you're working with more like graphic styles, you know, and all kinds of other different elements. Maybe it's a gradient. So you can really see what's going on, but also control it. So let me show you one thing you might decide to do, and that is going to be maybe putting multiple strokes on something. Okay, so in order to actually do this the way that Illustrator wants me to do it, as far as adding on multiple strokes, is I have to remove this stroke and kind of start from the beginning so I can work with my appearances accordingly. So let me just delete this one right here, and you'll see that no longer do I have a stroke on here. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this whole area just like this. I'm selecting the type itself, but I'm selecting the whole text box, if you will. All right. Now, if you'll notice over here in the lower left, there is this add a new stroke and also add a new fill. And then in my advanced class, I talk about some of these effects that we can apply as well. All right. So very simply, I'm going to say add a new stroke, and that comes up. Okay, pretty cool. I've already done that before. No big deal. And maybe I'm going to make that bigger. All right, and maybe this time I'll make it a different color. Okay, pretty neat. But now, what if I want to do multiple strokes? So guess what? I can add on another one just like that. And now notice I actually have 2 strokes happening simultaneously. And all it did really was just duplicate it. Okay, that's really all it did. But what I'm going to do for this top one is I'm going to make this black, and I'm going to make that grow a little bit. So now you'll be able to see that didn't come in black. Okay, there we go. Now we'll be able to see
both of them simultaneously. One is kind of shrouding the other. So let's make this one a little bit bigger and I'll be able to see, oh, pretty neat. Now I can actually have something a little bit more interesting for me to work with. Let me just make this even thinner so it doesn't kind of blot it out so much. All right, let's go over to here. And now, okay, not bad. And then I think maybe I would choose a different font to make this a little bit more interesting looking. So let's just try that. And let's maybe use like military. Okay, very good. And then come over to here. And if you recall, I can now move this guy down a little bit and then don't run into this, right? Very important. And now let's go to here. Very tight there. Okay, and then I'm going to do a triple click on that and then just make my font a little bit smaller. And then of course, remember, I can play around with anything in my paragraph and also in my character, another way to get to your character panel. And then let me just bring down my tracking. So that's going to be a little bit closer together. Maybe even they overlap a bit, going negative. And then lastly, let me just do this last one here. Just drag that so it's kind of equidistant. All right, pretty cool. I like that. So if we zoom in, we'll be able to see I now have two strokes happening simultaneously on this set of text. Why? Because of my appearance panel. All right, so if you're planning on doing something like this, start off with no content on there, right? And then just apply all of your content, particularly with strokes, on here as well. Okay, and if you want to do any one of these to experiment with, add a new fill, add a new effect, go ahead and do that. All right, and likewise, you will see, by the way, that you have an appearance panel here, but it doesn't necessarily give you all the same kind of options and functionality. So we want to work with the appearance actual panel, not the appearance section within the properties. Okay, so hopefully that's clear. All right, so pause the video, practice this, right? And practice it with the circle if you want to. If text is a little bit too much, just by having kind of multi-layers to be able to just have some more dynamism and some more visual interest. Okay, see you in the next lesson. Now we are ready to finally export our content, save it as maybe another file type, and maybe we want to package it. Could be PDF, could be just another Adobe Illustrator, could be an EPS file. Let's explain what that is. Now, if you are exporting, we talked about one way you could do it is just simply just to select your object and then you can right click. Notice here is this export selection. We also discussed how you can go through your window and then go over here to asset export and you can export these as individual objects if you like, right? So go back to an earlier video on that, but you can see very easy. We can do that. Now, if you're going to be exporting your entire document and maybe all of your artboards in such a way, you can do it in a number of different ways. Now, before we even get into that, let's talk about how we can preview what it's going to look like. Now, you will see over here in the far lower left is this change screen mode. If you simply click on that, you're going to see there's this presentation mode or just simply Shift F. So I'm going to click on that. You're going to see, oh, because I have these three artboards, it allows me just to go through these one by one, right? Kind of cool. So you can see that before you even send it out. You know what it's going to look like, nice and clean. There's nothing extra in there if you don't want it. Pretty cool. There's a few other options in here as well. If you want to do just normal screen mode where we are at here, and then full screen mode with menu bar. Okay, all right, you can do that. Let's switch that back. And let's go over here to normal again. Go to here and then full screen mode, and that takes you to that. Okay, and then I'm going to hit the escape key to get back out of it. You also know that you can hit the tab key is another thing to do. And you can also hit just the shift tab key, which just gets rid of all your kind of like major right-sided panels. Okay, so I can just bring that right back. So there's going to be some kind of like precursor things that you do. Now, if we are ready to now save it and package it and everything, you can go over here to File, and you'll see there's an option for export. If you want to export for screens, it's going to come up. It's going to be very similar to what we just saw before, and even in some earlier lessons. Maybe you want to export all of your artboards, only some of your artboards, just some of your assets if you want to. These are in our assets folder. Where are you going to save it to? And essentially, what kind of file format do you want to? Okay, save it as. All right, now if I click on File, maybe I want to export in a very different way. Let's go ahead and just do a Save As. And then maybe you just want to save it as a PDF.
Notice also you can save it as an AI file, which hopefully you're doing already. And then here's also an EPS, encapsulated postscript. Maybe you are doing that because you're sending it to somebody who does not read Illustrator files. Maybe it's an older Illustrator file. Maybe it's just something that it's a vector reading program, like maybe it's a 3D printing device. Could be so many different reasons. Okay, and we talked about SVGs earlier, scalable vector graphics. Maybe you want to do that as well. Okay, so you'll know when the time comes, but you can very easily do that. So if I wanted to save this as a PDF right now, I can click on Save. Do you want to replace it? I already have that there. I'm going to say yes. Okay, very good. Let's just change that to Avo yes. And I click on Save. And now this pops up to a bunch of my PDF presets. Okay, so essentially, what do I want to do in terms of my compression, my security, my bleeds, all this good stuff here. All right, so what's my compatibility? I'm going to make it the most recent one if possible. Go right here to compression. How am I compressing my images? Do you want to downsample at all? Totally up to you. How do you want to work with your marks and bleeds? Do you want them shown up? But when you do send this to the printer, are you going to have some bits of information in there that you want that to be clear? And then if we go over here to output, this is really about your color conversion. If you need to do this at all, you'll see here, go ahead and convert it. Maybe some of your images are not CMYK, you want to convert them to RGB. And let's just jump over here to security. That might be, hey, something a little bit more important for you is, hey, do you want to require a password to open the document? Yes or no? Cool. Or do you want to use a password to restrict editing? Okay, including like any kind of editing at all, right? Printing, all this kind of stuff here that you can do here. So if you choose this, it's all going to light up. What do you want to allow happen? Maybe you want to have it, maybe you don't, but you can simply password protect that. All right, and then this is just going to give you a summary of everything you've chosen, and then you click on save, and now that's going to be saved as a PDF for you to send that out, package it, whatever you want to do afterwards. Okay, now you also will notice that there is in fact a package option for you. Well, when you click on that, it's going to give us, everything here in terms of where it's going to go, what's going to be the folder name. It's going to create a new folder. And then if you're working with links, right? So a link in this case is a link that's linking up to an outside document, image, or whatever that you have placed into your Illustrator file. You want to copy that so then therefore when you print it out, your printer will actually have access to those links. So therefore you don't have to reset that all over again. Okay. Same thing for fonts, right? You don't want to have to actually have low quality for your images. You don't want to have low quality for your fonts, or they can't find the fonts and they accidentally choose a different font, right? Or maybe it's intentionally because they don't have it. Just know that that's what packaging is going to allow you to do, because when you do in fact package, you're going to see that it's going to then create a new folder with all of the links that you've created based on things you've placed, as well as all of your fonts that you're using. I'm not really using any of these things in my document, but know how easy it is to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and click on package. They're just telling me some copyright stuff here. I'm going to say okay. All right, package created successfully. And then I can just say show package. And then you can see, there it is. There's my PDF it created. All right, there's some instructions potentially if you want to put that in there. All right, then I'm pretty much good to go. All right, and then with this guy, more or less be the same thing, but you're going to see here, it's not going to be several pages. It's just going to be just one page. All right, so let's just take a look at what we created. Open up to my PDF. And now you can see 1, 2, 3 individual pages, and that looks pretty slick. All right, so congratulations. We are on the tail end of this class. Please practice, watch this as many times as you need to, and use the courseware. And then please come back with any comments or questions. We're happy to address anything in the channel. And we'll see you in the next lesson, I hope, on Illustrator Advanced. Good luck and have fun. Thank you for watching, everyone. This concludes our Introduction Illustrator class. Congratulations! We covered a lot in this class. We learned how to draw vector images from scratch, modify your drawings using various tools, including the direct selection tool, the shape tools, anchor point tools, the Bezier handle. We also learned about layer management, colors, swatches, and gradients. We also covered some pretty neat tips on working with brush strokes, typing on a path, how to create both simple and complex illustrations, and of course, a lot more. Now, there is a good deal more Illustrator to learn, so please check out our other video on Advanced Illustrator, where we dive into even more creative features like symbols, live paint, tracing, 3D type, filters, special effects, and a lot more. Thank you again, and hope to see you in the next class. Hello everyone, my name is Dave Casuto, instructor for Learn It, and welcome to our Advanced Illustrator class. Hope you are excited to move on to the next level of this truly extraordinary program. We covered a lot of good stuff in our intro class. Now it's time to elevate your skills with some new creative tools. We'll be covering some pretty cool things like the touch type tool, exciting transformation and blending effects, how to create 3D objects, including text. We'll also explore the image trace tool, how to master live paint, working with and creating symbols, graphic styles, and so much more. Now, this course is designed to be an interactive, hands-on course, so occasionally you'll hear me say things like, pause the video and practice on your own. So make sure you download the class files from the link below to do so. This will ensure you get the most out of the course and learn the program in a more experiential, hands-on manner. I'm looking forward to teaching you all the cool things that an Illustrator at this advanced level has to offer. So stay tuned and get ready to learn. Well, once again, welcome everyone. So this is our Advanced Illustrator class, but I'd really like us to make sure we're on the same page, that we are actually using some of our advanced tools, so we're not hunting around for them. I also want to make sure that we understand our workspace and also understand that we're all on the same page going throughout this class. So currently, I am working in this workspace up on top here called the Essentials Workspace. So I want to make sure that you are working with your Essentials Workspace and then you finally reset your Essentials Workspace. And then what I want you to do is come over here, far upper left, this little guy right there. Make sure that you have your toolbar set up into 2 columns. And then I think even more importantly is I want you to click on these 3 little dots over here where it says Edit Toolbar. And you'll notice how there's a lot of tools here. Some might be gray, some might be colored in because we actually have them available to us. So what I'd like to do is actually make it so pretty much all of them are available, if not most of them. And how do I do that? Let's just simply click on this little flyout menu here and you're going to choose Advanced. And now I need to go back to do my little double thing there, 2 columns, and you'll see that you probably have about twice as many tools available. So we go back over here to our edit toolbar and you'll notice that most of them are gray because they're in fact already in here. Now, if you don't want some of these in our toolbar, if you're just kind of taking up space, you can simply just drag them out, drag them out, and then you can just put them wherever you want, just not use them, and you're good to go. All right, so keep that in mind. Also keep in mind that you can create new toolbars if you want to, and then basically customize it according to, let's say, projects you're working on. Maybe you're sharing a computer with somebody. You know, you might just have different purposes at different times. You can have a different toolbar and then access it later on. All right, now let's now talk about how we can bring out different panels that we're working with. Right now I have my tools panel over here. I'm going to go over here to window. I'm going to bring up my control panel. I like to have that up there. So again, go to window, control, and I might want some other things to come up. So if I go over here to window, I'm going to bring up my artboard. Definitely like that. There's just one artboard here. But if I go over to this one, you'll notice I have 3 artboards. Okay, cool. You can see how helpful that is to see all these. And if you need any review on some of these things, of course, go back to our intro class. So I go over to window, and then other things I might want to bring up is, let's say, my swatches panel. Great. Oh, all right. That's just going to kind of float there. Kind of like that. Maybe I don't, but maybe I want to play around with some other things as well. So let's bring up my layers panel. Yep, want that. Cool. Now, let's just say I'm good to go with this, and I want to really customize this. So what I can do is just start moving these things around, right? Taking this apart. These guys don't belong here. Okay, great. We worked with brushes in the last exercise, but I still actually want that there. But I don't want to take up all this space. So if you right click on here, you can say collapse to icons, and that's pretty cool. Let me go ahead and do the same thing for swatches. and maybe even for symbols. But this time I'm going to click on this little guy right there to be able to do the same thing. And now watch this. As I click and drag, I'm going to move this over here to this sort of little left column right there. See that? And now I got a little space for all these, so I can access these anytime I want. Wait for my little blue halo. Great. Do the same thing. Love that. Fantastic. And then my artboards, I'm just going to drag that over here and then drag that into this little area right there. Cool. Love that. Now I'm good to go. All right. So love that. Fantastic. Amazing. Super happy. And I'm excited. But you know what? I don't really need this right now. So what do? I'm going to close it. Just get rid of it. Okay. But then I say, yeah, you know what? I missed that guy. I want him to come back. So very simply, come back to window, and then you'll find it. Awesome. There it is. Comes right back. All right. But I'm going to close this. And I love this. I love exactly how this is laid out. And I want to save this for the future. So therefore, if I mess things up, I can always come back to this little happy place. So very simply, I click on my little drop-down menu up on top where I showed you a minute ago. And we're just going to choose New Workspace. I'm going to call this Dave's Advanced Tools. And now when I click on that, you're going to see there's Dave's Advanced Tools. Now again, how's that going to help me? Let's just say, for example, I totally messed this up. I even delete this guy. This is over here. Things are just getting messy, messy, messy. I can always do my little Mary Poppins effect by just simply clicking this and saying reset. And now comes right back. Even the tools that I deleted, everything comes right back. All right. So again, just to review, I want to make sure that everybody has the same tools that we have here, because we're going to be using potentially some new tools you have not worked with before in our intro class. So I want to make sure that we have everything here, and just try to get your panels to look like mine as much as possible. Right, what we have up here, what we have on the top here, which is again our control panel. All right, so pause the video, make sure you're all caught up, and we'll see you in the next class. Now, I want to talk about something in Illustrator, something in the whole kind of Adobe ecosystem that a lot of you may have chosen to ignore over the course of your career with Adobe. And I know that because I know that I have. And that is working with our CC, or Creative Cloud library. So I'm just going to drag this over here, and I'm just going to bring this back to what my library looks like. Now, the libraries allow you to organize all of your contents and assets according to just what those assets are, right? You can name it a certain thing. You can also place it in based off of those particular asset types, right? So it could be vector images, it could be type, could be different styles of sorts. Amazing. And what's so cool about this is that, number one, you can share it from program to program. Some of the things that I have available here for me are in InDesign. I created those in InDesign. And guess what? When I go to InDesign, I can access some of these other things, including some of these vector graphics, some of these other images, and things like that. Also, you can share these libraries with other people. That's really nice. You can collaborate. And also, if you go onto another computer, these come with you, right? So it is really, really fantastic. So you'll notice that when I have this here, let me just make this a little bit not so tall. Okay, so you'll notice here I have the option to create a new library. And you'll also notice that I have about 5 libraries already set up to go. So if you wanted to create a new library, absolutely you could do that. So I'm going to go ahead and do one that's called symbols. We're going to learn about symbols in this class. Just do that, and then bam, that's going to be ready for you to add on symbols. Okay, it's empty right now. So, but when you're ready to go, you just open it up and drag it in there. But let's say, for example, I have this little guy right here that I wanted to add in to a pre-existing library. So I actually have quite a few already, and I want to bring this guy into here. Why am I doing that? So I can use it over and over and over again, and I can share it between documents, between applications, right? And potentially between people. So I click and drag, and watch this, it's going to light up, and bam, there it is, avocado. Right click on that, and let's rename that to avocado. Very cool. Okay, done and done. Let's go to this guy here and just drag it in. Okay, right click, rename, call that pepper. Okay, wonderful, great, good to go. And I can always use that, right? These are all my individual vector graphics that I can come back and use anytime. So let's see that in action. I'm just going to do a blank new document. Great, good to go. And then guess what's waiting there for me inside of my vectors? I can then say, hey, you know what? I did that avocado once upon a time. I'd hate to have to do that all over again. Guess what? Just drag that out and voila, amazing. And it has all the same properties and everything. Don't have to go finding things. Don't have to recreate it, anything like that. It is really, really amazing. Just superb, all the cool stuff that you can do using libraries. Now you'll also notice how you can add people on here as well. Invite to the library, you click on that, and it's gonna ask you, okay, who do you want to invite? It's gonna bring this up and you just go ahead and just type in who you want to work with, right? It's gonna come right up and wait for it. Might take some time. And don't want to take a tour, just who do you want to invite to this and what can they do? Give them certain permission levels, right? Totally up to you how you want to use this, but just know the power of this, that you can absolutely close out of that. Hey, work with these in a really, really robust way to make you more efficient, your team more efficient, okay? And then just make it so you don't have to recreate all these beautiful graphics that you have created once upon a time before. All right, so practice that. In a little bit, we're going to come and we're going to see how our Creative Cloud libraries can work with Adobe Stock just the same. Okay, so pause the video, practice this, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Earlier, we discussed the Creative Cloud library, and I mentioned how we're going to work with Adobe Stock, and Adobe Stock is going to work nicely with our Creative Cloud library. Let's see what it can do. Okay, Adobe Stock is absolutely amazing. So essentially for the price paid of admission, Adobe gives you access to just thousands and thousands of assets. Okay, many of them are free, many of them are premium. I'm only going to talk about the free ones. So you can see here I'm inside of Adobe Stock and I filter things out by free. You'll notice there's free here. There's also free here as well, but certainly go to town on any of these other ones if you like. But now let's see how we can work with our Adobe Stock interface and database. First thing you'll notice is way over here is that I am logged in as me. Okay, it's very important that you are logged in as you to make all of this work. You'll also notice that there is my libraries sitting right over there. When I click on that, you can see all my libraries pop up, including the one that I just created called Symbols. Oh my God, they're all talking to each other. How cool is that? Okay, now what I want to do is simply start searching for things. Now, up on top here, I just put in the word characters, okay? Just a basic search box. Notice again, it's free. And then all these things pop up. Pretty cool. But I want to filter this out a little bit more because I'm looking for only particular types of formats, okay? So what do I want? Do I want asset types? You can see here is images. Okay, yeah, I want images. I don't want videos. I don't want 3D. Okay, all right, so images is pretty good. But then there's also subcategory of images. Well, what do I want? I want vectors. Yeah, I'm a vector guy now, right? I work with Illustrator. I only want vector images. So fantastic, I do that, and you can see about 3,400 results come up. Great, I love that. And then you can change your orientation if you want to. Kind of nice, right? If I only want vertical ones, you can see how that's going to change a little bit. Now I only have 429. Okay, let's go ahead and just say horizontal. Now I have 1,100. Let's go back to all, and I'm going to have significantly more because it also includes like panorama and square. Right? Do I want people? Right? I chose characters, so I pretty much like want all, but let's just say only includes people because maybe it's giving me more than what I need because I really just want characters. Okay, that's kind of fun. Awesome. All right, and again, I chose vectors, so I'm going to be able to manipulate these in a really cool way. So I'm pretty much good to go. So let's just find one that I really like. Okay, so I want you to notice here, when I move my mouse over it, I'm going to have this little heart. It's going to say save to library. And I'm also going to see where it says free. And I'm also going to see where it says license. I'm going to show you kind of what these things mean and kind of what our differences are. So I'm simply just going to click on Save to Library. And this pops up. And this also pops up over here saying, hey, it's saving it to vectors. Do I want that? I don't know. I mean, they guessed pretty well, but maybe not. So when I click on Manage, I can always switch it up to be a different library. All right. Okay. Pretty cool. This time, I'm going to save this little gentleman here. And what am I going to do this time? I'm going to choose license. We're going to see the difference between these two. Click on license, and it should save into my library just the same. Nice. Okay. But now notice what it does. It allows me to now download this, okay, into my computer, right? So you can see it's going to be Adobe Illustrator. And I'm going to say illustration man smoking. Kids, don't smoke if you're watching this. This is not an endorsement. Okay, so I'm going to save that there. Okay, don't worry about where it's saved for right now. Very good. Notice this says license. This does not say license. We're going to see sort of the difference there as we move forward. Okay, so just understand we are going to get this. It's amazing. It's going to be ready to go for us. Right? And there's going to be a difference between these two. But understand that we just downloaded vectors. So therefore, we're going to have the ability to manipulate this. Okay, so if I want to give this person different hair, different skin color, maybe I want to remove that cigarette, right? I can absolutely do that. I just wanted, you know, his form, his shape, right? All those things, I can absolutely do that. Now, let's get out of here and let's go back to Illustrator. And I'll create a blank new document. And let's just see the different options I have available to me based off of what I just did. So I go here to vector and look what is waiting there for me. How cool is that? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to right click, and you can see, you can say place copy, place linked. Oh, here's an option to license image. That's right, I didn't license that. And a whole bunch of other options you might want to work with. Okay. Also note that I can just drag this out and then draw it. And then bam, it's right there. But, okay. Not sure if I like that. I just got that. You know, Dave said it was free. Why am I seeing this watermark here? What do you think's happening? I didn't license it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of it. And this time, right click on it. I'm going to say license image. And it's going to start kind of talking to the database a little bit. It's trying, it's going, it's going. Wait for it. Takes a minute or maybe seconds, depending on your internet connection and how Adobe's feeling that day. Wait for it, wait for it. Love it. And now just drag that in and then drag it out. Nice. No more watermark. So cool. All right, now this guy, because I licensed him before, I can also just drag it. But this time I'm just going to say edit. It's going to pop up and whoa, look at that. I have complete access to this and I can do whatever I want with it. Love that. No watermark, nothing. I go to my layers panel and I'll see, man, there is a lot going on inside of this image that I do not have to deal with. Thank you, Adobe. Holy cow. Look at all this stuff that I do not have to draw that is all now readily available to me. Now I just click on that. Okay, cool. I'm going to change his skin color. All right, cool. Change his hair color. Love that. Okay, so all of this stuff is now available, easily accessible, and thanks to Adobe Stock and licensing it, and now also working with our libraries to stay organized with everything that you bring in from Adobe Stock. Okay, so, and maybe you want to actually bring these guys in because maybe we'll actually do some exercises using these guys as well throughout our class today. Okay, so practice the video. Enjoy Adobe Stock, really experiment with all the different things that you can get, not just vector, and also make sure that you're saving them to these libraries that you've already created up until this point. Okay, pause the video and we'll see you in the next lesson. Let's now talk about the Touch Type tool. You're going to find the Touch Type tool with all the rest of the tools, and you're going to see here is Touch Type. I'm just going to activate that. Now let's talk about what the Touch Type tool is and what it can do for you. When you have type out like this, normally you can just do some basic edits to it. You can adjust the tracking, you can adjust the leading, you can adjust the size, including the vertical and horizontal scaling. What touch type allows you to do is isolate each individual letter. So therefore, you can maybe put it on a different plane, you can resize it, you can change the color, and all that other good stuff, right? So when you're a normal type, you can't actually do that, but the touch type tool allows you to have that kind of fun, creative configuration for it. So notice my cursor, it now has that little T in a box with the arrow. I simply click on one letter, and you'll notice what happens. That letter then gets isolated. What I can do next is just simply move it where I want. Well, that's pretty cool. Guess what else I can do? I can also resize it, move it down. All right, let me go resizing this way, move it this way, resizing it vertically, resizing it horizontally and vertically. Wow, how cool is that? I can move this down a little bit. Nice. Let's try next letter. I just simply click on it and notice I can go right and left. I can just move it down from here. I can go up and down this way, and I can actually expand it that way. Okay, so if you scroll in a little bit, you'll see that each of the corners has their own purpose to them. Okay, if you see that. Now this is going to go up and down. This is going to go diagonally, inside or out. This is going to go left to right, and this will actually move it. Okay, so if you just click and drag on that, all right, very cool. Let's do this one here, and then let's make that a little bit bigger. Let's drag that down a tiny bit. And let's just go to this one. Let's drag that down a bit. Come to here. You see how easy that is and kind of how fun that it can be, because now we all want to go to Happy Farms. Okay, very cool. Make that a little bit bigger. All right, and you can just drag that down pretty much from anywhere too, whatever kind of feels natural, and just experiment a little bit. And you can make that a little bit smaller. You just want to be kind of creative with how you lay things out. Okay, let's move the F a little bit further away. Oops, let's undo that. Let's move the F a little bit Okay, let's try that again. I'm going to grab it from here. Oh, you know why that's doing that? That is doing that because I'm running out of room and it's pushing everything over. So just keep in mind, make sure that you have a little bit of space along the outside. Okay, so now next I might want to change the colors of these. So I go back over to here and guess what? This is now isolated and I can change each individual selected color to be whatever color I want. All right, so let's now just change it to one of our happy colors. Very cool. Go to here and let's maybe choose something similar once again. All right, love that. I'm just going to choose all my pinks right now. All right, and then let's make this also pink. All right, very good. And now super easy. I just keep going to town on all my different colors. And also notice that if you wanted to, okay. So you see how this works. Pretty amazing to be able to really execute different things that you want in terms of the spacing, the size, and all that good stuff here. And then also the color. Now let's also see what we can do with strokes. So you can see, very easy. I just apply that, make that have a little bit more of a stroke compared to the rest of them. Hey, that's kind of fun. Let's try this one. Let's have this one have a stroke. And let's make that one be a white stroke and make that a little bit thicker. Okay, so just a combination of a lot of different things that you can do, including color, which is both the fill and the stroke, and also resizing it, and then also moving it in other places. Also, experiment with different fonts as well. Sometimes the blockier fonts maybe work a little bit better, but you can always change this because this is still live text. All right, so don't forget that. Even though we've now switched over to our touch type tool, we can always switch back over to all these and we can change this to something completely different if we want to. So no longer is it just Happyland Farms, it's just Happyland Farm. Okay, and I can very easily work with that and all the other type and paragraph settings as well. Pause the video, practice it up, have fun, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this next series of lessons, we are going to talk about transformation options. And not just ordinary transformation options where we start working with these guys over here, like our reflect and our rotate and our scale and our move. We're going to go a little bit deeper, a little more complex, which is going to give us not only more control, but it's also going to allow us to come back and make very easy changes and do it in a much more efficient way and also in a more scalable way. All right, so you'll see here we have this beautiful object, and notice how this is created with these nice, beautiful sort of like concentric lines coming smaller and then growing out, out, out. And there's also, notice there's a little bit of a gradient in there, kind of creating this really kind of cool dimension effect. You'll also notice that my canvas has a grid on there. It also has some guides on there. All right, and you'll also notice how my stroke is maybe a little bit uneven. So if you take a look at my appearance panel right here, you'll see that there's a few things happening that's telling us, well, what did it actually do? Why is it doing what it's doing? So let's just kind of give away the secrets for right now, and then we'll go ahead and create this. So this particular object only has one stroke on it, right? Okay, interesting. Oh, it's the stroke that's in the middle. Well, whoa, how's that going to happen? That's interesting. And you'll see also that it has a fill. Yeah, that makes sense. I can see that. And there's also something called transform on here. And this transform is what's known as an effect, right? So you can see there is this effects section on the bottom of our appearance panel, not just the plain old stroke and fill, but also the effects that we can apply to these. And we're going to do a whole series of these. And we're going to start off with just basic transformation effects, but you'll be very surprised on how much we can do with just a very, very small bit of transformation, whether it's scaling, it's rotating, it's moving, all kinds of cool things, but we're going to repeat them and copy them over and over again. Now you'll also notice that this one has a nice little kind of rounded corner, and it also has this cool little stroke for us to work with to kind of get just a different set of visual element for us to create from. Okay, so pretty neat. So let's just see how we can create something like this. So let's just start off, Command or Control N to do a blank new document. I'm just going to do 12 inches by 12 inches. I'm going to do a nice little square, one artboard for now, pretty good. All right, and then really not going to change anything at all, no bleed. I click on Create. And then when this comes up, I'm just going to click in this sort of neutral area here, go over to my properties, because I want to add on some things to make sure that I can see my guides, my grids, and make everything kind of perfect, and also my rulers and everything like that. So we go over here to the far right, and you're going to see here's our rulers and grids, our guides, also our snap to options, super important. So let's bring up our ruler. Bam, that shows up. I love that. I also want to see my grid. Okay, that's great. And also you'll notice here's my guides. You can see, do you want to hide your guide or not, right? So totally up to you. What do you want to do? Okay, so I'm going to make it so I can make it visible. This is also going to make it so, do you want to lock your guides? Sometimes you want to lock them, sometimes you don't. So I'm going to keep that unlocked because I do not want to lock it. And then this one I think is very important, which is your snap options. And this middle one is the one that we're going to choose. Right now it's off. I want to make it on. And we're going to see that is going to come to play in just a minute. So let me now create my first guide so I can say, okay, well, where is the center? I go right there, bam, love that, that's blue. I come over to there and then bam, okay, that's blue. I can see I have these two guides here. Now, the other thing that I like to do when I create guides is put them on their own layer. So when I open this up, you'll notice here I have two guides. I'm just gonna double click on that. I'm just gonna call that guides and then make a new layer. And I'm just going to call this square shapes. I'm just going to type out psychedelia, but not sure if I can type it right now on the spot. Okay, very good. So fantastic. We're good to go. And let me come back to my properties. And you'll see here, if I need to select that, I certainly can. If you accidentally are doing that and you don't want to do it, you can lock them so you don't accidentally now click them. All right, so just a good habit to get into with all of this. So let's see what I need to do first. I'm just going to very simply draw out a square that has no fill for right now, but it has a little bit of a stroke. So go over here to my square, and I'm going to tell it just to give me a black stroke, and very simply just start drawing right here from the center, holding down the Shift and the Alt key to draw out concentrically. See that? And you'll notice how when I do that, it just snaps right into the guides, right? So very cool to be able to do that. All right, nice. So I'll just do that right now. And look at my appearance panel, and you will see I have one stroke and no fill. But now let's start doing what we wanted to do all along, which was repeat this and kind of make it look a little bit more interesting. So let me go over to here, making sure this is still selected, come way down to the bottom here, and then choose Effects. And this time we're going to go to Distort and Transform and just say Transform. And this is going to pop up. This great little dialog box basically asking me about scale, where do I want to move it, how do I want to rotate it. So pretty much like all of my transformation options are in one window. Okay, pretty neat. Now you'll see also I could rotate this. I can do all kinds of other options here in terms of, do I want to transform the object? Certainly. Do I want to scale my strokes and effects as this thing gets bigger and bigger? Totally up to you. But guess what? With this preview chosen, you're going to have the ability to see what you're doing as you do it. So I'm just going to make this go up, let's just say 105%. Okay, and you see, all right, is that doing what I want to do? I don't know. Let's make some copies. I'm just going to make this 20 copies, hit tab. All right, we're on our way. I'm going to go ahead and use my mouse wheel, make that go more and more and more. All right, kind of like that. Let's go up to 35. Cool, sort of. Let me just see what else I can do. I would like to go down here and say, listen, you know what? I made a mistake. I should have actually had that start from the middle. Guess what? Because the effect is only on the middle shape here. If I bring in this middle shape, watch what happens now. I'm going to just do Shift and Alt or Option on the Mac. Just bring that in. And now look how it reinvents itself. Ooh, that's pretty neat. Oh, but I want to go and transform again. What do I do? Do I go back here? I got to start over again? No, just go over to here to the transform option, and it's going to take you right back to where you were before. Oh, awesome. Now let's just see what happens if I make that maybe a little bit bigger. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Nice. Okay, we're kind of getting someplace. Maybe not so big. I'm just using the mouse wheel again. You'll notice how I can also make one part 1% growth, another part a different one. So a little more interesting shape. All right, so totally up to you. Doesn't have to be a perfect square. Doesn't have to be perfect anything. Whatever you want it to be. See that? You're just kind of creating the illusion. Somebody walking down a hallway, right? They're just doing all kinds of, just experiment with it. And you'll see, all right, what do I want? And don't worry about it because you can always come back to this. Now, some of you may have the scale, strokes, and effects bottom, and then, okay, that could be something interesting that you do want, because when you do that, it starts off small, but as it grows, it's going up by 108%. So watch what happens as I make that thicker. Those also get very thick. There's no right or wrong here at all. It's really just depending on what you want to do. Okay, so let me just make that slightly smaller. And you'll see again how that comes together just like that. All right, I'm going to turn that off for now. Bring this back up. And again, notice how you can just change things so easily and this rapidly. It just brings things back to how you want them or don't want them. Okay, so let's just go ahead and click OK. And now let's try a few other things that you might want to work with. We saw how there was a rounded shape inside of my shape. Okay, let's just have a little bit of a different look for this. Okay, so you'll see here, this is an actual shape. So if I go over to here to my direct selection tool, you're going to see I have options to work with my corners. Okay, so I actually want to have rounded corners on this. So if I click on this here, you're going to see, all right, well, what do you want to do? Okay, so I'm just going to bring that up, up, up. Whoa, look what that does. All right, interesting. Maybe that was a little bit too much, so let's just kind of go a tiny bit. Maybe I'm just going to say 0.1. Okay, maybe a little less so. Fantastic. Maybe you want to experiment with only doing one side. So then you can say, listen, that's just going to only be that part. So I'm just going to drag this out a little bit and then drag this one out a little bit. So it's not as perfectly symmetrical. So you'll notice how they're a little bit different. If I just select this and then bring this all the way out, you'll see, okay, now that's very different, right? Because this is a little more of a corner. So we zoom out a little bit. We're starting to see how we're getting a pretty neat effect. of kind of dimensionality. All right, now let's go and apply our gradient. Again, this is just like any other shape, but it's just repeating. So watch what happens now. I'm going to apply my gradient by going over to here, and then I'm just going to choose this gradient just like that. All right, not too bad. Like that. All right, kind of interesting. Kind of step away for a second. Just take a look at what we've done. Maybe you want to take a look at it without all this stuff in here. You can go over here into presentation mode. You'll see, all right, what we're doing there. I'm going to hit escape. Let's do a couple other things. I'm going to go back and select my shape, but this time I'm going to choose a different stroke for me to work with. So let's zoom in a little bit more. And let's see what kind of strokes we can work with here. So notice I have all these variable width profiles that I can explore. So if I click on this one, for example, notice how it dramatically changes everything. Let's go over to a different one. Let's go over to that one. Ah, interesting. Let's click away, be able to see that. Very nice. Take our grids off. I'm just doing Control or Command and the semicolon, or the quotes and plus Control, and that takes everything away. And of course you can bring them right back. Again, Control plus semicolon, Control plus the quotes. All right, so how do you want to view this? All right, now you also might want to go a step further by just changing maybe to a very different type of brush stroke. All right, not so much. All right, now let me experiment. What about that one? Whoa, did not see that coming. So much you can do here. Let's bring it back to our original, and let's just change the variable width to something a little more simple. Cool. All right, I like that. Really excellent. So much cool stuff you can do with just a couple of clicks. Now, let's go back to where we started. All right, and we'll go to my transform again. And let's just say I want to add on a few more copies because I love this so much. Making sure that this is selected. It's easy to forget. All right, there we go. And let's go to here and let's watch it grow, grow, and grow. Click OK. Zoom out a little bit. Very nice. I'm going to do Control and the side right there so you can see exactly what we've created. And look at that relatively complex shape that we did relatively easy. Because what did we do? We just drew out a shape and we went to the appearance panel and then we just transformed it. We transformed it using our distort and transform, and then we went over here to transform, and then we just played around with all of our other options. Let me bring that up again. All of our options for scaling, and then we just added on some copies, right? It's really a matter where are you starting off, and then Illustrator does all the work for you. Okay, so pause the video, practice this. Practice this on any number of different types of objects, really experimenting with how you're going to change the object more and more later on in terms of the corners, how the widths of the stroke itself, the type of strokes you put onto it, maybe the color of the stroke, maybe the stroke will even have a gradient on it, not just the fill. Who knows? Okay, play around with it and maybe you'll come up with a new logo. Maybe you'll come up with a new app design, something like that. All right, so see you in the next video. Practice up and have fun. Following up on our lesson with the transformation effects, let's see how we can create something similar to this. Okay, and you can see that the process is not much different than what we just did with our transformation, with our scaling. The major difference here is going to be that we're scaling smaller, but then we're also, guess what, rotating. All right, so again, you may know how to rotate in other ways, right? Looking at the tools bar over here, but you may want to do it in the appearance panel for all the reasons we just showed you in the last lesson. So you can go back and make changes to it very, very easily. You can apply more than one copy, and you can just come back and make what other kind of modifications and different types of intricate needs that you have in terms of the scaling of the strokes, yes or no, however you want to do that, and then go back and applying all kinds of different things to the shapes themselves, like a gradient, like a different type of stroke, etc. Now, Let's just see what's going on with this particular shape. You'll notice how this is a shape that's not a perfect square. You can see I have two corners over here and I've got a little rounded corner here. Okay, pretty cool. So that's just nice to be able to do that. And then you see here in my appearance panel, I have a stroke that is black and I have a fill that is this gradient. And then you'll see here I have a transformation effect on my stroke. And guess what I have now? I have a scale that's smaller and smaller, and I'm also rotating it about 2%, and I'm also making 26 copies. All right, so let's just see what that looks like when I make more copies. See how it's going in. Look at that. And I can keep going on forever and ever and ever. Maybe I'm going to do less copies. All right, maybe I'm going to do something a little bit more subtle. I can do something like that very, very easily. Okay, but notice how it just keeps rotating about two degrees, and it's rotating, making it smaller about 95%. Cool. So let's see how we can create something like that. I'm going to create a new artboard for us to work with. Bam, there we have it. And let's just create a shape that is just going to be, let's just do a rounded rectangle. That's great. And now I'm going to go to my direct selection tool, click on this guy. Notice I'm isolating it, and then only that is going to have a hard corner. Click on this, isolating it, click on this one and drag it out. And only that one's going to have a hard corner. Cool. Love that. All right, but if I wanted to have this to be a little bit more of a corner radius, I can simply click on this, and I'm going to go over to here and make that even more round. I'll bring that up to 20. And then this one will also be 20. And again, let's take a look at our stroke. And I just remember the last thing that was on there, but of course you can change that to anything else you like. I'll just do this one again. Pretty cool. And then maybe I will bring up my gradient to make it a slightly different type of gradient. Let's make that. So I'll bring this up, and there that is, and I'm going to make that a radial gradient. Fantastic, good to go. And now let's just see what we can do with our appearance panel to apply a different type of look for this in a very quick way. So go ahead and choose your stroke, go over here to effects, again, go to distort and transform. I'm going to say transform, and you saw what we did already. Let's just try that out. I'm just going to bring this down to 95, bring this down to 95. And the only thing I'm going to do that's going to be majorly different here is my rotation. So I'm just going to rotate this about 2 degrees. And let's just see what that does. Watch what happens now. I'm going to make my copies. I go. Not too shabby. Let's go ahead and rotate it even more. Whoa, wow. Look what we can do so quickly, so easily, just by this very simple transformation effect. And again, I showed you earlier how you can do something like that or like that. So totally up to you how you want to show this ultimately at the end of the day. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And what I want you to do when you're practicing is try to create something like this or any other kind of shape that you want to work with, but use this as your model, understanding that we just started off with a very, very basic shape, right? We have this little hexagon, and we just repeated it over and over and over again as it, guess what? Shrunk down in scale, and we also rotated it -6. So if I make that go the other direction, notice it can go the other direction. Okay, so wow. Look how cool, how quickly you can have something as complex as that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And I'm going to suggest you pause the video, practice this, and then while you're in the distort and transformation effects, try out some other ones as well. Welcome back, welcome back. And in this lesson, we are going to get a little more creative. This is going to be about how to actually create a project such as this which is essentially how to draw what I'm calling just a Celtic knot, right? Where I want to show how do we kind of create the illusion that these guys are going in and out and up and around and around. And it's like, oh my God, how's that happening? How are we actually making it kind of do all this without actually having to do it manually by drawing it out? It's actually a little more simple than you may realize. Okay, so follow along in this exercise. You may need to watch this again and again to get this and maybe write some of it down, but I have provided some exercise notes on this within the courseware. So let's go ahead and just create a blank new document. And I'm just going to make that square. That's perfect. And we're going to start off very simply by just drawing out a rectangle that is a stroke and it has no fill. Okay, so I'm going to make it so it has no fill. And then there's my stroke. Okay, and I'm going to make my stroke about 60. You can make yours a little thicker if you want to. And very simply, just draw out a rounded rectangle. So just come in maybe like that. Okay, I like that. So far, so good. And next thing I'm going to do, if you want to, again, you can round the corners if you like. So if I want to, I can round them a little more. So just maybe go more. So it just kind of looks like that. Fantastic, good to go. Now, next thing we're going to do is we're going to rotate our shape. And I'm also going to copy it. So I don't want to just rotate this one. I actually want to have a second one that is based off of this one that is rotated. So very simply, I'm going to go over here to my rotate options. You can see here is rotate. And if you double click on the rotate tool, you will see this pops right up, giving me the options of, okay, well, what is the angle you want to rotate on? I want to rotate 90 degrees. Perfect. But instead of clicking OK, I'm going to choose copy. And now look at that. Cool. I have the beginnings of my little Celtic knot. So what happens next? I want to actually make it so my stroke for both of these is on the outside of the shape. This is very, very important because in a minute, I'm going to do something called expanding my appearance. So I need to actually make it so my stroke is now going to be on the outside of the shape. This is the part that you'll forget. It's kind of odd, but let me just show you what we're going to do. Very simply, we'll go over here to stroke, and I'm going to choose that I want it to be on the outside. Notice it says a line stroke on the outside. Cool, there's that. I go over to here. I'm going to choose this guy. Again, same exact thing. I'm going to say align to the outside of it. Okay, cool. And if you want to, you can just kind of manipulate this even further if you like. But I'm going to keep it as is. But understand that this is now the beginning. This is the foundation of what we're going to create. So it's very important that you have it more or less how you want it to look right now. And you're not sure about it, you can always make some copies of this. So then you can always come back to it later on, but maybe you make some different shape copies for you to work with in just a minute after you finish doing it and you don't like it. So let's now just highlight all of our stuff here. So I'm just going to marquee over everything here. And next, I'm going to do what we call expanding the appearance. Because right now, all this is simply just a stroke, right? It's not really going to do much for me. So when I expand my appearance, it makes it into a shape that I can work with. So how do I do that? I'm going to go over here to Object. I'm going to say Expand Appearance. And now that happens. And really, nothing really major happens for us in terms of like what we can see. It's still not looking like a Celtic knot, but let's just see what we do to kind of start the process to make it like a Celtic knot or whatever you want to call it, any kind of knot or any kind of like interweaving. We're going to use this amazing tool called the Shape Builder tool. All right, so let's just see what this does. You'll notice as soon as I click on that, I can now move my mouse over these individual parts to then blend together one section into another because these are all now kind of overlapping with each other, but they're not actually blended together. Okay, now let's see what happens now when I drag down going like this, I go across going like that, I come up going to here, and then I come over going like that. And you can now start to see the beginnings of this little kind of circuitry that I've created. All right, now for us to really get some dimensionality, let's put a stroke around this. So I'm going to just simply highlight it all, and then I'm going to go over to here to my strokes. So let's make that red, And let's make that bigger, 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 bigger. Love that. Really coming together. It's all one big group. And I can now rotate it. And now I've got my finished product. Pretty amazing. And then maybe you're going to duplicate this. Maybe you're going to overlap it. Maybe you're going to put something inside of this. You're going to do lots of things, and this is going to be the starting point. Some of you may know how to work with symbols. Maybe you want to just spray out some symbols. We're going to be covering symbols in a little bit, but you can see how easy that was. Maybe some of you are going to work with type to do the same thing. You want type to kind of interweave with something else, right? With letters going into another letter. So this is a really extraordinary set of tools to work with, where we expanded our appearance that started from a stroke. And then once we did that, we're able to use the amazing Shape Builder tool to weave all of our content in between each other so they're all get connected and make the appearance and make the illusion that they're looping inside and out of each other. All right, so pause the video, practice this, watch this as much as you need to, and feel free to go ahead and look at the notes that I provided in the courseware. So in this next set of lessons, we're going to do a pretty heavy exercise where we're going to learn how to create this kind of like flower sort of mandala slash sort of logo potentially in a number of different ways. So earlier we worked on creating some pretty complex shapes using our effects on the appearance panel. And we're going to do something similar to what we've already done, but we're going to go a few steps further. We're going to rotate this time, but we're going to rotate a number of different objects. We're going to group them, and then ultimately we're going to end up at the Live Paint tool so we can see how we can create something. So we're going to kind of go step by step on this. So I have a blank artboard down below for me to work with. And very simply for right now, I'm just going to create a shape for me to start with. Don't worry about getting this part perfect, because guess what? You can always come back and change it, and then it's going to be linked up to where we started. So how I'm going to do this is just very simply, I'm going to choose the ellipse tool, making sure, and this is very important, that I have no color fill, and I'm just going to have a very thin black stroke, and just simply click like that. Okay, great, fantastic, no problem there. But I really want to make my petal to be sharp on the outside, a little more pointy. So I go over here to my direct selection tool, choose that, and then as simple as this, I can just go over here to my convert tool, and then bam, that's now pointy. Okay, if I want to do the same thing on this side, I absolutely can. So click on that. Great. If I want to make this a little bit taller, I just simply click on that, use my arrow keys in my keyboard just to basically make that as tall or short as I want to. Same thing with this guy. All right, so this is just the beginning of my first petal. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make maybe a little kind of circle, add some dimensionality in there. Sure, why not? So I'm going to go over here to my circle. Again, pretty much same thing, where I want to make it so my stroke is black and thin, and then I have no fill in there at all. So I'm just going to just simply click and drag more or less from the center in there. Okay, that's great. And again, don't worry about too much about the size and all that other stuff in terms of the stroke size and everything. But what I want to do in this case, I'm going to align this to make sure that these are aligned well. So I highlight everything, and then I'm going to click on this little drop down here to align selection and center it. Perfect. Now I can see that they're nicely aligned. Love that. If I want to be right smack in the center, then I would align my vertical centers doing it that way. But this is good for right now, because I'm going to change this. Believe me, this is just a start. Now, why did I do this, and why is this going to create this complex shape? Really, the question is how? How is it going to do that? So let's now highlight both your shapes and group them. So if you just right click on it, you can just choose group. That's fantastic. That's great. Now I'm going to apply my rotate effect on this. So I'm going to go over here to my appearance panel. I'm going to go over here to effects and go over here to distort and transform, and then transform. And from here, all I'm going to do is very simply adjust my rotation options. Okay, so here is rotate. And not only that, I'm going to adjust it so when I rotate it, it rotates in the right place. This is incredibly important. I'm going to watch you. I want you to watch me like do it wrong. So watch this. I'm going to rotate this and I'm like, oh, wait, that's not at all what I want to do. Huh. What's happening here? Where is it actually rotating from? As you can see here, it's rotating from the center. I don't want that because I want to create like a million petals going along the outside. So therefore they have to rotate coming from the center. So if you'll notice here, way down below is this little guy right here. Basically saying, hey, where do you want to rotate from? I want to rotate from that guy right there on the bottom. So now when I change my angle, let's just watch. So I go that way, negative, go that way, one way or another. Okay, cool. Now I'm starting to see what I could possibly create with this. Oh, okay. Maybe it's just going to be a simple flower like that. Maybe you want to overlap. You'll have a little more of a complex angle, right? Totally up to you. And again, because you can change this anytime you want. Now that I have my angle chosen, I can now choose how many copies I want very simply, just by scrolling up and down and down and down. That is so cool. All right, and you'll see, okay, you know what? I could have done my angle a little bit better. Maybe, okay, great. That's perfect. It's exactly what I wanted in terms of my rotation and my angle. And wow, maybe you're done and you love this. You see how I created this so quickly and easily. Let's click OK. We'll take a look at our appearance panel. You can see there's our transform. If we ever need to get back to that again, click cancel. Now let's start to see the power of this. The fact that we actually created this complex shape using our appearance panel is going to allow us to then say, hey, listen, I want to actually make some changes to this. I decide, you know what, I prefer to have this guy here. Just double click on it to get into it. I want to have this move up. So watch what happens now when I move this up. So do all the rest of them. That is so cool. See that? I just choose one to move and they all move. Oh my God, look at that going up and down, up and down. Maybe I'm going to have them overlap like that. Oh my God, look what it just did. So cool. So all I'm doing here is I'm just using my arrow keys and then Illustrator does all the rest. All right, now let me see if I want to just have more than one. So I'm just going to hold down the Alt key just to duplicate this. So I'm going to hold down Alt and the Shift key and watch what I do as I clone this. And I'm going to do that, come back out of this, and now I have two of these. But why did I do that? So then I can separate them out, do it a little bit different. Let's bring this in and watch, they're all going to do that. And now this guy is going to become a slightly different shape for me. And how am I going to do that? It's going to very simply be let's do another little pointed guy here. So I will choose the direct selection tool, click on that, and I'm going to make this pointed. Nice. So like that, let's make that also pointed by going back up to here and then convert that. Cool. And now let's see what happens when I, kind of like that, maybe that, bring it down a bit. Okay. And now you see, just kind of just go crazy, experiment with these. Like what's the shape that you're looking for that maybe you didn't find right away, that maybe you're going to end up finding after you just kind of go this way. Oh, that's kind of neat. Look at that. Or go out like this. All right. Wow. Just make one change, and because it repeats over and over again, it makes that change repeatedly, so you don't have to worry about it. It's the coolest thing. So let's get back out of this. Let's check it out and zoom out. All right. Maybe you're happy with this. Maybe you're not. You can very, very easily change this. Okay. So this is really all about just choosing one shape, or maybe you're modifying the shape later on, but you're choosing one shape. You're grouping it all together with another shape, and then you go over to your appearance panel, and then you are going to apply some type of distortion. In this case, we transformed it and we just rotated it and then made however many copies you want to work with over and over and over again based off of a certain angle, and you're good to go. All right, so really practice that. Okay, understand how you can do it. You can see how, here's another example I've done. And this one involved color. So what we're going to do in this next exercise is going to be our first lesson on working with the live paint tool. All right, so stay tuned, but make sure you practice this and you can do all of these things before we move on. All right, so pause the video and have fun. Now at this point, you should have a nice little flower or mandala or some kind of repeating element that you've created, so we can now paint it. So earlier I showed you an example of this, and this essentially started off looking like this. And how did we get it to make it so we have these nice, beautiful colors inside of these shapes? We worked with something called the live paint tool, the live paint tool. And this is an excellent, excellent tool for working with painting for individual parts of something where you have these individual shapes and nooks and crannies, and to make it look really solid and really nice. So currently, this is not available to be a live paint group. I have to make it so. So I'm just going to simply just click right there. So I'm going to go over to my regular selection tool and I select it. Okay. Now it's still just one individual shape. So this is very important. I need to do what's called expanding the appearance. So whatever I see in front of me, it then becomes whatever is shown as individual shapes. Right now, it's just one shape that's able to be repeated over and over again. Certainly that has its benefits, but I'm done. I love this. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is go over here to the object menu. I'm gonna say expand appearance, and you'll see, whoa, look what happens now. Every single one of these becomes their own independent shape. So if I click on these, I can now manipulate this if I want to make this a little bit different, which is kind of cool, right? So if I actually want to make this a little bit more kind of realistic, I can bring this out here so they're not super uniform, because maybe that's something you want. Maybe sometimes you don't after a while. So you can just really kind of play around with all of these things here and just experiment that, like, all right, great. Now that I've expanded the appearance, I have all that kind of cool control to work with. Now, let's start giving this a little bit of color, a little bit of personality. So how do I do that? We are going to now make this into a live paint group. All right, so where am I going to find my live paint? Yours is probably hiding underneath your shape builder tool. And you can see there is my live paint bucket. So when I click on that, you're going to see it's going to give me the option now to now start painting. But what I need to do first of all is make this into a live paint group, right? So that could be a little bit confusing. It's like, well, why am I getting this circle slash? So if I now select everything and then I come over to here, now I can then make everything into a live paint group. You have to select it to affect it. Okay, so now watch what happens now. I'm going to click and now it's a live paint group. I know nothing really happened. There's no fireworks, nothing like that, but it is now a live paint group. Now let's watch and see what this is going to allow me to do. So your live paint bucket works in sync with your swatches. So let's bring our swatches over here. And presumably you got your swatches all ready to go, whatever kind of swatch you want. But I'm going to start off with this nice pretty purple color. And watch what happens now when I mouse over and I just simply click. How cool is that? Bam, bam, bam. Just going to town. Love that. That is awesome. Very cool. All right, just clicking away, painting some flowers, and just notice how everything is separated out individually, right, by what I have created using my earlier tool to make these individual shapes, and then I expanded my appearance. So Illustrator knows that these are all individualized, okay? Let's now do something in the middle here. Let's just do pink. All right, I'm gonna come over to here, bam, bam, bam. Okay, very cool. All right, loving this, so happy. Nice. And just imagine this is something that you drew, maybe something you got from someplace else, just like an illustration that you did, just some kind of drawing. All right, it's really starting to come together a little more interesting. Let's now try one of these gradients. Click on that. I can still do a gradient too. Click on that. Oh, that's kind of neat. Cool, yes. Nice. A little more visual interest for me. Okay, now let's zoom in And we can really go crazy with all this stuff here, right? So of course we don't waste too much time, but let's just add in some more purple again. It's gonna come in there. See, you get your nice little nooks and crannies. It's easy as that with the Live Paint tool. Click, click, and click. All right, now let's just zoom out a little bit. See what we've done. It's gonna click away. All right, and not too bad. Not too bad for about, what, 10 minutes worth of work. Okay, now let's go to the next level with this. Okay, that you may want to just remove some of your strokes. Okay, now this one's going to get a little bit crazy once I remove the strokes, but just for the purpose of the exercise, I want you to see what we can actually do while we are removing strokes to make the image look a little bit different, because this one does not have any strokes. So notice how it looks a little more cleaner. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just simply highlight everything here, and I'm just going to bring down my strokes. And I click away. You can see how much cleaner that looks as a result. Okay, you can probably zoom in a little bit. Okay, pretty cool. And now I just have that little bunch of things in the center, but they're still there if I want to, right? So if I do want to color them in, I can easily do that with my Live Paint. They're still there, but I'm just not going to have any strokes to be able to do that. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about my strokes anymore. So I'll just make this yellow, 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 but still no strokes. Even though you get rid of the strokes, doesn't mean you can't fill in any of our fills. Nice. Let's zoom out a little bit, see what that looks like. Cool, that is beautiful. Okay, so I mean, a lot of these things, like, wow, what am I going to get once I just rotate things, I repeat things, and then I expand it out, and then I start applying different colors using our Live Paint tool. Okay, now in a little bit, we're going to do a little more simple one because I wanted to kind of make this sort of a complete project, but we're going to see how we can do Live Paint on just like a basic character. All right, so practice this and we'll see you in the next lesson. In the last exercise, we talked about Live Paint. Now we are going to use Live Paint on these little characters, but I didn't draw these. So what I need to do is trace them. I don't want to have to draw them out because I'm not that good of an artist. I'm not very good with the pen tool. So I want Illustrator to be able to do some tracing for me so then I can do live painting on this. Okay, so what does tracing look like and where do we find our trace options? So I'm going to select my image here. And if I go over here to Window, you're going to see there is an option for my panel to bring up the image trace. Okay, so let's go ahead and make sure you have something selected, and you'll see that this lights up with a bunch of presets for how you may want to trace. So you will see here different presets for different file types, for different quality, right? For different colors. Okay, you can see, wow, all these different things here. Now, before I choose this, I'm going to click on Preview so that I can know, all right, is this the best one? All right, now just understand that if you are going to be tracing like photographs with millions and millions and millions of colors, it's probably not going to come out with the same kind of fidelity that you might expect. It's not going to look like a photograph. It's going to make it into like millions and millions of individual path points. Okay, because ultimately when we are tracing, we want to make this as a replacement for us drawing something using the pen tool. So you can't really draw something out like a photograph because it's too detailed. So just keep that in mind. But if you have a logo or something like that, or an illustration, it could even be something that you drew, you scanned it in, but you don't want to have to draw it out yourself, tracing is going to be an incredible tool to be able to work with. Okay, so you'll see here, I have a number of different options. Is it high fidelity photo? Is it low fidelity, etc.? 3 colors? Oh, I don't know. Maybe let's just try some of these out. Let's go to 3 colors. I get my preview, and something just happened. If you notice, it just kind of froze a little bit and just kind of went into place. But I don't know, did that actually work? Okay, let's just see what happens now when I go to the next step, which is expanding. Okay, we've talked about expanding several times in this series, where expanding is going to say, hey, listen, make whatever you see here into vectors, right? Whether it's going to be a bunch of shapes, it's going to be some lines, some strokes, etc. So when I click on expand, you'll notice Okay, something else, more or less kind of subtle happened. Huh, all right, what's next? Okay, I remember he said that this now becomes some kind of vector. So how do I choose my vectors? Oh, let me go over here to my direct selection tool. Whoa, okay, now I see what's going on here. Okay, now before I start doing anything, let's come over to here. Let's do one more time with Donald. Let's do the same thing. So you can see this go in real time. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to come over to here, and you'll notice here my presets. And let's just try the same thing. Let's go to 3 color and wait for it. This maybe is having to work a little bit harder. Okay, and again, you can see a little tiny flash there. Okay, something happened. Don't know exactly what happened, but it actually did do something. All right, now depending on what you're working with, you may want to have different types of presets that you're going to work with, and you'll play around with some of these things as well. Okay, for right now, I'm going to keep it simple just to kind of take you here, and then you really just experiment with it. But you will see, now that I understand a little bit more about it, that it created 214 paths. It got 3 colors in there somehow. How many anchors in there? Wow, there's a lot that it did. All right, now I'm going to expand it again. Click on that. And then I'm going to go over here to my direct selection tool, and yep, okay, that seems about right. And I zoom in, I can say, whoa, there's a lot going on here. Okay, so I may have to clean this up a little bit, but it still saved me a ton of time having to draw this out. Now at this point, you probably already know about what you can use your add anchor points and your delete anchor point tools to how to work with them, and also how you might want to work with something like this. All right, so now let's see what we can do with our little minion here. All right, now I'm going to go over to here, select this, and you will see that there's actually a little more than meets the eye, believe it or not. I know you probably want to focus directly on the minion. You can see I've got his glasses there and his little overalls and everything like that, but I actually have something else that kind of I need to grapple with, and that is this little guy right here, which is the background, because I actually did bring in the background. So I'm going to use my group selection tool and just simply click. Okay, and that actually groups everything outside of his body. And now I want to get rid of that, so I'm just going to hit delete, and I'm just going to just grab these guys, okay, and then just hit delete again. And again, I'm just using my group selection tool and hit delete. All right, and now one more. And now I'm in a pretty good place to start setting myself up for live paint. All right, so I suggest you get something like this, get your favorite cartoon character, get something relatively simple for now, or maybe even grab a logo, anything that you want to be able to practice on. I suggest you bring this in, you place it, and then you bring up your image trace panel, and then experiment with all the different settings that you can do. And then remember to expand it when you're done so it becomes full of anchor points. And then make sure you get rid of anything along the outside. Then what we're going to do next is work with live paint just to add some color onto this. Okay, so pause the video, practice this. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you soon. Now that our minion has been traced and expanded, what do we need to do next to give him some color? Give him some color on his overalls and his eyes and his face and everything. We need to make him into a live paint object. So just a few exercises ago, we did that same thing with our little flower. Now we're going to do it with this cool illustration that I didn't even draw. It just came in and I traced it, and now I can paint it. So let's go ahead and just select everything. And if you recall, I'm now going to make this into a live paint object. Now, I'm going to show you another way to do this if you want to. I can simply click on this live paint bucket, but sometimes you may hear about this when it says object, and this is option here to live paint, and then simply make, or Alt, Control, or Command X if you want to. So I click on that, and now it is now a live paint object. Okay, now remember what that means. That means I can then go over here to my live paint bucket and then just start clicking on the object based off of the color that I have here. Now, earlier we were working with our individual swatches, right? So let's just say I want to make him yellow, and you'll notice how my swatches come up on top of my little bucket. Now, you'll notice how I have these 3 little little swatch thumbnails that come up. What is that referring to? Essentially, that's referring to the middle one, that is what I just selected, and the one on the left of my swatch that I just selected, which is here, and also on the right what I selected. So now if I go to the right with my keyboard, you'll notice how I can toggle through all my individual colors, and it changes accordingly. Okay, so that might be a little more work than what you want to do, but just know that is a good tool to work with. So I click on that, and very easily, amazing, I just now added some skin color on from, oh, that's so cool. I just did it for his head. Now let's go ahead and give him some black glasses, come around, pretty neat. And now let's give him some nice blue eyes. Let's come right there in the center. Okay, cool. And then let's give him maybe some brown overalls. All right, very nice. Look how amazing that is. So cool. How about some yellow gloves? I don't know. I'm sure it's a different color, but let's go ahead and just choose it accordingly. You know what? I changed my mind. I don't want to give him yellow gloves. That's the same color of his skin. What could I do? I can go right back and make some changes accordingly. He's going to have now red gloves. Awesome. So cool. Let's give him some dark blue shoes and give him some pants to match his overalls. Love that. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Let's go back, grab that. Bam, bam, and bam. Love that. Now, click away, and there you have it. So cool. So just as we did with our mandala flower, and just as I suggested you do with your tracing, I want you to now grab your own character and start applying your live trace using some of the colors and swatches that maybe you've created, but also working with the tools that we discussed earlier with being able to now toggle back and forth, going through all your different live paint objects, maybe adding on some patterns, maybe adding on some gradients. Okay, just go crazy, have fun with it, and just really be able to just behold the amazing awesomeness that this tool has to offer. Okay, I'll pause the video, you pause the video, and have fun, and we'll see you in the next lesson. At this point, you are most likely aware of how strokes work. We see some strokes down on the bottom around our shape. We see some strokes around our text. Now, in Illustrator, strokes are considered brush strokes or considered strokes. We have a whole brush library, and there's some kind of overlap between them. But there's also a number of different kind of brush strokes we can work with, and there's also a number of different ways that we can apply them. So we've already seen how we can apply a stroke just on a shape, going over here to our strokes. You can see over here, go to our strokes, change the color. And also note that you can click on stroke here, and then you can change some of the parameters. You can change the width, you can change the quality of it. So all kinds of different fun things you can do. Hopefully at this point, it's relatively familiar to you. But let's talk about some other kind of creative ways that we can use strokes and apply them. So you have something called the brush tool, and you'll see the brush does more or less kind of what you expect it to do. Now you'll notice I click on brush, and I have something left over here from in terms of what all my brushes are available as. I'm just going to do just a very basic brush stroke, right? Which with nothing too fancy on there, because notice how we have different types of brushes we're going to apply, but I'm just going to keep it at just something very basic for right now, choosing my stroke width and my color. And I'm just going to go ahead and just click just like that. And then bam, I have that. I'll do that one more time. So I'm going to go a little bit more kind of like that. Okay, pretty good. Not too bad. Let me go ahead and undo that. And let me show you just one thing you might want to do while you are brushing is to double click on your paintbrush, and you will see you have the option to adjust what's called your fidelity. Notice how smooth mine came out. Let me bring it down to accurate, and then let me just make this maybe a little bit smaller. And I'm just gonna say I'm just kind of drawing something here. I'm just kind of tracing it. I'm doing here. Okay, great. All right, great. Now you can see how that looks. Okay, it is how it is in terms of my smoothness and everything. I'm gonna go to my direct selection tool, select it. You'll see, okay, not that smooth, okay, but you know, I did my best. Illustrator did its best, so let me go ahead and back out of that. This time, I'm gonna double click, bring up my smoothness away from my accuracy, click OK, And now this time, let's see what it does. Okay, again, just kind of doing that. Okay, and now you can see it's a lot smoother. I do that, and now, okay, pretty good. Okay, I like that. Now, some of you may know about the smooth tool, okay, where you can actually smoothen out stuff even after the fact if you want to smooth it out, so it actually takes away some of those extra anchor points. So you can very easily do that, but just notice how it did take away some things. So you just want to be aware of that. So notice you can also double click on the smooth tool to make things, accurate or smooth as well. Okay, so that's just another parameter on the smooth tool, not on the brush tool, right? So it's kind of nice that they give you all those options. Pencil tool, which is living right in here, is very similar. You can see here, okay, really nice. And then I can go ahead and make that whatever size I want. And then again, I can go to my stroke and I can make some other changes to this, make that have some little rounded butts there, and pretty cool. All right, now again, keep in mind that these are all just individual strokes with little path points in there, and really very cool. Like, just wow, it's just kind of nice because I have the ability to then come back and adjust these however I want, right? I can come back here and I can just select each individual anchor point and then use my Bezier handles and then just manipulate it however I want. I can come back and bring this up here. I can bring this up like that. Okay, so good, pretty nice basic stuff there. All right, now, because these are all individual strokes, we have the ability to now apply different types of brushes to them. Again, there's this kind of nice little overlap between all the things that we're working with here. Even though they are strokes, they are also brushes. Okay, so there's this kind of overlap. And you'll see here we have a number of different types of brushes we can work with: calligraphic, art, scatter, and bristle. And you'll see here just some nice examples of that. Now, if I were to simply click on this right here, and I'm going to go over to my brushes panel by going here to window and go over here to brushes, we'll see here I have a lot of different brushes I can choose from. Okay, and these are just ones that I've recently used. And then you can see some other ones here. Okay, now if I want to see all of my brushes in the library, I can click on this little library guy right there. Everybody see that way down there? I click on that and you're going to see I have a lot of little kind of like libraries and sub-libraries, right? So if I go over here to artistic, you're going to see here's a bunch of calligraphic, chalk and charcoal, ink, paintbrush. Wow, so many cool things. Go here to borders. Wow, pretty amazing. I might want that for this part here, for my square, decorative, all these things here. Now let me just go back to artistic. I'm going to choose calligraphic. All right, and then I can choose this and that. Okay, very neat, very nice. Okay, cool. Go to town, go crazy like that. Kind of bored with it. So guess what? I can just go from library to library using this right here. And then I can just say, hey, you know what? I want something a little bit more interesting. Oh, kind of like that. Oh, wow. So now that's up here. Let me just try doing it on something as, ordinary, as standard as this. So let's just see what happens when I choose. Oh, wow. I can do my brush strokes on here and on here. Oh, wow. Pretty cool. All right. So you can see kind of goes across the board, right? So you can see our art and our calligraphic, they more or less kind of overlap in terms of, what we have here. Now, if we ever want to edit these, right? If you see here, if I'm looking at this calligraphic brush, you'll see that this is now highlighted and I will have the opportunity to actually edit. One last footnote to discuss brush strokes and strokes in general is the ability to expand the appearance of the actual stroke. Because right now this is just a stroke line, right? So I have a little spine there, and certainly I have, these individual path points that are there, and I can manipulate those on the end. I can work with my Bezier handle and everything. But if I make this into one big solid shape or several shapes, because of the texture of this, I'm able to have a little more control over it potentially. Okay, so I just drew a nice little artsy brush around the outside there to kind of give our little donkey a little bit of shading. Okay, kind of nice, but I might want to have some control over that. So if I select it using my normal selection tool, I go over here to Object. I'm going to say Expand Appearance, and then I go, and you can notice actually around it what happens, right? It looks like it's one big shape now. And now when I go to my Direct Selection tool, notice all the millions and millions of little path points that appear. So if I really wanted to control this, right there to its most granular level, I can do that. See that? I can go over to here. I just want to really control how much is coming out there. This, of course, is very chaotic, but I can very, very easily come in there and manipulate it. All right, this is just one example of when you might want to expand appearance, but it's just kind of nice to know that you can start off with a basic stroke and then say, hey, listen, I don't want this to be a stroke anymore. I want to have a kind of different type of functionality with it. Now, if we go over here to this document, you'll see I have a nice little scatter brush, which has a lot of individual shapes here. But let's say I want some of these shapes. Let's say I want to work with these shapes independently. I want to change the color. I want to move them around, all that stuff. I can do the same thing with this brush stroke, essentially, by going here to Object, Expand Appearance, and now look what happens. Let me zoom in, and let me just highlight just that star, and then notice I can now move this around. I can rotate it. I can change the color if I want to. Look at that. How cool is that? So it gives you that kind of control once you expand the appearance. So some of you may decide, hey, listen, I'm going to use this as just a brush stroke initially, and then I expand the appearance, and then I can control it however I want to. So you kind of want to think about that in all your projects, whether it's a brush stroke or otherwise, when you see something that you want to make it into an actual shape and give you that much more control over it, or maybe a different kind of control, consider expanding your appearance. Now, coming back to here, you'll see that there's another example that this is just a line, right? You can see that there, just drew out this line, and I put on a nice little banner on here. You can see there's that little text divider. But let's say I want this as my own. So guess what? Let's do one more. You can see expand appearance, and wow, how cool is that? And I can essentially just kind of steal this if I like. So now this is going to be my own. It's got a little bit crowded in there. I probably have to lock some layers, but you can see, cool, that's mine. It's isolated from everything else over there. I would probably deselect all these, but you can see how easy it is just to be like, hey, listen, I just want this, 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 and this. Great. Now I own that. See, it's separate from that where it wasn't before. Okay. So you want to practice this. Definitely get creative with it. Be bold, be ambitious, but just know that the options are there. In this next few set of exercises, we're going to talk about symbols, where symbols are going to be a little gift from Illustrator that are going to have a series of very complex graphics that are going to be pre-drawn, pre-created, and also vector-based that we can reuse over and over and over again. So where are we going to find our symbols? If we go over here to Window, you're going to see way down at the bottom is Symbols. And let's just see what Illustrator has given us. If you start off here, you'll see, oh, okay, not too bad. And if I click on this, drag it out, you see, all right, let me just bring this out. Cool, that's very beautiful. I love that. But let's see what else we have available to us. Outside of just these 6 ones, I have this little guy right there, which is my symbol library. So I click on that, it's like, oh man, there are a lot of symbols that Illustrator has given me. So if I just choose one of these now, you'll see it's going to pop up to its own little individual panel. And you'll see here, this is just my 3D. So same way that I brought this out here, I can then bring this out over and over and over again, right? I can just say, go over to here, and then I could do it again. All right, cool, I'm gonna use several of these. Fantastic, I can keep using this over and over and over again, okay? But now, where am I going to see all the rest of them? I don't wanna have to keep going back to here and then doing this and over and keep repeating that. So what I'm gonna do is simply click on this little guy right here, and that's going to allow me to toggle through all of the Illustrator library of symbols. So if I click on this now, go to the next ones, oh, pretty cool. Go to there. All right, very nice. You can see celebration, charts, communication, okay, all kinds of different things for fashion. Wow, excellent. So let's just say, for example, I want to just bring out a pair of shoes. I just drag that out, make that nice and big, and cool, there you go. And I could reuse that, and I could just maybe go this way. All right, fantastic. Now, let's see what symbols are all about. Now that we have them here, we can definitely just relish in the fact that Illustrator has given me all of these things for me to use over and over and over again, okay? And I don't have to draw anything out, and I can take full credit for it, okay? Now, you'll notice that way up on top here, I have this option to edit the symbol and also break the link from the symbol. What exactly does that mean? Let's just bring out something relatively simple. I'll just bring out this shirt. And let's say, for example, I wanted to make this a different color. Okay, I'm going to bring out another shirt just so you can kind of illustrate the point here. I'm going to make this into a different color. So when I edit this symbol, you're going to see I get this message. It says, hey, you are about to edit the symbol definition. Any edits to the symbol will be applied to all of its instances. Oh, that is interesting. So when I make a change to this one here, all of my symbols, oh, okay, so great. So I guess this is going to be a global change. So all right, I'm cool with that. So I do that, and now I'm going to zoom in here, and then I select it, and now let's go ahead and make a change. Let's make it a blue shirt. Cool. Now let's go over here to the upper left where I'm going to just get out of this and then zoom back out a little bit, and then oh, look at that. This is now a blue shirt. I see what it did. Okay, interesting. But what if I didn't want that to happen? What if I wanted to have a shirt come out, but I only wanted one shirt to be blue and then another one to be green, another one to be red, but I still wanted to have these shirts come out, but I don't want them to all globally change. Okay, so I'm going to undo what I did. Let's come back, and here we are before my editing. I'm going to break the link. I'm going to break the link so any changes I make just to this one don't affect the original and don't affect any of the other ones that are out here. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'm just going to hold down the Alt key, and then bam, I have 3 of these shirts. But now for this one, I'm going to break the link, and now it's all by itself. It's no longer linked up to my original symbol, and I can very easily now make a change to this. Okay, let's just make this green, and lo and behold, it now changes just that shape, just that drawing, and nothing else. But these guys are still linked up. Okay, do you see that? They're still linked up here. Okay, so I want to break the link, go over to here. Let's choose blue. Cool. So I still get the benefit of this because I did not have to draw this out. Illustrator did all the work for me. If I wanted to, I could even go as far as changing the shape. Okay, so I'm going to make this a little bit longer of a shirt. So let's just add that. And now I'll just go bam, bam, bam. Now it becomes a dress. Wow, that was easy. And then notice it didn't affect anything else. And also notice, of course, I did not have to draw anything else out at all. Okay, now let's just quickly explore some of the other libraries. And I'm going to have you pause the video in just a minute and then check out some of the other symbols as well, because there are a ton of them and they are just fantastic. Okay, you can see here more flowers for me to work with. Okay, that's great. Some hair. You can see different flowchart items that have little gradients in there. Okay, wow, very cool. Okay, they call this indigenous logo elements, mad scientists, map things, okay, for nature. Very, very cool. Now, if I were to take one of these that's a little bit more intricate, you'll see really how amazing this is that Illustrator is giving us these to work with. Okay, so let me just go ahead and break the link here, and I'm going to zoom in, and I'll be able to see, wow, look how amazing this is, right? This shirt was just a very simple drawing, but this one is now going to allow me to come in to this drawing, and with my direct selection tool, I can now change the color of this. Okay, so you can see really the benefit of how I can work with my symbols to help me save lots and lots of time to do all kinds of different beautiful things very quickly and easily. And Illustrator did all the hard work for me, so I did not have to draw these things out. Now I have this big, beautiful butterfly that I did not have before. Now, once you do this, after you've created these things, you can then make your own symbol out of it. Okay, so if I love this butterfly, I might want to save this and make a symbol out of it. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in the next lesson, and we're going to see how we do that, and then we're going to see all the benefits of that, and we're going to see how we can implement it in a very, very cool way using a bunch of things called the sprayers and all kinds of other things there. All right, so pause the video, practice up, and we'll see you soon. In our last exercise, we learned about symbols, and we learned about the symbols that Illustrator gives us. Now let's talk about times when we want to save our own symbols so we can reuse them over and over and over again. So I have this beautiful mandala that I've created, and I want to be able to use this in many, many different capacities. Okay, so some of you may recall that I worked with my CC libraries for essentially doing the same thing because I want to have easy access to it. Let's do this as a symbol now, because you're going to be able to see how we can have some of the benefit of where we can either break the link from it or we can repeat from it if we make some changes to it. So we have a little bit of an extra bonus when we make something into a symbol. So let's just highlight our content. So let me just grab it. Wonderful. And now you'll see in my symbols panel, I have this all lit up here. You can see this little plus sign. You guessed it. This is going to allow me to now add this as a symbol. So really not a whole lot to change here except for the name. Okay, so I'm just going to call this Mandala. Okay, and I'm just going to say DC for me. And then they ask us some questions like, okay, what is the export type? I have movie clip or graphic. You really don't need to change this. This is essentially if you're working with Flash. When you're working with Flash, then these things become important. So you can really keep this as is. Symbol type, dynamic symbol. Earlier we discussed the fact that when you make a change to it, it's linked up to its original. So therefore that changes in its original, and then everything that's else linked up to that, that also changes. That is going to be dynamic. So I'd like to keep it at dynamic, but up to you. You can make it static, so it's not going to be linked up. Okay, and this also is related to Flash. So we don't really need to do much here except for click OK and give it a name. And you can see here, the live paint object must be expanded before saving the dynamic symbol. Click OK to expand. I'm okay with that, no problem. Okay, for most of you, before you do it, it will ultimately be expanded. Earlier we talked about that. Okay, because this was a live paint object from our previous exercise, it needs to be expanded before it becomes a symbol. Illustrator is pretty forgiving about that. Now you will see I now have this ready to go. Awesome. Okay, so now let's see how I can apply this. So I have this here. Let's go to another artboard. Move this guy out of the way. Thanks, but no thanks. And now let's just drag this over here and make that a little bit smaller. Okay, cool. And let's use this again and again and again. Okay, very cool. All right, excellent. Now, let's say I said, you know what? Not a fan. I don't really want this one anymore. I actually want to kind of change the color a little bit. I want to do blah, 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 blah. Okay, so what can I do is simply edit the symbol. It's going to say you are about to edit the symbol definition. Any edits to the symbol will be applied to all instances, just like how they warned me before. And yes, I do want to continue. I click OK, and now I can now make changes to this however I want. So let's now choose it, and I'm going to make some different color changes to this. Cool. All right, let's just add on a little bit here. All right, we'll just kind of go on the edges. And I bet you can expect what's going to happen after I finish this. I'm going to go back, and now look at that. Every single one of these has now been changed. And this is something that I created. This is the coolest thing. And in our next lesson, we're going to use a number of advanced features to apply all of our symbols. And you're going to see them hiding way over here, and you're going to see all of these cool things around symbols. So stay tuned. But in the meantime, practice this up, make your own symbols, bring them into the symbols library, and have fun. Okay, and now finally, the symbol styler tool, that is contingent upon whatever style you may have chosen within your style library here. Okay, now I found that it's not quite as cool, and it doesn't really give you the predictable results as some of the other ones do, but experiment with it. But really, if you want to get deep into these, then I'd recommend bringing in the symbol, breaking the link, and then making the changes accordingly. All right. So pretty neat stuff. Okay. Right here, we just kind of started off with sort of a hodgepodge of a number of different graphics that we can sort of interplay together. But just know that once you bring it in, you have all the control in the world to resize it. You have the control in the world to rotate it, okay, to move them closer to each other, move them further away from each other. All right, very, very cool. Okay, so pause the video, practice this, bring in some of your own stuff, and really just start creating things, because there are just like hundreds of these for you to work with that are, again, just little gifts from Illustrator that you do not have to draw on your own, but they all are high quality vector graphics that you can manipulate by breaking the link, and then simply just make your own symbol based off of what you've made, and then continue working with these more advanced tools. Okay, and we'll see you in the next lesson. We're going to learn how to create a project like this, which is essentially just a combination of some basic type with a stroke on it, and a little bit of 3D, a little bit of touch type, a little bit of blending modes. So this is going to be a nice sort of full feature-rich project for you to try to be able to do a number of different things all at once. All right, so let's just see what's happening inside of our layers panel, where I have just these layers here, just my basic text layer, and then I also have this layer underneath, which is just, okay, fantastic, that's great. Now, you'll notice that when I get rid of this, my text changes. That's because of what we call a blending mode. These things are blending in together with each other. All right, so therefore it's creating that effect, right? And there's a variety of different kind of blending modes. Now, you'll also see that in my properties panel, when I select on my type, I have this thing that says here 3D extrude and bevel. That is the effect that is placed on this. And we're going to get into that once we kind of go a little bit deeper and we start to create it. All right, you'll see there's going to be also some other effects that we're going to work with in terms of our opacity. All right, now let's just see how we create this. Now I have this other layer here that we can work with that is just basic type, just like that, right? So no big deal. And what I'm going to do is simply just select it, and I'm going to put a stroke around it. And let's just maybe choose red, and I'm going to make that a little thicker. Okay, click away. And great, fantastic. Now I'm pretty much set up to apply my effect. And what's my effect in this case? It's going to be a 3D effect, and I'm just going to apply extrude and bevel. You don't got to go too far to do it. I click on that, and then amazing, right away I start to see like something pretty extraordinary. Like maybe that's all I care about. Maybe that's all I want to do. Okay, but you'll see, in case you want to move things around, this is all clickable and movable and interactive. So if I just simply click and drag this way, now I got science going that way. Now I got science going that way. All right, let's bring it back, maybe up that. Okay, pretty neat. And you'll see also I have this thing called my extrude depth. So I'm just going to maybe go up more and more and more. Wow, pretty neat. Go that way. All right, excellent. Now maybe I'm going to go a little bit less. I don't want to take away from our scientists. Okay. Yeah, okay, fantastic. Now you probably noticed by now that this extrusion is based off of the stroke that I created. Okay, so you want to keep that in mind, that in case yours is not doing it at all, that you should have a stroke, and you should also keep in mind the color of your stroke. All right, now you'll also see some other things here, right? Some like kind of presets for our bevel, right? So sometimes these will work, sometimes they won't. None usually works pretty good depending on what you're doing. We're going to be doing another 3D project in a bit where some things like a rounded one might look pretty nice, but experiment with it. So let's just try complex. It might take a second or two for it to render. Depending on your computer speed and processing power. And remember, this is complex, so we can expect things to be a little bit more complex for our computer as well. And lo and behold, wow, it did something pretty neat, right? Kind of like that on some levels, right? Did a lot of things. But let me just switch that. Let's try to go to another one. Let's just try rounded this time. And again, it might take a second. Like, okay, and not exactly what I expected it to do. So let me just come back to none. And Illustrator's pretty happy with that. All right. And then you can play around with some of these other things as well. Like here, this is where is your lighting coming from. Do you see that? So you can see that kind of gives it a little more or less texture. So you can see, all right, very good. And then you can play around with these different levels of intensity, right? So it's okay, really what's happening for my image. If I bring up and down the intensity, the ambient light, you just kind of really spice to taste with a lot of these things here. So it's like, what is it doing to manipulate our image? Okay, and then blend steps, we're going to talk about blends in this class as well. You can see how it's going to kind of blend in with our 3D. Maybe you have multiple strokes on there, so you can kind of blend them all together. So I'm pretty much good to go, all right? And I just want you to know that at some point in another class, I'm going to talk about mapping art to our 3D, so stay tuned for that. Now, I'm going to click OK, and just like that, I now have a 3D extrude and bevel effect on my text. Like, pretty cool, pretty cool. Now, earlier I talked about how we also might want to use touch type on this, because guess what? This text is still live, right? So I could actually come in here and still make changes to this, right? And I could just, put an exclamation point in there, something like that. But I just want you to know that you can still always change the type. Now, what I could do is move my type around, make this go up, make this go down, each letter kind of be scattered, maybe rotate a little bit. That is what touch type is. So how do I do that? If I go over to here to my type tool, I'm going to go over here to touch type, and watch what happens now when I click on this S. It now gets isolated out, and now I can move this up, and then maybe I'm going to move my I maybe down a little bit. Okay, it's kind of fun. Maybe I'm going to make my C kind of rotated. Cool. A little more fun. Click on that. And notice also how you can just change individual colors. So maybe this is going to be something for kids, and you want to just kind of make it a little bit more fun and interesting for them. Because I'm using touch type, I can just kind of isolate some of these things out and make it a little more fun. So this is a combination of working with my 3D and my type, and now with touch type, which gives me all the cool power in the world. Okay, so I'll just maybe do one more. Let's maybe make that blue. Okay, very cool. All right, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to go back to my regular selection tool. And now let's see what we can do with our blend modes. Now, your blend modes, they blend together different layers with each other. Sometimes to give it more darkness, sometimes it's going to give it lightness, sometimes it's going to be a perfect combination of the two. Sometimes you're going to get kind of crazy results just in terms of the saturation and color that it decides to do based off of the opposite side of the color wheel. So you'll really want to experiment with this. I have a nice little handout that kind of breaks down what each of them does, but really so much of it is about kind of spicing to taste so you can see what you can do. So now I'm just going to go over to here to opacity to find where my blend modes live. So when I click on this here, you're going to see I have a lot of different options here. So let me just go down here to, let's just say, difference, and say, whoa, dramatically different. Okay, I'll go to exclusion, slightly more different. Some of these won't really do anything at all, but they will blend in together. Notice how, because this is light, right, I actually was able to go through it where the darkness ones don't go so much where the ones that are just for perfectly black, but you get this really cool effect that I can now see through her where I wasn't able to do that before. So I'll change that to something a little lighter, and we'll see what that's going to do. And let's go maybe even lighter than that, and we'll go, okay, very good. Now I can actually see through that S. So if that's an effect you want to do, just make sure all of your colors are see-through if you wanted to do a blend mode for darken. So I'll just do one more. Let's do this kind of bright yellow again. And finally, let's do green to green. Okay, very nice. Get out of that. Excellent. All right, so we've seen now just a handful of different things that we can do to create something pretty extraordinary. So what did we do? We just started off with basic type. I converted it to a special effect called my bevel.
and 3D extrude. And I just made the changes accordingly, however I wanted to do them. Then I came back in here, and then I just played around with working with my touch type to move it up and down, rotating it, and also changing the colors. Now, let's say I wanted to make this a little more 3D, I changed my mind, I want it to be something slightly different. I can always come back here. Okay, so you can see it's going to be here in this appearance panel. You'll also see it's going to be here in this appearance panel. So when I click on that, you'll see it takes me right back to here. And then if I want to make up my extrude depth be a little bit more, I can do that. Or a little bit less. Okay, or if I want to rotate it slightly different, pretty cool. Nice, I like that. Kids are going to love that. And wait for it to render. I click OK. And you're done. Right? Pretty awesome, really. So you'll want to experiment with that. We're going to be doing another 3D lesson where we're going to start from the beginning, where we're going to be creating a heart, like I said, where we're going to map in some other things inside of it. And you're going to see sometimes you might want to make a 3D object of sorts, and you want something to live inside of that object. Okay, this is just 3D text, and you'll see how easy it is to do something pretty extraordinary. So pause the video, practice, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Continuing on from our previous lesson on 3D, we are going to learn how to do 3D on non-text objects. And we're going to draw them from scratch because maybe some of you need some review on that. And we're also going to do what's called mapping. We're going to map something on there. Like, for example, this word mom is on there. And look how nicely that just fits into the perspective of the heart. And that is no coincidence. That's what mapping does. You'll also notice how it has like a little soft edge around there, some lighting, all that good stuff. Now this all just started from a very basic heart that we drew out. So I'm just going to do a new document, and we're going to bring up our guides, and we're just going to draw out a nice little heart. And how do we do that? Let's go ahead and see how we can just draw something, and we're going to use a combination of a few different tools, which could be some good review for you on how to kind of just draw in a more sort of methodical way. And then we're going to make it into 3D, of course. First thing I want to do is make sure I have no fill, and I have just a stroke, and it can just be one point if you want. And very simply, I'm going to go over here to my pen tool, and let's just start drawing out where we want our kind of heart to sort of like begin and end. So I'm just going to click, and then maybe I'll go over to here, and then I'm just going to go over here. All right, and then I'm just going to hit escape, tell it that I'm done. And let me just zoom in here, and it's pretty good, right? Kind of clings right to that. And we'll always be able to fix this later on. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this more rounded, a little more kind of heart-like. So I'm going to go over to here to my anchor point tool, and then very simply just convert this to something a little more rounded. Okay, so I'm just holding down the shift key to keep that straight. And then notice I'm going about, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 little grid boxes over. Okay, so go ahead and just click and drag until you get the nice heart shape you want, and then how concave you want to make it. So again, I'm going to do 4. All right, and pretty cool. That's a nice start for my heart. And what I'm going to do next is something pretty cool, which is going to be a reflect option, and then just join the two together. So what's that going to look like? If you go over to here on the left hand side, you're going to see that there might be like the rotate tool if we worked with that before, the scale. Okay, we also have the reflect tool. So this is now highlighted. I have that selected, and I'm just going to simply double click on this. I want you to notice a few options for me to work with is to reflect this guy. Oh, okay, yeah, I definitely want to do that. And how do I want to reflect it? Oh, okay, do I want to go that? No, it's not going to make sense. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is make sure that everything is selected and go over here to my appearance, choose effects, and go over here to distort and transform and just simply go to transform. We've done this before. And very simply, I'm going to say, hey, listen, I want you to reflect this guy. So as soon as I do that, like, oh, that's pretty cool. You can see it does that, but it's not actually making my heart. So a couple of things I got to do. I got to move it. So you can see I can move it very methodically. I'm going to move this over 4 inches. How did I know that? Because look, this is 1 inch, this is 2 inches, and I have to go all the way over 4 inches. Okay, and look at that. I got a heart. Amazing. Okay, and finally, I need to say 1 copy. It's very important because if you didn't, then it would just transform it and move just that object, and then you wouldn't have 2 versions of it. So I'm making 1 copy of this. And I click OK. Now, because I put an effect on it, like you saw in your Mandala exercise, it's actually only doing it on one of these, right? So if I were to try to actually make a 3D object on this, it wouldn't understand it. It would only do it on the left side. This is a great example of how you would expand your object now, right? We want to expand the appearance so they all become one, okay? So the thing I want to make sure though, for sure, is that these guys are actually connected to each other. Okay, so let's just make sure of that. So I'm going to highlight that, and then I'm going to join them. So the easiest way to join is just Control or Command J, making sure this is all one. Okay, because sometimes you can't tell. I did such a good job of bringing that together. I can't tell sometimes that they're not, in fact, joined. See? But now watch what happens when I do Command or Control J. Now they get joined together. All right, now you're going to see that this is going to have some kind of impact on my heart, but it might actually be pretty cool. All right, but we can, of course, fix that. We can just remove one of the anchor points after the fact. All right, but don't worry about that. Don't worry about getting it perfect now because we're going to be able to do whatever we want to do later on. So let's now just start tinkering around with our heart. Okay, so I'm going to select my heart and it's all complete. And let's just choose a nice little pink heart there. Love that. Amazing. And then if you want to put a little bit of a stroke around it, you can do that. So let's put a little red stroke around. Let's go back. Let's go to pink. And then my red stroke. And then maybe you want to make that a little thicker. Okay, make that a little subtle. Okay, good. Now let's make this into a 3D object. We've seen this already. We see that we can go over here to our effects panel. We're going to choose 3D extrude and bevel. And pretty quickly, it becomes a heart. All right, nice. All right, maybe I like that. And I can extrude this more and more and more. Nice. Make me hungry for some chocolate. Okay, and of course, I can play around with this just like how we did with our type, just in the last exercise. All right, nice. You can see what it's doing there. All right, I like that. Very, very cool. And then, like I said earlier, you have different options for beveling. In this case, we're going to choose rounded. Let's see what that does. Oh, that's kind of interesting. And I'm going to come down here to definitely say my plastic shading. And then after I do all these, I realize, okay, you know what, maybe it's too much extrusion. So let's just bring that down, just using my scroll wheel, have these kind of joined up a little bit. Okay. Not too bad. And you really just want to kind of experiment with these, really. Just like, what does one do compared to the others? Okay, maybe you want to have a little indent like that. Kind of fun, pretty interesting. Now, I'm just going to say, okay, come back here. And then maybe I decide, you know what, I actually don't want that stroke after all. So let's just remove it. See what it does. Ah, I actually kind of like that a little better. Okay, now let's come back. Click on 3D extrude. And now that's going to take me back to my dialog box. And then maybe, okay, you know what? I don't want rolling after all. Let's try round. Okay, I think we're getting someplace, right? I like that a lot better. All right, so you're going to see how there's a lot you can do. Just really experiment with these, right? Just kind of see what is going to do what for you. Okay, maybe you want to put a gradient on this to start with. Okay, so pretty fun. In a second, I'm going to show you how you can do this map art thing. So let me just go ahead and click OK. And we come back to originally where we started from. And you'll notice how perfectly this is inside of here. Now, if we go into this layer, you'll see when I open up my effects, we'll see all the different things that I have in here, right? In case you want to emulate this, you can see here I have rounded, plastic shading, some different light intensity, okay? And then other things you might want to play around with, okay? And I'm going to cancel out of that because I want you to see something about my map art. What is my map art? If we open up to, believe it or not, our symbols, you will see that I have a symbol right in there called Mom. In order to map any kind of art into something, it needs to be a symbol. It's like, huh, okay, did not see that coming. But what we need to do is now create something that's like this, right? That's going to be able to fit directly inside there. So if we come back to here, and again, I'll fix that later on if that's bugging any of you, we're going to now create a symbol that's going to say whatever you want. Maybe it's your favorite rock band, your favorite politician. Maybe it's just you. You want to put yourself in there. And we'll just put some type in there. And that could be a picture if you wanted to. It could really be a flower. It could be anything that you're ultimately going to make into a symbol. So let's just do some type. And I'm just going to do it here just so I can see it nicely. Okay, let's just do Dad. Father's Day is coming up. All right, I'm just going to make that nice and big for now, and then Control Shift right arrow or Command Shift right arrow, or the bracket key, that is, the period. Okay, and good enough for now. All right, and then let's just change that to a different color, maybe a different font if you want. Okay, and Dad is going to love this. Okay, now I don't want to do that, right? Because when I rotate it, I want everything to kind of like fall into perspective of it. That's where the mapping of the art comes in. So what I'm going to do is simply make this into a symbol. So I click on this right here. While this is selected, click on my plus sign. I'm just going to call this Dad 3D. Call it whatever you want. It's pretty good right there. I click OK. And I pretty much don't need this anymore, right? I've now just kind of used it for its purposes. Now let's go back into our object. Let's go back into our 3D extrude and bevel. Click on that, and then I come way down here to map the art, and let's just see what it's going to do. Open this up, and it tells me, oh wait, Dave, you need a symbol. Like, oh, you know what? I guess you're right. I kind of do. What, I did make a symbol, didn't I? Oh, I'll click on that, and then guess what's waiting there for me? Is Dad 3D. And everything else that was just in my symbols library there. So when I choose this now, you will see, whoa, that is so cool. Look where it goes, right there, and it has its perspective and everything. And I can move this around and then notice how it comes off like this. Maybe you want to be a little cooler about that, a little more interesting, like that. And you just see exactly what it does. Okay, I can even resize this if I want to. Nice, that's looking even better. Awesome. Okay, and then you'll also notice there's an option here to scale to fit. If you want to do that, nice, kind of like that. And then again, I could resize that after the fact if you like as well. All right, so I am really digging this. So I'm going to go ahead and just say OK. Click OK again. And voila, pretty amazing. Okay, and anytime if I want to play around with this 3D actual object or the mapping itself, I can always come back just by simply clicking back on my effects there. And then anything you want to do, let's just add on a little bit more extrusion, maybe a little bit less. Maybe playing around with this here. See what that does, see what that does. Anytime you want, you can always come back and manipulate it however you like. It's pretty amazing. So I click OK, and this is pretty much good to go. Goodbye, Dad, to this one. Doesn't affect this. And I am so happy, and my dad's going to be so happy. And you know what? Let's fix this, actually. So I come over to here, and let's just really zoom in so we can see what, in fact, is going on. Why is it causing this problem? I have too many anchor points. Even though they joined them together, they joined two together. So I actually don't need one of them. So let's just see what that does when I click on that to get rid of it. And now everything is hunky-dory. Nice.
All right, so just in case that's not clear about how these things work and why that was a little bit screwy, that's why. Because when it joined it, they weren't perfectly overlapping with each other. So sometimes when they join, you just have to get rid of certain things because there might be an extra anchor point. Great. So I really want you to practice this, really starting from the beginning and seeing if you can even get some of those basics down if you're not comfortable with it, with just using the pen tool and then using your convert anchor point tool. And then remember how we did this cool little reflection and copied it. So therefore I didn't have to actually draw that all over again. Okay, that's going to be happening all the time for a lot of you when you're drawing things out that are just, symmetrical on one side. Could be a face, could be a bottle, could be a machine, could be anything, right? So just really practice all of this from beginning to end. Watch this as much as you need to and have fun. We'll see you in the next lesson. This lesson is going to be about working with blends, not blend modes, but actual blends. Many times you're going to have objects that you want to blend together, going step by step. Sometimes you want to blend things together by color. So step by step is going to be like, you notice here I have like 150 steps going through here. Color is going from this pink to a little more blue, a lot more blue, and then bam, all blue. Okay, so it's kind of like a gradient, but you can actually do this kind of cool blend. You'll notice also I'm having a star that turns into less of a star, more of a kind of a sunflower, and then, oh my God, even more so, and take a look, it's adding color on there, and then bam, it finally does that. So it's this perfect blend of not only the shape, but also the color that lives inside that. That's pretty amazing. You'll also notice that there's a little bit of curve that's happening here. That's kind of nice. Wow, there's also a nice little loop-de-loop that's happening here. And you'll see that I have the option to do something else with blends, which is pretty awesome because guess what? This is really just two lines coming together. But how is it done? How did it actually do all this? One line just blends together into another line. And just to think about, where did it begin? Where's it going to end? And Illustrator does all the work for you. All right, so let's look under the hood and let's see how this is in fact done. So if we take a look at, let's just go to between these two colors here, right? Let's just kind of start with our kind of most basic type of blend, how we can actually create the blend. So notice here I have two colors here. I'm going to select one and I'm going to select this guy. And my goal is to make something like this, just to blend them together. First thing I need to do is make the blend. I know it sounds weird, but you basically have to tell Illustrator, hey, these guys are going to blend together. Can you hook me up? Yes, I can. So if we go over here to Object, come way down here to Blend, very simply, I say Make. And now, oh, all right, I can see what it did there. And it just made a step-by-step blend for me. And it did not a bad job. And maybe that's exactly what you want. Like you're doing a rainbow of sorts, or you're just kind of like just blending in a more interesting way, so totally up to you. This is not what I want. So I need to go check out what my blending options are. If you see here in the far left, you're going to see a little icon that looks like that. You move your mouse over it. It's going to tell me that is the blend tool. With this still selected, I'm going to double click on this. Remember, double clicking goes a long way in this program, double clicking on these little icons. And you'll see that I have this spacing and its specified steps of 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, great. That makes sense. Let's just change that real quick. Let's just make that 15. Because preview is chosen, I can see that there. Still not getting the effect I want, right? I could probably even say 100, and it might not get exactly the same effect that I want. Okay, you can see it's getting closer. So what I'd like to do, instead of saying specified steps, I'm going to say smooth color. Right? Okay, I like that. And you can see it's a lot more similar to that one. And believe it or not, Illustrator has to work a lot less harder to be able to do that. Okay, so I click OK, and that's pretty groovy because take a look at this. This is actually still a line that's connecting both of these shapes together. So that blend tool is still there. All right, now if at any point you don't want some to be blended anymore, you just go back to Object, you go to Blend, and then you just say Release, okay? And if you ever want to expand it, we've talked about expanding quite a bit, so then it just becomes its own sort of shape of like, okay, this is now going to be its own little shape with a gradient or whatever it is, then it becomes its own separate shape from any kind of blend or anything like that. So totally up to you, however you want to do that. Now let's play around with these two here. I'm going to make this shape go into this shape. All right, and just notice here how they're different colors, different sizes, etc. So what do? I simply go over here to Object, Blend, and then Make. And then, okay, that's pretty cool. Not exactly what I wanted, but we're on the right track. Not too bad, not too bad at all. But I want to do more of that. So if I double click back on here, you'll see here, I can say, listen, I actually want to do more steps than that. Let's do 15. Nice, that's pretty cool. Let's do 20. All right, now we're getting someplace, something a little bit more interesting. I'm going to click OK. And now let's see what happens when I change the look of one of them. So I change this, right? I'm just going to go ahead and get into this shape, double click on there, and let's just change this to this red color. And now I go back out of this, and look what that's doing. So it's living, it's dynamic, it's paying attention to what I am doing. So therefore, the blend then gets updated as a result. Very, very cool. All right. Now, let's say I want to combine this with this little curve here. Like, what? What are you talking about? I want this to be curved, essentially. So there's a couple of different ways I can do this. Number one, I can combine it with this curve. And number two, believe it or not, I can actually draw out another anchor point and then make that curved, if you will. All right, so watch what I'm going to do now. I'm just going to select this, and then with my Shift key, select this guy here. Okay, make sure maybe your backgrounds are locked, like I had that tiny little issue there. Just make sure either you zoom in or your backgrounds are locked. Now, watch what I'm going to do here. This is very cool. I'm going to go back up to Object. I'm going to come down here to Blend. And I'm going to say Replace Spine. And then what? Oh my God, didn't even know that these guys had spines. And you'll see what that did. That little line that was just a straight line before now was replaced by that little curve that I had created ahead of time, of course. So you'd want to have your curve set up ahead of time to be able to do what you want to do. Okay, so I'm going to back and just know that I could, I can do all kinds of different things to that, and I can stretch this out and do all that kind of stuff. Let me show you another way you can do this. If you're not super comfortable with drawing out your lines or whatever, let me just go ahead and just select this. I'm going to zoom in a bit. And I'm going to go over here to my Add Anchor Point tool. Of course, you can hit the plus sign. Okay, and you'll see I can now add an anchor point pretty much anywhere I want. And then maybe I want to move this over a little bit. And I'm just going to kind of use my little arrow keys, maybe get that more in the center, however you want to do that, right? So now understand what I did is I now gave my ability to have a little bit more kind of flexibility in its movement of things, right? So now if I select this, I can now move this up and down just like that, like controlling where that blend is going to go, right? And you probably can guess where I'm going to go with this one. If I want to have a little bit of a curve, I can then convert this using my anchor point tool, or guess what, even using my convert selected anchor point to smooth. So if I click and drag now, I will now get a nice curve. Very cool. And guess what? This is still living. If I ever want to come back to my blend tool, I can now specify less steps if I want to. And you can see, all right, cool. Now I'm getting that effect. And then I can go over to here and I can even move this around someplace else a little bit further away. And then you start to get a very, very different effect just based off of the beginning and the end of whatever object you're creating. Love that. So cool. All right. And then again, you saw earlier, if this was something I was done with and I didn't want to do this anymore as far as the blend, but I wanted to keep it, I can easily expand this. If I go over here to blend and I can say expand, now they're all just simple individual objects for me to work with. Okay. Very, very cool. All right. Now let's see how this one works. Very similar to what we saw before. And as you can just see here, I'm not going to recreate the star and the flower, but you can see very similar things here. This one is just a little loop-de-loop that I drew, and watch what happens now. I'm going to select both of these. I'm going to go over here to Object, go over here to Blend,
go over here to make. Awesome. And now I'm going to add this guy to the mix. You might have to zoom in to really get it. Great. Now all three of these objects, essentially it's two objects because it's the loop-de-loop and the blend I just created. What am I going to do? Object. And I'm going to go here to blend. And I'm going to say replace spine. And then this time I'm going to do lots and lots and lots of them. So go to my blend tool and let's just do like 150. And what? Oh my God. Who would have saw that coming? Isn't that amazing? Just like really just such power you have to create something with just a couple of steps that would take you like forever to do manually. All right. So you want to kind of practice these things and more than anything, really experiment. Just experiment. Now let's see how this one's working. We just kind of break this apart and see what in fact is happening. I just really only have one simple line here and another simple line here. Now if we manipulate this, we'll see I can now move this little anchor point down and we'll see, notice how everything now comes in. Oh, that's pretty cool. I kind of like that improvement. Just one little movement to kind of make my anchor point just shift a little bit up or down, but they're also kind of overlapping with each other because my other line is over here doing that little curvy thing. So it's not just a simple line, it's an actual curve that begins and ends and goes over here. So there's a lot that's happening here, and Illustrator just fills in the rest. So if we take a look at the actual lines themselves, we'll be able to see, in fact, what is going on. This is just a stroke that has a gradient on it, and this is another stroke that has a gradient on it, and that's what's making it do this cool thing. All right, so let's just do kind of a basic one so we can see this in action. So I'll just use my curvature tool this time, and I'm just going to click and then click and drag, click and drag, click and drag. Okay, great, and I'm happy. That's just one. All right, and then I'll just choose, you know, maybe this one right now, and then you can see as I make it bigger exactly what's happening there. And let's just do another one. And then just for fun, let's just do that. All right. And then I'm going to change the color of this. And don't worry about if you don't get it perfect, because you might want to change the size, you might want to change the color, you might want to do all that good stuff there. Don't worry about that. All right. Now let's blend these guys together. Very simply, I'm going to go here to Object, Blend, Make. All right. Kind of yes, no, definitely not. So let's go crazy with this guy. Let's go back to here. We're going to double click on the blend tool, and then how many specified steps? I don't know, 200. Not bad. Smooth color, maybe. I don't know. Play around with it, right? Don't know. So let's just make this maybe not so many. Let's say 100. Okay, cool. Now I get a little more texture. But I might actually want more steps, but I actually want to bring down my stroke size. So let me go ahead and just select my stroke, come in there, double click to get in there nicely, and let's just make that a little bit thinner. You'll see how it affects everything. See that? So I might want to do, again, after I've done that, come back into my actual blend itself, and then double click one more time. And then this time I will do a little bit more now that I have thinner strokes, and just see, oh, okay, that's interesting. Now let's just go crazy with some other things we can do. Let's just kind of start to overlap some of these things and just see what it does. I'm just going to get the end of my anchor point and just loop this over here. And maybe loop this over back this way. Oh, very cool. Oh man, never would have saw that coming. Have that overlap there. Okay, so you really want to experiment with these things, and don't be afraid just to test out Illustrator to see what types of surprises it has in store.
All right, you can use my example here just to play around with what we've already got, or I definitely encourage you to play around with practicing on your own, okay, with different shapes, different things that you're drawing themselves, different color, maybe strokes, okay, different directions, and then obviously playing around with our anchor points to really kind of loop-de-loop. So this might be just a nice, cool background. You do something more abstract, or it could ultimately be for a major project. So blending is really essential for so many different things. Okay, so pause the video, practice this, have fun, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Now, if you want to get a little fancier with different effects and filters, Illustrator is surprisingly potent for these kind of things. A lot of people tend to think about filters and effects and they go straight to Photoshop. But believe it or not, Illustrator has a ton of them. And believe it or not, it even shares some of these effects with Photoshop, right? And believe it or not, you're actually looking at one right now. So if you go beyond this work from home, notice I have this little image behind my work from home that's a little bit blurry. So how do I know that there's even something on here? How can I even tell? If you look in your properties panel, you're going to see that there's this little effects thing underneath where we have our appearance settings, right? So I have our fill, our stroke, etc. Right? There's nothing there on that, but there is a Gaussian blur. So when I click on that, you're going to see it's going to pop up very simply. How blurry do you want to make this? And just wait and see, and it's going to get nice and blurry. So it's a really nice way to make kind of a depth of field type of thing where you might have something in the background and you just want it to be a little bit blurry. Okay, so maybe not so much. Pretty cool. All right, so now how did I do that? How is that even applied to this? Okay, so let's now go to an image like this. And let's say I'm just trying to kind of create the illusion of like, okay, this is depth of field. This guy's in the back and he's just kind of hanging out. But we really want to focus our attention on these other guys here. So if we go over here to effects, you'll see I have a ton of options here. And one of them is going to be the option for blur. All right, and you'll see that there's a number of different kind of blurs you can work with. I'm just going to choose this very basic Gaussian blur. And then you'll just notice kind of gets a little bit out of focus. You know, it works pretty good with vectors, but it works really well with bitmaps. But I just want you to see at least how the process works, and maybe you'll get some pretty interesting effects. And if I didn't like that, if it was too much, I can always come back to it by clicking on this, and then let's just make that maybe just a slightly out of focus. I click OK, click away. All right, that looks a little bit better. You can see how that effect can be like that depth of field, where it really draws our attention into here and then back in the background as opposed to the foreground. It just kind of looks like it's just a little bit more distant. Okay, now there are a number of different effects you can work with. So let's just work on like this type, for example. And I'm going to bring up my effects panel again. You can see here. And earlier we worked on the 3D. Now there are a lot of things you can do with 3D. In a little bit, we're actually going to talk about working with styles and graphic styles where they are all saved for us. We're going to go a little bit deeper than that, but let's just take a look at some other options that are here and also some options that we already looked at, right? We went into transform, right? And there was a lot we can do with that. Remember, we could move, we can rotate, okay? We can scale. Well, let's just take a look at some of these other ones. Let's just do, let's say twist. And then guess what? I can twist this, let's say 45 degrees, and wow, that's pretty cool. Let's just kind of, oh, who knew you could do that? And look at that, because we're working with vector, it looks really smooth, really cool. All right, let me just cancel that. Let's try some other ones. Go over to here. Let's come back to distort, and let's maybe try a different one. Let's try roughen, okay? Look at that, very cool. And you'll notice here how my stroke is still part of it, okay? Don't lose any of that. Now let's just see what happens when I just bring up the percentage a little bit. Yep, pretty rough. And then how much detail per inch do you want? Okay, all right, good. So just like that, I can get a pretty dramatic looking set of text. And this could be just an image you drew. Maybe it was just started off with just a basic square, basic circle, and this is what you got. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and cancel that. Just shopping around a little bit, just seeing that these things A, exist, but B, really for you not to be afraid of these. All right, now if we go over here to stylize, those of you who have worked with Photoshop before, these should look pretty familiar to you, right? Like a drop shadow, feather, inner glow, outer glow, etc. So let me go ahead and just do drop shadow. And because my preview is on, I can just see a very simple drop shadow there. Nice and clean. And you'll see that I have different opacity levels for my drop shadow. I can change the offset for the y-axis and also the x-axis, meaning it's going to go either further out to the right or left or up and down. So you'll notice here, I'm just going to bump it over and maybe bring it back. All right, then I can also see how much blur I want. Let's bring down no blur. And you can see, oh, I'm going to get kind of an interesting effect. All right, maybe you want to do something like this, and then, okay, great. And of course, you can come in here and change the numbers to what you like. And then I can also just change the colors to something completely different if I want to as well. And then let's just maybe do like a dark red. And let's see how that kind of reflects on that. Okay, cool, a little more subtle. I'm gonna cancel that. And then let's go to something a little bit more kind of fun, silly, a little creative, which might work well for this particular document. I'm just going to bring up what I've already done. Let me just close this out and bring this one up. And look at that. Just like that, I've created something very special, very unique, and very complex, right? Which is this whole scribble thing. And this is just on type, okay? So I just want you to remember all we're working with here is on type. You can do the same thing on other kind of shapes that you've drawn as well. Okay, so let's see how we can create something like this on our original type. Okay, so let's get rid of that. And now make sure my layer is selected and come back over to here to effects. I'm going to go back over here to stylize and notice I have this thing that says scribble. Click on that and you'll see that there's a lot I can do here, right? Path overlap, line item, line options, stroke width, etc. And you can definitely play around with these, right? And I encourage you to do so. But I think the best way to apply some really cool stuff is to work with these settings and notice how there's a lot of these nice little presets. So I'll just go through maybe about 5 of these and we'll see, whoa, cool, just like that. Notice it changes to childlike and then all of these change likewise. Okay, so it's a good starting point to get something pretty creative. Oh, that's kind of nice, right? So it's not so out of control. It's still scribble, but you'll see what they've done with my red fill and my black stroke, and it really looks very authentic, as if somebody drew it out with a marker. Just take a look at some more. Very nice. And then kind of like that one, a little more mature. Let's go to sharp. Keep going. Just so you get a nice feel for what's available. All right, that's the one that I had originally. Okay. Now, if I'm in this now and I say, well, listen, I really like this, but let's just change it a tiny bit, right? It's a little bit too static. So what I can do very simply is just change things a tiny bit. See that? I just changed the angle. Okay, what about my path overlap? What does that do? Let's go over here. And, oh, that's a little bit much, but actually kind of cool, but not for right now. But I'm getting kind of a 3D scribble situation. Okay, just maybe a tad. Who knows, or maybe not at all. Okay, maybe you want a variation on the scribble, so it's not so perfect. Great, I just went up a tiny, tiny bit. Point is, you can just come in here even after you do your presets and just play around with them. Okay, just experiment. It's really no harm. So I'm gonna click OK. All right, and just note that there are a ton of other options, and also note that you can always come back to where you started from. And also note that with type, even though this is something that now has this effect on it, I can easily come back in here and do whatever I want to it. Okay, this is now still live text, and I can play around with this in terms of my touch type, right? And also changing the words, changing the size, doing all kinds of other things, even adding on new strokes and fills. Okay, so maybe let's just explore 1 or 2 other ones. Come back here, make sure my layer is chosen. And guess what? I could add on multiple effects on top of other effects. So if I do that now, and let's just say I wanted to do this and a tiny little bit of a blur on this. So I do that, and let's just wait and see. Oh, that's kind of cool. Let me just bring that down a tiny bit, and we'll see. I just have a little bit of a blur on this, and I click OK. Oh, that actually looks a little more realistic. I kind of like that. Maybe I have that kind of blending in with something else. And now you can see it's showing me, I'm not going to see it here, so I need to go to my appearance panel, be able to see exactly what I have here. So the properties panel doesn't show it, but the appearance panel does, okay? And you'll see how I can always go back to what I was working on very easily from my appearance panel, as well as adding more on from the effects option within appearance, just like I can in my properties. Okay, so keep that in mind, really experiment, go crazy with just adding more and more and more, and just see where it takes you. Now, we've been working mostly with these effects up on top, which are known as our Illustrator effects. There are a ton of other kind of effects you can apply onto here, which are our Photoshop effects. And again, those of you who worked with Photoshop before, some of these should look familiar, like these artistic effects that you'll find inside of your Photoshop filters gallery. Okay, and also here's blur once again. Okay, we've seen that already. Okay, brush strokes, distort, right? All kinds of things here. So I have this image in the background, and this is a bitmap. So maybe I want to specialize in working with some of these Photoshop effects. So what could I do now? Let's just try brush strokes, and let's just see what that can do. Let's just go here to our crosshatch. Wait for it, and now it's going to come up to something, again, that should look familiar to you, because this is literally the same exact window that you would see if you're working with our Photoshop effects within Photoshop, okay? And I could see here, okay, do I want that? I'm not really sure. Oh, but guess what? I can change some of the options here, right? Oh, okay, maybe I actually do like this, but I don't like it how they're giving it to me. So we'll see how it's going to change. Just maybe take a little while, depending on your computer. Maybe zoom out a little bit. Okay, great. Let's maybe do something potentially a little bit more extreme. Still rendering. There we go. And now I like this. And again, just for the sake of this exercise, I'm just going to go ahead and say okay, and then wait for it to change. And bam, there you have it. Something a little bit more abstract that is underneath there. Okay, so, you know, again, this is always going to be a spice to taste thing. This is really going to be something that, hey, I'm going to get it when I get it. You play around and there's nothing you can lose here. So as you can see, there are dozens and dozens of different effects to apply. It's really so amazing that you can apply these things and execute all kinds of creative elements that are relatively complex very, very quickly. Okay, and also you see how you can combine different effects. So I encourage you to experiment, do it on some shapes, do it on some graphics that you've drawn, do it on text. You see how malleable text is. All right, and then in our future lessons, we're going to be working on our graphic styles, which is going to show us a bunch of things that are all preset and have a combination of a different set of effects. All right, so pause the video, please practice up, and we'll see you soon. In these last few lessons, we've been working on a lot of cool, creative, complex effects like 3D. We've been applying some filters. We've been doing some scribbles, drop shadows, all kinds of different things. And we've also been layering some of these different effects on top of each other. And I showed you how we can go back and make some quick edits to them. So really, really cool stuff. But what if I told you that Illustrator had a whole bunch of even more stuff to work with that you can apply in a much more efficient and even more complex and creative way? Let me introduce you to our graphic styles. Where are you going to find graphic styles? Just like you find all your other good stuff inside of Window, we go over here to graphic styles, and you're going to see this thing little pops up here. Now, these are just a handful of our graphic styles, not even a tiny, tiny like morsel of what's available. But what are they? These are basically just like built-in little sets of effects all saved as one. So we can define a style as a pre-format, if you will, of like a zillion different things potentially built into something. So as an example, I'll just choose my little shape down below and I'll click on that one. And you'll see just like that, I now have, cool, some kind of little camouflage there. All right, that's pretty nice. Let's try this one. All right, very different, but also saved me a lot of time to apply that. Let's try this one. Oh, that's actually kind of cool for a button. Man, that just saved me a ton of time because that looks really cool. It looks kind of three-dimensional. And I like those colors. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. But guess what? That saved me a lot of time to at least be a starting point for what I'm working on. Now, when I click on this, I want you to notice that when I bring up my appearance panel, this thing has a zillion different appearances on here. Like, oh my God, look at this. Different kind of strokes piled on top of each other and different kind of fills, one on top of the other. Oh my God. And then, well, there's even different opacities and different kind of blending modes. What I could never have possibly done this, or if I did, it would have taken me forever to apply it. Amazing. Let's bring up my graphic styles again, and let's just try looking at a different one. Let's go back to what we just created and keep your eye on the appearance panel. What? Oh man. Okay, that one seems simple, but in fact, there's a lot more going on than meets the eye because that's some little texture along the outside and they're kind of stacked on top of each other. All right, and I'm, pretty impressed so far, but kind of hungry for more. So where do you think we could find all of our other graphic style libraries? Guess what? Just like we did with our symbols library, we're able to go deeper into here and find more of them. So I click on that and you can see that there's a ton for me to work with here, right? I'm just going to go ahead and just show you what they are, and then we're going to start applying them. So I click on this here and I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger. And we'll be able to see, wow, pretty neat. 3D effects. I just spent all this time trying to create 3D from scratch. Guess what? Now I don't have to, right? There's about, like 20 of these that I can explore. Pretty neat. So we'll come back and explore those. Over here, what is this? Not very good for me. This is for the blob brush. We're not doing that. Okay, and you can see here, artistic effects, right? Some overlap with what we did before, but let's just try it on the same one that we have selected. And let's just go to here. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Let's try that one. Let's try that one. Okay, oh, pretty cool, pretty quickly. And then again, keeping your eye on your appearance panel. Let me zoom out a little bit. Let's now choose a big shape like this. Okay, because sometimes these things can be applied to backgrounds. Yeah, maybe your character, maybe you want to give somebody a fun shirt, something like that. You can absolutely do that. So let me try, for example, this guy. I do that, and then, oh man, if nothing says Happy Land, I don't know what does. Like, that is amazing so quickly and easily. Now, when I come back into here, I'll be able to see, whoa, this is a combination of a lot of different elements here. So if I look at this, there's 4 different kind of fills happening here, and there's also an effect of halftone. So if I click on this little drop down, you'll see that this is applied here, and there's also 100% opacity, right? Which makes sense, which is fine. But more importantly is this 100% exclusion, which is a blending mode. Let's go to here and we'll see, okay, here's another one, right? But this is 100% difference. And then here's another one. And then you can see 0% opacity, but it also still blends it in, right? For some texture because we have this little gradient, and it goes on and on and on. Okay, like, whoa, I couldn't possibly create this, but believe it or not, I can affect this if I want to. So let's just see what happens now when I click on this, and I'll just choose something totally different and no idea what that's going to do. And wow, kind of like that, like off to a good start. Let's try this one. Wow, all right, I like it. Let's try a very, very different one. See what that does. Okay, cool. So my graphic styles started me off with something pretty interesting, and then I was able to come in and then just do something a little different just by coming here into my appearance panel and then playing around with the individual layers inside of these. All right, and let's just kind of just take a nice little tour of what other things might be available. Filling things for buttons. So, all right, I got a button here. Let's see how that's going to look. All right, look like that. Looks a little more three-dimensional. I like that. Okay, just check it out. Nice and quick and easy. All right, I like that little gradient. Makes it a little more beveled. Okay, kind of nice. All right, and again, you may have this as a starting point, and then you go over to here to your appearance panel, and then you say, listen, I don't want that to be blue. This is going to be red, but I do like the fact that it is, beveled like this. I like the gradient. and then you go from there. All right, let's just check it out. Some other categories, illuminate styles. Let's just try that one. That would be good for one of these, okay? Or maybe you're making like an app or something like that. Look at that. Very quickly and easily, I can apply these. All right, let's go ahead and just see a few more. Image effects, neon effects, scribble effects. Remember earlier how we did scribble? So we can do that very easily. Let's maybe go up to our type in this case, and let's just see what our scribble effects are going to look like on these guys. Not too bad, right? For just about 3 seconds worth of work. Nice. Or I do something here. This happy land is getting crazy happy. Nice. Okay. Cool. Not bad. And again, check it out. I can always go back here and play around with my scribble effect. No problem. And then make some modifications to that. All right. So textures, type effects. Oh, this is type. What might this do to this? And just again, notice I can very quickly and easily change this to something else. So let me just try. They're pretty much asking for me to mess with this. So what happens? Oh, this is not just an effect. It's actually kind of stretched things out a little bit. Free distort effect. Oh, I'll have to go back into that and see what that did. So now I'm actually learning about new and interesting things. So let's try that one. Nice. Oh, I like that. It's very much like a comic book now. Let's just check that out. Oh, I really like that. Okay, but let's just play around with some other ones. Just clicking away. Oh, a little bit of 3D action. Nice. Okay, cool. So you get the point, right? A lot of fun. So let me come back to this original one I started with, and let's just see, well, this free distort, kind of like that. So I'm going to click on that, and now you'll see I can get into here and I can start playing around with this however I choose, or I can go in here and just distort it in a very cool, interesting way. I do that, and then nice. Now that has that cool effect on it. Okay, so actually I realized this was the warp. The free distort was the bottom part. So let me come back to here. Okay, and you can see it's applied this warp onto that, and now I can make some changes to it, and you just should see that that's going to be affected. Click OK, and great. There it is. Lovely. Okay, so a number of different effects on this. Very complex. All right, now let's just do one more. Let's now play around. Actually, let's come back to this one. And let's do 3D on this text. And let's see what is in store for us. So I'm going to come back to 3D. And let's see what we can do, because we spent so much time applying 3D that now we might be curious to see what else is available to not only apply it, but also to learn from it. Because just like I did with my free distort and my warping, I was able to look under the hood and, see, oh, what else can I do? What else can I do? So let's go to our 3D effect, and I'm just going to simply click around, and you'll see, okay, not bad. What's that one going to do? Oh, that's interesting. And then notice also it's got some different effects on there as well. Okay, so let's try this one. Very cool. Oh, I like that one. That one's very complex, very interesting. Let's try a different one and just keep going. Wow. All right. I think this is going to be my happy place for Happy Land. And let's check it out. Not too shabby for about 10 minutes worth of work. Very cool. All right. So check them all out. Really take advantage of these styles, because you probably paid some good money for this program. So really take advantage of all of the features that are available for you to save yourself some time and make some creative stuff in really complex ways, but also do it very efficiently. Okay? And a little bit, we're going to talk about some other kind of styles, which is basically going to be paragraph and character styles. All right, so those are essentially the same kind of thing, where it's preset formats for a set of paragraphs, right? Or for a character or for a word, right? But you want to be able to save that. All right, we'll be talking about that in the next lesson. But pause the video, practice this, get used to working with graphic styles, and we will see you soon. In the last lesson, we learned about graphic styles. Now, if you recall, what is a style? The style is essentially a saved format. Okay, we can have a format of a variety of things, including things we can put onto a graphic like a drop shadow or 3D, blurring, all that good stuff. And they're essentially just saved so we can use them over and over and over again. Very cool. Now, you can also apply styles to basic text and also full paragraphs. So we can create paragraph styles and character styles. Why do we want to do that? We want to do it so we can have consistency across the board. We also want to do it so we can be more efficient in how we execute all of our styles. And in case I want to change a style later on, I only have to do it in one place, and everything that's linked up to that style then gets changed. Very, very cool. Now, we're looking at this text right here, and it's obviously very unformatted. And I want it to look a certain way, right? I want it to be to look for my titles a certain way, my subtitles a certain way, maybe my other body text a certain way across the board. I want to have some consistency, and I want to be able to do it very efficiently and effectively. So how do I do that? We need to bring up our panels that are going to live inside of the type panel and fly out here, called the paragraph styles panel and also the character styles panel. Now, when I click on that, you're going to see they come up together as a team, which is pretty great. There's my character style and there's my paragraph style. And now I'm just going to start applying the actual formatting that I want first. I like to actually do this on the front end initially, meaning I'm just going to use my basic formatting tools. Then I create the style based off of what I have selected and created. So I'm going to go over here to my lunch dishes. And very simply, I can either go up top here to my control panel, or I can go to my properties panel and then just make some changes accordingly to whatever I want that to be. Okay, so I'm just going to make this nice and big, and I'm also going to make this the bungee font. Okay, very cool. And then maybe I want to have a little bit of space underneath there, so I'm going to bring up my paragraph panel. So let's just say a little space after because it's a giant title. Okay, very cool. Don't worry about it because we can always change this later, but I'm pretty happy with that. And I'm going to keep it black. Good to go. Now let's save this as a style so I can use this for my dinner dishes. So how do I do it? Very simply, on your keyboard, hold down the Alt or Option key, and then just simply click on this plus sign where it says Create New Style, and notice I'm in the Paragraph Style panel. Wait for it to load up, and then bam, there we are, New Paragraph Style. And immediately it's going to ask me, hey, would you like to name this? I'm going to call this Recipe Titles. All right, so I'm going to lunch dishes, dinner dishes, vegetarian dishes, whatever it is. Cool. Then I got that there. On the right-hand side, you're going to see all of the settings that you just saw me create. Okay, pretty cool. Very nice. Love that. And you can see very simply, I can make some changes to that on the left-hand side with all my options. I'm not going to do that right now, but I do want you to note that we could very easily go back and make changes to my font. You can do all kinds of other things on there if you want to as well. Pretty cool. Definitely experiment with it, but we'll be coming back to this in just a little bit. I also want you to notice that there's this option here to add to my library. And notice I created one called Styles. Now, what is that library with a big fancy capital L? That's our CC library. So guess what? I can save this across documents. I can save this and share it with other people, right? And it's just going to be there. So therefore, I can use it with other programs as well. So it's really, really awesome. Remember how the Creative Cloud library works. All right, so I'm now just going to say okay, and pretty happy with that. And guess what? I want to do the same thing to dinner dishes. So I come over to here, and now what I really need to just do is just kind of touch the paragraph, click on it, and now look at that. Pretty awesome. All right, now let's just do a little bit more. I'm going to go over here to chicken patties. This is going to be another level of things. So maybe I choose maybe a different style one just for fun. Let's go a little bit more quirky for these guys. All right, that's nice. And pretty happy with that. All right, very good. And that's going to be the same thing for my baked macaroni and cheese, same thing for my corn pudding, same thing for my cheese souffle. Love it. Now, again, hold down your Alt or Option key while that's still selected. All right, and this is going to be recipe names. Okay, maybe come up with better names than that. Okay, something that won't confuse you. All right, so I'm good to go there. Love it. And now I'm going to come over to here to baked macaroni and cheese. Watch, I'm just barely touching it. You don't have to highlight the whole thing. And then I go to there. I'm going to go over here to corn pudding. Look how easy that is to execute. So cool. Oops, see that? And watch this. Made a mistake? No problem at all. Love that. So happy with it. But actually, you know what? I'm not very happy with it. I really should have added on some space after my recipe names. And you know what? Do I like that font? Do I want to make it a little bit darker or bigger? I think I do. So watch this now. I'm going to go over here and double click on recipe names. And it's going to pop right up back to where I was. And guess what? On the left-hand side, I can very easily now change all of those things here. So with my preview button selected, you're going to be able to see me now make it all grow and grow. Okay, and you'll see actually this is not actually executed. I need to make that the style. You'll only see it over here on these guys. So I'm going to go ahead and fix that in a second, but also a good thing to know about. All right, but that's coming in pretty good. And then my indents and spacing. So you can see here, I can do another space after and just watch it. Is that good? Yep, that's giving it some space. I love that. And maybe a little space before too. Yep. Okay, that's looking really good. I click OK. Love that. And then come over to here and then watch this. Apply it and OK. That was not that hard at all. Okay, very good. Awesome. So happy with this so far. And you can see again how consistent I can be now across the board on all of these. And the same process and the same philosophy also applies to all of our titles. Okay, so this is now my recipe titles. You can see this here. Just make sure. See recipe title. Let's go over to here. See how that's highlighted, recipe titles. Now I double click on it, comes up, and I decide, you know what? I'm going to do something maybe a little bit different entirely. Let's go over here to our character color and let's just choose something from our swatches. What might we want to do? Maybe I want to make it match something like my carrots. You can see, oh, okay, pretty cool. Actually, I was on my stroke. Let's not do that. So let's turn that off, but you know that you can do a stroke. Okay, so let's come over to here, drag down, and let's make that look like our carrots. I love that. And I actually kind of do want to make this bigger. No problem at all. And you know what? I bet this one also got bigger too. Oh, love that. Really starting to come together. All right, so just imagine a huge document you have and you want to make these changes and these modifications and really this kind of stylizing go across the board. You want to use paragraph styles because it's going to save you so much time when you're implementing them, but then also after the fact when you inevitably want to make a change. Okay, so go ahead and pause the video and I'm just going to do another short video on character styles. All right, and please practice up. See you in a second. Character styles are a lot like paragraph styles in that it allows us to modify and enhance the formatting of something. So if I want to change the color of something, I want to change the font of something, I can change that with character styles. The difference is that paragraph styles affects an entire paragraph, whereas a character can be just like one letter, one word, or even a few words, but it doesn't affect the entire paragraph. Now, the process of what we do on the front end is more or less the same, but where we save it inside of our character styles is going to be a little bit different, and where we apply it is also going to be different. So let's just say, for example, I have the word chicken right in here 3 times, and I just want that to stand out. So very simply, I can now make a character style out of that. So I want to make that a different color, right? So let's just make this orange like the rest of our headings there and our little carrots there and everything like that. Okay, and then fantastic. That's going to make it stand out. Now, I'm going to make a character style based off of what I just highlighted. So same thing as I just did with my paragraph styles. Hold down the Alt or Option key, click on my Create New Style. New dialog box pops up, and I'm just going to say keyword coloring. So I know exactly what that is. Okay, that's great. And I'm good to go unless I want to make some other changes to this. You can see all these other things you can do if you want to, right? We've talked about this before. All right, there's my character color if I want to change it again. Lovely, fantastic. It's going to go into my styles library. I click OK. And now let's go ahead and make sure that this is applied. You'll see that it does kind of like, doesn't take it automatically. Like if you're used to doing this in InDesign, it doesn't take it as the actual style. There's no like apply the style to selected text like it does in InDesign. So you actually do have to go and select it. All right, so let's just see this in action. Go over to here, chicken, bam, select it all, chicken. Okay, cool. Oh, there's another one. All right, very nice. All right, and then I'm good to go. But of course, I can come back and I make some changes to this anytime I come back. It's going to bring up the dialog box, and anything else I want to do here, I can do. So let's go back to my character color, and then let's just make that red, and you'll see that every single one of these now changes to red. Let's see something a little, okay, good. Let's green chicken. We want to be healthy, right? Connotes a certain kind of element there. Keep that. Very good. Very happy. I click OK. All right. Awesome. Very cool. So if you want to practice this, put it into action, but this is all about time saving. It's all about consistency. So both character styles and paragraph styles and also graphic styles are invaluable. All right. So practice up, have fun, and we'll see you soon. Thank you for watching, everyone. This concludes our Advanced Illustrator class. Congratulations. Wasn't that fun? Illustrator is truly amazing. Now, so are you. Let's just review what we covered in this class. We did some pretty neat things with type, including creative brushstrokes, touch type, and remember we did 3D. We also learned how to get more creative and custom with all the brushes Illustrator has to offer. You also created some pretty cool projects with your live paint and image trace tools, and we took advantage of the amazing symbols and graphics libraries. And all throughout, we showed you a number of tips and tricks to make you a more efficient and creative artist. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you again, and hope to see you in the next class.